Chapter 1 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 1. The sea wind in his hair, his eyes agleam with the fresh memory of alpine snows, Will Warburton sprang out of the cab, paid the driver a double fare, flung on to his shoulder a heavy bag, and ran up, 2 steps at a stride, to a flat on the 4th floor of the many-tenanted building hard by Chelsea Bridge. His rat-tat-tat brought to the door a thin yellow face, cautious in espial, through the narrow opening. "Is it you, sir?" "All right, Mrs. Hopper. How are you? How are you?" He threw his bag into the passage and cordially grasped the woman's hands. "Dinner ready?" "Savagely hungry. Give me 3 minutes and serve." For about that length of time there sounded in the bedroom a splashing and a blowing. Then Warburton came forth with red cheeks. He seized upon a little pile of letters and packets which lay on his writing table, broke envelopes, rent wrappers, and read with now an ejaculation of pleasure, now a grunt of disgust, and again a mirthful half-roar. Then dinner, the feeding of a famished man of robust appetite and digestion, a man 3 or 4 years on the green side of 30. It was a speedy business. In not much more than a quarter of an hour there disappeared a noble steak and its appurtenances, a golden-crusted apple tart, a substantial slice of ripe cheddar, 2 bottles of creamy Bass. "Now I can talk," cried Will to his servant, as he threw himself into a deep chair and began lighting his pipe. "What's the news? I seem to have been away 3 months rather than 3 weeks." "Mr. Franks called yesterday, sir, late in the afternoon, when I was here cleaning. He was very glad to hear you'd be back today, and said he might look in tonight." "Good. What else?" "My brother-in-law wishes to see you, sir. He's in trouble again. Lost his place at Boxon's a few days ago. I don't exactly know how it happened, but he'll explain everything. He's very unfortunate, sir, is Alchin." "Tell him to come before 9 tomorrow morning if he can." "Yes, sir. I'm sure it's very kind of you, sir." "What else?" "Nothing as I can think of just now, sir." Warburton knew from the woman's way of speaking that she had something still in her mind. But his pipe being well lit, and a pleasant lassitude creeping over him, he merely nodded. Mrs. Hopper cleared the table and withdrew. The window looked across the gardens of Chelsea Hospital, old-time Ranelagh, to the westward reach of the river, beyond which lay Battersea Park with its lawns and foliage. A beam of the July sunset struck suddenly through the room. Warburton was aware of it with half-closed eyes. He wished to stir himself and look forth, but languor held his limbs, and wreathing tobacco smoke kept his thoughts among the mountains. He might have quite dozed off had not a sudden noise from within aroused him, the unmistakable crash of falling crockery. It made him laugh, a laugh of humorous expostulation. A minute or 2 passed. Then came a timid tap at his door, and Mrs. Hopper showed her face. "Another accident, sir, I'm sorry to say," were her faltering words. "Extensive?" "Dish and 2 plates, I'm sorry to say, sir." "Oh, that's nothing." "Of course I shall make them good, sir." "Pooh! Aren't the plates enough?" "Oh, quite enough just yet, sir." Warburton subdued a chuckle and looked with friendly smile at his domestic, who stood squeezing herself between the edge of the door and the jamb, her habit when embarrassed. Mrs. Hopper had served him for 3 years. He knew all her weaknesses, but thought more of her virtues, chief of which were honest intention and a moderate aptitude for plain cooking. A glance about this room would have proved to any visitor that Mrs. Hopper's ideas of cleanliness were by no means rigid. Her master had made himself to a certain extent responsible for this defect. He paid little attention to dust, provided that things were in their wonted order. Mrs. Hopper was not a resident domestic. She came at stated hours. Obviously a widow, she had a poor, loose-hung, trailing little body, which no nourishment could plump or fortify. Her visage was habitually doleful, but contracted itself at moments into a grin of quaint drollery, which betrayed her for something of a humourist. "My fingers is all gone silly to-day, sir," she pursued. "I dare say it's because I haven't had much sleep these last few nights." "How's that?" "It's my poor sister, sir. My sister Liza, I mean. She's had one of her worst headaches, the extra special we call 'em. This time it's lasted more than 3 days, and not 1 minute of rest has the poor thing got." Warburton was all sympathy. He inquired about the case as though it were that of an intimate friend. Change of air and repose were obvious remedies. No less obviously, these things were out of the question for a working woman who lived on a few shillings a week. "Do you know of any place she could go to?" asked Warburton, adding carelessly, "if the means were provided." Mrs. Hopper squeezed herself more tightly than ever between door and jamb. Her head was bent in an abashed way, and when she spoke it was in a thick, gurgling tone, only just intelligible. "There's a little lodging-house at Southend, sir, where we used to go when my husband could afford it." "Well, look here. Get a doctor's opinion whether Southend would do. If not, which place would. And just send her away. Don't worry about the money." Experience enabled Mrs. Hopper to interpret this advice. She stammered gratitude. "How's your other sister, Mrs. Olchin?" Warburton inquired kindly. "Why, sir, she's doing pretty well in her health, sir, but her baby died yesterday week. I'll hope you'll excuse me, sir, for all this bad news just when you come back from your holiday, and when it's natural as you don't feel in very good spirits." Will had much ado not to laugh. On his return from a holiday, Mrs. Hopper always presumed him to be despondent in view of the resumption of daily work. He was beginning to talk of Mrs. Olchin's troubles when at the outer door sounded a long, nervous knock. "Ha! That's Mr. Franks." Mrs. Hopper ran to admit the visitor. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 2. "Warburton!" cried a high-pitched voice from the passage. "Have you seen the art world?" And there rushed into the room a tall, auburn-headed young man of 25, his comely face glowing in excitement. With one hand he grasped his friend's, in the other he held out a magazine. "You haven't seen it! Look here! What do you think of that? Confound you!" He had opened the magazine so as to display an illustration entitled Sanctuary, and stated to be after a painting by Norbert Franks. "Isn't it good? Doesn't it come out well? Deuce take you! Why don't you speak?" "Not bad for a photogravure," said Warburton, who had the air of a grave elder in the presence of this ebullient youth. "Be hanged! We know all about that. The thing is that it's there. Don't you feel any surprise? Haven't you got anything to say? Don't you see what this means, you old ragamuffin?" "Shouldn't wonder if it meant coin of the realm for your shrewd dealer." "For me too, my boy, for me too. Not out of this thing, of course, but I've arrived. I'm lancé. The way's clear. Why, you don't seem to know what it means getting into the art world." "I seem to remember," said Warburton, smiling, "that a month or 2 ago you hadn't language contemptuous enough for this magazine and all connected with it." "Don't be an ass!" shrilled the other, who was all this time circling about the little room with much gesticulation. "Of course one talks like that when one hasn't enough to eat and can't sell a picture. I don't pretend to have altered my opinion about photogravures and all that. But come now, the thing itself. Be honest, Warburton, is it bad now? Can you look at that picture and say that it's worthless?" "I never said anything of the kind." No, you're too deucedly good-natured. But I always detected what you were thinking, and I saw it didn't surprise you at all when the Academy muffs refused it." "There you're wrong," cried Warburton. "I was really surprised." Confound your impudence! Well, you may think what you like. I maintain that the thing isn't half bad. It grows upon me. I see its merits more and more." Franks was holding up the picture, eyeing it intently. Sanctuary represented the interior of an old village church. On the ground against a pillar crouched a young and beautiful woman, her dress and general aspect indicating the last degree of vagrant wretchedness. Worn out, she had fallen asleep in a most graceful attitude, and the rays of a winter sun smote upon her pallid countenance. Before her stood the village clergyman, who had evidently just entered and found her here. His white head was bent in the wonted attitude of clerical benevolence. In his face blended a gentle wonder and a compassionate tenderness. "If that had been hung at Burlington House, Warburton, it would have been the picture of the year." "I think it very likely." "Yes, I know what you mean, you sarcastic old ruffian. But there's another point of view. Is the drawing good or not? Is the colour good or not? Of course you know nothing about it, but I tell you, for your information, I think it's a confoundedly clever bit of work. There remains the subject, and where's the harm in it? The incident's quite possible. And why shouldn't the girl be good-looking? Angelic. Well, why not? There are girls with angelic faces. Don't I know one?" Warburton, who had been sitting with a leg over the arm of his chair, suddenly changed his position. "That reminds me," he said. "I came across the Pomfrets in Switzerland." "Where? When?" "At Trient, 10 days ago. I spent 3 or 4 days with them. Hasn't Miss Elvin mentioned it?" "I haven't heard from her for a long time," replied Franks. "Well, for more than a week. Did you meet them by chance?" "Quite. I had a vague idea that the Pomfrets and their niece were somewhere in Switzerland." "Vague idea?" cried the artist. "Why, I told you all about it, and growled for 5 or 6 hours one evening here because I couldn't go with them." "So you did," said Warburton. "But I'm afraid I was thinking of something else, and when I started for the Alps I had really forgotten all about it. I made up my mind suddenly, you know. We're having a troublesome time in Ailey Street, and it was holiday now or never. By the by, we shall have to wind up. Sugar spells ruin. We must get out of it whilst we can do so with a whole skin." "Oh, really?" muttered Franks. "Tell me about that presently. I want to hear of Rosamond. You saw a good deal of her, of course?" "I walked from Chamonix over the Col des Balmes. Grand view of Mont Blanc there. Then down to Trient in the valley below. And there, as I went in to dinner at the hotel, I found the 3. Good old Pomfret would have me stay a while, and I was glad of the chance of long talks with him. Queer old bird, Ralph Pomfret." Yes, so he is," muttered the artist absently. "But Rosamond? Was she enjoying herself?" "Very much, I think. She certainly looked very well." "Have much talk with her?" asked Franks, as if carelessly. "We discussed you, of course. I forget whether our conclusion was favourable or not." The artist laughed and strode about the room with his hands in his pockets. "You know what?" he exclaimed, seeming to look closely at a print on the wall. "I'm going to be married before the end of the year. On that point I've made up my mind. I went yesterday to see a house at Fulham. Mrs. Cross's, by the by. It's to let at Michaelmas, rent 45. All but settled that I shall take it. Risk be hanged. I'm going to make money. What an ass I was to take that fellow's first offer for sanctuary. It was low water with me, and I felt bilious. 50 guineas! Your fault a good deal, you know. You made me think worse of it than it deserved. You'll see. Blackstaff will make a small fortune out of it. Of course he has all the rights. Idiot that I was. Well, it's too late to talk about that. And I say, old man, don't take my growl too literally. I don't really mean that you were to blame. I should be an ungrateful cur if I thought such a thing. How's the slummer getting on? Asked Warburton good-humouredly. Well, I was going to say that I shall have it finished in a few weeks. If Blackstaff wants the slummer, he'll have to pay for it. Of course it must go to the Academy, and of course I shall keep all the rights, unless Blackstaff makes a really handsome offer. Why, it ought to be worth 500 or 600 to me at least, and that would start us. But I don't care even if I only get half that. I shall be married all the same. Rosamond has plenty of pluck. I couldn't ask her to start life on £1 a week, about my average for the last 2 years, but with 200 or 300 in hand, and a decent little house, like that of Mrs. Cross's, at a reasonable rent, well, we shall risk it. I'm sick of waiting, and it isn't fair to a girl. That's my view. 2 years now, an engagement that lasts more than 2 years isn't likely to come to much good. You'll think my behaviour pretty cool on one point. I don't forget, you old usurer, that I owe you something more than £100. Pooh! Be poohed yourself. But for you, I should have gone without dinner many a day. But for you, I should most likely have had to chuck painting altogether and turn clerk or dock labourer. But let me stay in your debt a little longer, old man. I can't put off my marriage any longer, and just at first I shall want all the money I can lay my hands on." At this moment Mrs. Hopper entered with a lamp. There was a pause in the conversation. Franks lit a cigarette and tried to sit still, but was very soon pacing the floor again. A tumbler of whisky and soda reanimated his flagging talk. "No," he exclaimed, "I am not going to admit that sanctuary is cheap and sentimental, and all the rest of it. The more I think about it, the more convinced I am that it's nothing to be ashamed of. People have got hold of the idea that if a thing is popular, it must be bad art. That's all rot. I'm going in for popularity. Look here. Suppose that's what I was meant for. What if it's the best I have in me to do? Shouldn't I be a jackass if I scorned to make money by what, for me, was good work, and preferred to starve while I turned out pretentious stuff that was worth nothing from my point of view?" "I shouldn't wonder if you're right," said Warburton reflectively. "In any case, I know as much about art as I do about the differential calculus. To make money is a good and joyful thing, as long as one doesn't bleed the poor. So go ahead, my son, and luck be with you. I can't find my model yet for the slummer's head. It mustn't be too like the sanctuary girl, but at the same time it must be a popular type of beauty. I've been haunting refreshment bars and florists' shops. Lots of good material, but never quite the thing. There's a damsel at the Crystal Palace, but this doesn't interest you, you old misogynist." "Old what?" exclaimed Warburton, with an air of genuine surprise. "Have I got the word wrong? I'm not much of a classic—" "The word's all right. But that's your idea of me, is it?" The artist stood and gazed at his friend with an odd expression, as if a joke had been arrested on his lips by graver thought. "Isn't it true?" "Perhaps it is. Yes, I dare say." And he turned at once to another subject. End of Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Will Warburton by George Gissing. Chapter 3. The year was 1886. When at business, Warburton sat in a high bare room which looked upon Little Ailey Street in Whitechapel. The air he breathed had a taste and odour strongly saccharine. If his eyes strayed to one of the walls, he saw a map of the West Indies. If to another, it fell upon a map of St. Kitts. If to the third, there was before him a plan of a sugar estate on that little island. Here he sat for certain hours of the solid day, issuing orders to clerks, receiving commercial callers, studying trade journals in sundry languages, often reading some book which had no obvious reference to the sugar refining industry. It was not Will's ideal of life, but hither he had suffered himself to be led by circumstance, and his musings suggested no practicable issue into a more congenial world. The death of his father when he was 16 had left him with a certain liberty for shaping a career. What he saw definitely before him was a small share in the St. Kitts property of Messrs. Sherwood Brothers, a small share in the London business of the same firm, and a small sum of ready money. These things to be his when he attained his majority. His mother and sister, who lived in a little country house down in Huntingdonshire, were modestly but securely provided for, and Will might have gone quietly on with his studies till he could resolve upon a course in life. But no sooner was he freed from paternal restraint than the lad grew restive. Nothing would please him but an adventure in foreign lands. and when it became clear that he was only wasting his time at school, Mrs. Warburton let him go to the West Indies, where a place was found for him in the house of Sherwood brothers. At St. Kitts, Will remained till he was 21. Long before that he had grown heartily tired of his work, disgusted with the climate, and oppressed with homesickness, but pride forbade him to return until he could do so as a free man. One thing this apprenticeship to life had taught him, that he was not made for subordination. "I don't care how poor I am," thus he wrote to his mother, "but I will be my own master. To be at other people's orders brings out all the bad in me. It makes me sullen and bearish, and all sorts of ugly things, which I certainly am not when my true self has play. So, you see, I must find some independent way of life. If I had to live by carrying round a Punch and Judy show, I should vastly prefer it to making a large income as somebody's servant." Meanwhile, unfortunately for a young man of this temperament, his prospects had become less assured. There was perturbation in the sugar world. Income from St. Kitts and from Whitechapel had sensibly diminished, and it seemed but too likely would continue to do so. For some half-year Will lived in London, looking about him. Then he announced that Godfrey Sherwood, at present sole representative of Sherwood Brothers, had offered him an active partnership in Little Ailey Street, and that he had accepted it. He entered upon this position without zeal, but 6 months' investigation had taught him that to earn money without surrendering his independence was no very easy thing. He probably might wait a long time before an opening would present itself more attractive than this at the sugar refinery. Godfrey Sherwood was a schoolfellow of his, but some 2 or 3 years older. Much good feeling existed between them, their tastes and tempers having just that difference in similarity which is the surest bond of friendship. Judged by his talk, Sherwood was all vigour, energy, fire. His personal habits, on the other hand, inclined to tranquillity and ease. A great reader, he loved the literature of romance and adventure, knew by heart authors such as Malory and Froissart, had on his shelves all the books of travel and adventure he could procure. As a boy he seemed destined to any life save that of humdrum commerce, of which he spoke with contempt and abhorrence. And there was no reason why he should not have gratified his desire of seeing the world, of leading what he called the life of a man. Yet here he was, sitting each day in a counting-house in Whitechapel, with nothing behind him but a few rambles on the continent, and certainly with no immediate intention of going far afield. His father's death left him in sole command of the business, and his reasonable course would have been to retire from it as soon as possible, for foreign competition was making itself felt in the English trade, and many firms more solidly established than that in Little Ailey Street had either come to grief or withdrawn from the struggle. But Godfrey's inertia kept him in the familiar routine, with day-to-day postponement of practical decision. When Warburton came back from St. Kitts, and their friendship was renewed, Godfrey's talk gave full play to his imaginative energies. Yes, the refining business was at a bad pass just now, but this was only temporary. Those firms that could weather the storm for a year or 2 longer would enter upon a time of brilliant prosperity. Was it to be supposed that the government would allow a great industry to perish, out of mere regard for the fetish of free trade? City men with first-hand information declared that measures were being prepared. In one way or another, the English trade would be rescued and made triumphant over these bounty-fed foreigners. "Hold on," cried Sherwood. "Of course I mean to hold on. There's pleasure and honour in the thing. I enjoy the fight. I've had thoughts of getting into Parliament to speak for sugar. One might do worse, you know. There'll be a dissolution next year, certain. First-rate fun, fighting a constituency. But in that case I must have a partner here. Why, that's an idea. How would it suit you? Why not join me?" And so the thing came about. The terms which Godfrey offered were so generous that Will had to reduce them before he accepted. Even thus, he found his income, at a stroke, all but doubled. Sherwood, to be sure, did not stand for Parliament, nor was anything definite heard about that sugar-protecting budget which he still believed in. In Little Ailey Street, business steadily declined. "It's a disgrace to England," cried Godfrey. "Monstrous that not a finger should be lifted to save one of our most important industries. You, of course, are free to retire at any moment, Will. For my own part, here I stand, come what may. If it's ruin, ruin let it be. I'll fight to the last. A man owes me £10,000. When I recover it, and I may any day, I shall put every penny into the business." £10,000! exclaimed Warburton in astonishment. "A trade debt, do you mean?" No, a friend of mine, son of a millionaire, who got into difficulties some time ago, and borrowed of me to clear himself. Good interest, and principal safe as consols. In a year at most I shall have the money back, and every penny shall go into the business. Will had his private view of the matter, and not seldom suffered a good deal of uneasiness as he saw the inevitable doom approach. But already it was too late to withdraw his share from the concern. That would have been merely to take advantage of Sherwood's generosity, and Will was himself not less chivalrous. In Godfrey's phrase, they continued to fight the ship, and perhaps would have held out to the moment of sinking, had not the accession of the Liberals to power in the spring of this present year caused Sherwood so deep a disgust that he turned despondent, and began to talk of surrender to hopeless circumstance. "It's all up with us, Will. This government spells ruin, and will count it one of its chief glories if we come to grief. But, by heaven, they shan't have that joy. We'll square up, quietly, comfortably, with dignity. We'll come out of this fight with arms and baggage. It's still possible, you know. We'll sell the St. Kitts estate to the Germans. We'll find someone to buy us up here. The place would suit a brewer. And then, by Jove, we'll make jam." "Jam? Isn't it an idea? Cheap sugar has done for the refiners, but it's a fortune for the jam trade. Why not put all we can realize into a jam factory? We'll go down into the country, find some delightful place where land is cheap, start a fruit farm, run up a building. Doesn't it take you, Will? Think of going to business every day through lanes overhung with fruit tree blossoms. Better that than the filth and stench and gloom and uproar of Whitechapel. What? We might found a village for our workpeople. The ideal village, perfectly healthy, every cottage beautiful, eh? What? How does it strike you, Will?" "Pleasant. But the money?" "We shall have enough to start. I think we shall. If not, we'll find a moneyed man to join us." "What about that £10,000? suggested Warburton. Sherwood shook his head. "Can't get it just yet. To tell you the truth, it depends on the death of the man's father. No, but if necessary, someone will easily be found. Isn't the idea magnificent? How it would rile the government if they heard of it. Ho, ho!" One could never be sure how far Godfrey was serious when he talked like this. The humorous impulse so blended with the excitability of his imagination that people who knew him little and heard him talking at large thought him something of a crackbrain. The odd thing was that, with all his peculiarities, he had many of the characteristics of a sound man of business. Indeed, had it been otherwise, the balance sheets of the refinery must long ago have shown a disastrous deficit. As Warburton knew, things had been managed with no little prudence and sagacity. What he did not so clearly understand was that Sherwood had simply adhered to the traditions of the firm, following very exactly the path marked out for him by his father and his uncle, both notable traders. Concerning Godfrey's private resources, Warburton knew little or nothing. It seemed probable that the elder Sherwood had left a considerable fortune, which his only son must have inherited. No doubt, said Will to himself, this large reserve was the explanation of his partner's courage. So the St. Kitts estate was sold, and, with all the deliberate dignity demanded by the fact that the government's eye was upon them, Sherwood brothers proceeded to terminate their affairs in Whitechapel. In July, Warburton took his 3 weeks' holiday, there being nothing better for him to do. And among the letters he found on his table when he returned was one from Sherwood, which contained only these words: "Great opportunity in view. Our fortunes are made." End of Chapter 3. Recording by Julian Pratley. Chapter 4 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 4. When Franks was gone, Warburton took up the art world, which his friend had left, and glanced again at the photogravure of Sanctuary. He knew, as he had declared, nothing about art, and judged pictures as he judged books, emotionally. His bent was to what is called the realistic point of view, and Sanctuary made him smile, but very good-naturedly, for he liked Norbert Franks, and believed he would do better things than this. Unless... The thought broke off with an uneasy interrogative. He turned to the few lines of text devoted to the painter. Norbert Franks, he read, was still a very young man. Sanctuary, now on exhibition at Birmingham, was his first important picture. Hitherto he had been chiefly occupied with work in black and white. There followed a few critical comments, and prophecy of achievements to come. Yes, but again the uneasy interrogative. Their acquaintance dated from the year after Warburton's return from St. Kitts. Will had just established himself in his flat near Chelsea Bridge, delighted to be a Londoner, and was spending most of his leisure in exploration of London's vastness. He looked upon all his earlier years as wasted, because they had not been passed in the city on the Thames. The history of London, the multitudinous life of London as it lay about him, with marvels and mysteries in every highway and byway, occupied his mind and wrought upon his imagination. Being a stout walker, and caring little for any other form of exercise, in his free hours he covered many a league of pavement. A fine summer morning would see him set forth, long before milk carts had begun to rattle along the streets, and on one such expedition, as he stepped briskly through a poor district south of the river, he was surprised to see an artist at work, painting seriously, his easel in the dry gutter. He slackened his pace to have a glimpse of the canvas, and the painter, a young, pleasant-looking fellow, turned round and asked if he had a match. Able to supply this demand, Warburton talked whilst the other relit his pipe. It rejoiced him, he said, to see a painter engaged upon such a subject as this, a bit of squalid London's infinite picturesqueness. The next morning Warburton took the same walk, and again found the painter at work. They talked freely, they exchanged invitations, and that same evening Norbert Franks climbed the staircase to Will's flat, and smoked his first pipe, and drank his first whisky and soda, in the pleasant room overlooking Ranelagh. His own quarters were in Queen's Road, Battersea, at no great distance. The two young men were soon seeing a great deal of each other. When their friendship had ripened through a 12-month, Franks, always impecunious, cheerily borrowed a £5 note. Not long after, he mirthfully doubled his debt, and this grew to a habit with him. "You're a capitalist, Warburton," he remarked one day, "and a generous fellow too. Of course I shall pay what I owe you when I sell a big picture. Meanwhile you have the gratification of supporting a man of genius, without the least inconvenience to yourself. Excellent idea of yours to strike up a friendship, wasn't it?" The benefit was reciprocal. Warburton did not readily form intimacies. Indeed, Geoffrey Sherwood had till now been almost the only man he called friend, and the peculiarity of his temper exposed him to the risk of being too much alone. Though neither arrogant nor envious, Will found little pleasure in the society of people who, from any point of view, were notably his superiors. Even as he could not subordinate himself in money-earning relations, so did he become ill at ease, lose all spontaneity, in company above his social or intellectual level. Such a man's danger was obvious. He might, in default of congenial associates, decline upon inferiors. All the more that a softness of heart, a fineness of humanity, ever disposed him to feel and show special kindness for the poor, the distressed, the unfortunate. Sherwood's acquaintances had little attraction for him. They were mostly people who lived in a luxurious way, went in for sports, talked about the money market. All of which things fascinated Godfrey, though in truth he was far from belonging by nature to that particular world. With Franks, Will could be wholly himself, enjoying the slight advantage of his larger means, extending his knowledge without undue obligation, and getting all the good that comes to a man from the exercise of his kindliest feeling. With less of geniality, because more occupied with himself, Norbert Franks resembled his new friend in a distaste for ordinary social pleasures, and an enjoyment of the intimacies of life. He stood very much alone in the world, and from the age of 18 he had in one way or another supported himself, chiefly by work on illustrated papers. His father, who belonged to what is called a good family, began life in easy circumstances, and gained some reputation as a connoisseur of art. Imprudence and misfortune having obligated him to sell his collection, Mr. Franks took to buying pictures and bric-a-brac for profit, and during the last 10 years of his life was associated in that capacity with a London firm. Norbert, motherless from infancy and an only child, received his early education at expensive schools, but, showing little aptitude for study and much for use of the pencil, was taken by his father at 12 years old to Paris, and there set to work under a good art teacher. At 16 he went to Italy, where he remained for a couple of years. Then, on a journey in the East, the elder Franks died. Norbert returned to England, learnt that a matter of £50 was all his heritage, and pluckily turned to the task of keeping himself alive. Herein his foreign sketchbooks proved serviceable, but the struggle was long and hard before he could house himself decently, and get to serious work as a painter. Later on, he was wont to say that this poverty had been the best possible thing for him, its enforced abstinences having come just at the time when he had begun to wallow, his word for any sort of excess, and wallowing was undoubtedly a peril to which Norbert's temper particularly exposed him. Short commons made him, as they have made many another youth, sober and chaste, at all events in practice, and when he began to lift up his head a little, when at the age of 23 he earned what seemed to him at first the luxurious income of £1 or so a week, when, in short, the inclination to wallow might again have taken hold upon him, it was his chance to fall in love so seriously and hopefully that all the better features of his character were drawn out, emphasized, and, as it seemed, for good and all established in predominance. Not long after his first meeting with Warburton, he one day received, through the publishers of a book he had illustrated, a letter signed Ralph Pomfret, the writer of which asked whether Norbert Franks was the son of an old friend of whom he had lost sight for many years. By way of answer, Franks called upon his correspondent, who lived in a pleasant little house at Ashted in Surrey. He found a man of something less than 60, with a touch of eccentricity in his thoughts and ways, by whom he was hospitably received, and invited to return whenever it pleased him. It was not very long before Franks asked permission to make the Pomfrets acquainted with his friend Warburton, a step which proved entirely justifiable. Together or separately, the two young men were often to be seen at Ashted, whither they were attracted not only by the kindly and amusing talk of Ralph Pomfret, but at least as much by the grace and sweetness and sympathetic intelligence of the mistress of the house, for whom both entertained respect and admiration. One Sunday afternoon, Warburton, tempted as usual by the thought of tea and talk in that delightful little garden, went out to Ashted, and, as he pushed open the gate, was confused and vexed at the sight of strangers. There, before the house, stood a middle-aged gentleman and a young girl, chatting with Mrs. Pomfret. He would have turned away and taken himself off in disappointment, but that the clank of the gate had attracted attention, and he had no choice but to move forward. The strangers proved to be Mrs. Pomfret's brother and his daughter. They had been spending half a year in the south of France, and were here for a day or two before returning to their home at Bath. When he had recovered his equanimity, Warburton became aware that the young lady was fair to look upon. Her age seemed about 22. Not very tall, she bore herself with perhaps a touch of conscious dignity and impressiveness. Perfect health, a warm complexion, magnificent hair, eyes that shone with gaiety and good nature, made of Rosamond Elvin a living picture, such as Will Warburton had not often seen. He was shy in her presence, and by no means did himself justice that afternoon. His downcast eyes presently noticed that she wore shoes of a peculiar kind, white canvas with soles of plaited cord. In the course of conversation he learned that these were a memento of the Basque country, about which Miss Elvin talked with a very pretty enthusiasm. Will went away, after all, in a dissatisfied mood. Girls were to him merely a source of disquiet. If she be not fair to me, was his ordinary thought, and he had never yet succeeded in persuading himself that any girl, fair or not, was at all likely to conceive the idea of devoting herself to his happiness. In this matter an excessive modesty subdued him. It had something to do with his holding so much apart from general society. On the evening of the next day, there was a thunderous knock at Warburton's flat, and in rushed Franks. "You were at Ashted yesterday," he cried. "I was. What of that?" "And you didn't come to tell me about the Elvins?" "About Miss Elvin, I suppose you mean," said Will. "Well, yes, I do. I went there by chance this afternoon. The two men were away somewhere. I found Mrs. Pomfret and that girl alone together. Never had such a delightful time in my life. But I say, Warburton, we must understand each other. Did she strike you particularly?" Will threw back his head and laughed. "You mean that?" shouted the other, joyously. "You really don't care? It's nothing to you?" "Why, is it anything to you?" "Anything? Rosamond Elvin is the most beautiful girl I ever saw, and the sweetest, and the brightest, and the altogether floringest. And by heaven and earth I'm resolved to marry her." End of Chapter 4. Recording by Julian Pratley. Chapter 5 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Will Warburton by George Gissing. Chapter 5. As he sat musing, the art world still in his hand, Warburton could hear his friend's voice ring out that audacious vow. He could remember, too, the odd little pang with which he heard it, a half-spasm of altogether absurd jealousy. Of course, the feeling did not last. There was no recurrence of it when he heard that Franks had again seen Miss Elvin before she left Ashted, nor when he learnt that the artist had been spending a day or two at Bath. Less than a month after their first meeting, Franks won Rosamond's consent. He was frantic with exultation. Arriving with the news at 10 o'clock one night, he shouted and maddened about Warburton's room until finally turned out at 2 in the morning. His circumstances being what they were, he could not hope for marriage yet awhile. He must work and wait. Never mind, see what work he would produce. Yet it appeared to his friend that all through the next 12 months he merely wasted time, such work as he did finish being of very slight value. He talked and talked, now of Rosamond, now of what he was going to do, until Warburton, losing patience, would cut him short with, "Oh, go to Bath!" An old cant phrase revived for its special appropriateness in this connection. Franks went to Bath far oftener than he could afford, money for his journey being generally borrowed from his long-enduring friend. Rosamond herself had nothing, and but the smallest expectations should her father die. 2 years before this it had occurred to her that she should like to study art, and might possibly find in it a means of self-support. She was allowed to attend classes at South Kensington, but little came of this except a close friendship with a girl of her own age, by name Bertha Cross, who was following the art course with more serious purpose. When she had been betrothed for about a year, Rosamond chanced to spend a week in London at her friend's house, and this led to acquaintance between Franks and the Crosses. For a time, Warburton saw and heard less of the artist, who made confidants of Mrs. Cross and her daughter, and spent many an evening with them talking about Rosamond. But this intimacy did not endure very long, Mrs. Cross being a person of marked peculiarities, which in the end overtried Norbert's temper. Only on the fourth-story flat by Chelsea Bridge could the lover find that sort of sympathy which he really needed, solacing yet tonic. But for Warburton he would have worked even less. To Will it seemed an odd result of fortunate love that the artist, though in every other respect a better man than before, should have become, to all appearances, less zealous, less efficient in his art. Had Rosamond Elvin the right influence on her lover? In spite of Norbert's lyric eulogy, had she served merely to confuse his aims, perhaps to bring him down to a lower level of thought? There was his picture, Sanctuary. Before he knew Rosamond, Franks would have scoffed at such a subject, would have howled at such treatment of it. There was notable distance between this and what Norbert was painting in that summer sunrise 4 years ago, with his portable easel in the gutter. And Miss Elvin admired Sanctuary. At least Franks said she did. True, she also admired the picture of the pawnshop and the public-house. Will had himself heard her speak of it with high praise, and with impatient wonder that no purchaser could be found for it. Most likely she approved of everything Norbert did, and had no more serious criterion. Unless, indeed, her private test of artistic value were the financial result. Warburton could not altogether believe that. Annoyance with the artist now and then inclined him to slighting thought of Rosamond, yet on the whole his view of her was not depreciatory. The disadvantage to her mind was her remarkable comeliness. He could not but fear that so much beauty must be inconsistent with the sterling qualities which make a good wife. Will's eyes fell on Sherwood's note, and he went to bed wondering what the project might be which was to make their fortune. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Julian Pratley.
Chapter 6 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 6. He had breakfasted and was smoking his pipe as he wrote a letter when Mrs. Hopper announced the visit, by appointment, of her brother-in-law, Alchin. There entered a short, sturdy, red-headed young fellow in a Sunday suit of respectable antiquity. His features were rude, his aspect dogged, but a certain intelligence showed in his countenance, and a not unamiable smile responded to the bluff heartiness of Warburton's greeting. By original calling, Alchin was a grocer's assistant, but a troublesome temper had more than once set him adrift, the outcast of grocerdom, to earn a living as best he could by his vigorous thews, and it was in one of these intervals that, having need of a porter at the works, Warburton had engaged him on Mrs. Hopper's petition. After a month or so of irreproachable service, Alchin fought with the foreman and took his discharge. The same week, Mrs. Alchin presented him with their first child. The family fell into want. Mrs. Hopper, squeezed between door and jamb, drew her master's attention to the lamentable case, and help was of course forthcoming. Then, by good luck, Alchin was enabled to resume his vocation. He got a place at a grocer's in Fulham Road, and in a few weeks presented himself before his benefactor, bringing £50 as a first instalment towards the discharge of his debt. For only on this condition had he accepted the money. Half a year elapsed without troublesome incident. The man made regular payment in small sums. Then came the disaster which Mrs. Hopper had yesterday announced. "Well, Alchin," cried Warburton, "what's the latest?" Before speaking, the other pressed his lips tightly together and puffed out his cheeks, as if it cost him an effort to bring the words to the surface. His reply came forth with explosive abruptness. "Lost my place at Boxon, sir." "And how's that?" "It happened last Saturday, sir. I don't want to make out as I wasn't at all to blame. I know as well as anybody that I've got a will of my own. But we're open late, as perhaps you know, sir, on Saturday night, and Mr. Boxon, well, it's only the truth, He's never quiet himself after 10 o'clock. I'd worked from 8 in the morning to something past midnight. Of course, I don't think nothing of that, 'cause it's regular in the trade. But, well, in come a customer, sir, a woman as didn't rightly know what she wanted. And she went out without buying, and Mr. Boxon, he see it, and he come to me and he calls me by the foulest name he could turn his tongue to. And so, well, sir, there was unpleasantness, as they say." He hesitated, Warburton eyeing him with a twinkle of subdued amusement. "A quarrel, in fact, eh?" "It did about come to that, sir." "You lost your temper, of course." "That's about the truth, sir." "And Boxon turned you out?" Orchan looked hurt. "Well, sir, I'd no doubt he'd have liked to, but I was a bit beforehand with him. When I seen him last, he was settin' on the pavement, sir, rubbing his head." In spite of his inclination to laugh, Will kept a grave countenance. "I'm afraid that kind of thing won't do, Orchan. You'll be in serious trouble one of these days." "That's what my wife says, sir. I know well enough as it's hard on her, just after we've lost the baby, as perhaps Mrs. Hopple have told you, sir." "I was very sorry to hear it, Orchan." "Thank you, sir. You've always something kind to say. And I'm that vexed because I was getting on so well with paying my debts. But Mr. Boxon, sir, he's many a time made me that mad that I've gone out to the backyard and kicked the wall till my toes was sore, just to ease my feelings like. To tell the truth, sir, I don't think he's ever rightly sober, and I've heard others say the same. And his business has fallen off, something shocking. Customers don't like to be insulted, that's only natural. He's always going down to Kempton Park, or Epsom, or some such place. They do say as he's lost hundreds of pounds at Kempton Park last week. It's my opinion the shop can't go on much longer. Well, sir, I thought I just ought to come and tell you the truth of things, and I won't disturb you no longer. I shall do my best to find another place." Warburton's impulse was to offer temporary work in Little Ailey Street, but he remembered that the business was not in a position to increase expenses, and that the refinery might be any day closed. "All right," he answered cheerfully. "Let me know how you get on." When Orchan's heavy footsteps had echoed away down the stairs, Mrs. Hopper answered her master's call. "I suppose they have a little money to go on with?" Warburton inquired. "I mean, enough for a week or so?" "Yes, I think they have that, sir. But I see how it'll be. My poor sister'll end up in the workhouse. Orchan'll never keep a place. Not that I can blame him, sir, for giving it to Boxon, 'cause everyone says he's a brute." "Well, just let me know if they begin to be in want. But of course, Orchan can always get work as a porter. He must learn to keep his fists down if he doesn't want to be perpetually out of employment." "That's what I tell him, sir. And my poor sister, sir, she's never stopped talking to him, day or night you may say, ever since it happened." "Merciful heavens," groaned Warburton to himself. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth.
Chapter 7 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 7. At 9:30 he reached Little Ailey Street. "Mr. Sherwood not here yet, I suppose?" asked Will. "Oh, yes, he is, sir," replied the manager. "Been here for half an hour." Warburton went on to the senior partner's room. There sat Godfrey Sherwood, bent over a book which, to judge from the smile upon his face, could have nothing to do with the sugar refining question. "How do, Will?" he exclaimed, with even more than his usual cheerfulness. "Did you ever read The Adventures of a Younger Son? Oh, you must. Listen here. He's describing how he thrashed an assistant master at school. Thrashed him, he says, till the sweat dropped from his brows like raindrops from the eaves of a pigsty. Ho, ho, ho! What do you think of that for a comparison? Isn't it strong? By Jove, a bracing book. Trelawney, you know, the friend of Byron. As breezy a book as I know. It does one good." Godfrey Sherwood was, as regards his visage, what is called a plain young man, but his smile told of infinite good nature, and his voice, notwithstanding its frequent note of energy or zeal, had a natural softness of intonation, which suggested other qualities than the practical and vigorous. "Enjoyed your holiday?" he went on, rising, stretching himself, and offering a box of cigarettes. "You look well. Done any summits? When we get our affairs in order, I must be off somewhere myself. Northward, I think. I want a little bracing cold. I should like to see Iceland. You know the Icelandic sagas? Magnificent! There's the saga of Grettir the Strong, by Jove. But come, this isn't business. I have news for you. Real, substantial, hopeful news. They seated themselves in round-backed chairs, and Will lighted a cigarette. You know, my thoughts were running on jam. Jam is our salvation. Of that I have been long convinced. I looked about, made a few inquiries, and by good luck, not long after you went off for your holiday, met just the man I wanted. You've heard of Applegarth's jams? Will said he had seen them advertised. Well, I came across Applegarth himself. I was talking to Linklater, and jams came up. You ought to see my friend Applegarth, said he, and he arranged for us to meet. Applegarth happened to be in town, but he lives down in Somerset, and his factory is at Bristol. We all dined together at the Junior Carlton, and Applegarth and I got on so well that he asked me down to his place. Oxford man, clever, a fine musician, and an astronomer. Has built himself a little observatory, magnificent telescope. By Jove, you should hear him handle the violin. Astonishing fellow. Not much of a talker, rather dry in his manner, but no end of energy, bubbling over with vital force. He began as a barrister, but couldn't get on, and saw his capital melting. Hang it, said he, I must make some use of what money I have, and he thought of jam. Brilliant idea. He began in a very modest way down at Bristol, only aiming at local trade. But his jams were good, the demand grew, he built a factory, profits became considerable. And now he wants to withdraw from active business, keeping an interest. Wants to find someone who would run and extend the concern, put in a fair capital, and leave him to draw his income quietly. You see? Seems a good opportunity, said Warburton. Good? It's simply superb. He took me over the works. A really beautiful site, everything so admirably arranged. Then we had more private talk. Of course I spoke of you, said I could do nothing till we had consulted together. I didn't seem too eager, not good policy. But we have had some correspondence, and you shall see the letters. He handed them to his partner. Warburton saw that there was a question of a good many £1,000. Of course, he remarked, I could only stand for a very small part in this. Well, we must talk about that. To tell you the truth, Will, Sherwood continued, crossing his legs and clasping his hands behind his head, I don't see my way to find the whole capital, and yet I don't want to bring in a stranger. Applegarth could sell to a company any moment, but that isn't his idea. He wants to keep the concern in as few hands as possible. He has a first-rate manager. The mere jam-making wouldn't worry us at all, and the office work is largely a matter of routine. We take time to think about it. The figures which Warburton had before him were decidedly stimulating. They made a very pleasant contrast to the balance sheets with which he had recently had to deal. He knew roughly what sum was at his disposal for investment. The winding up of the business here could be completed at any moment and involved no risk of surprises. But a thought had occurred to him which kept him silently reflecting for some minutes. I suppose, he said presently, this affair has about as little risk as anything one could put money in. I should say, Godfrey answered, with his man-of-business air, that the element of risk is non-existent. What can be more solid than jam? There's competition, to be sure, but Applegarth is already a good name throughout England, and in the West they swear by it. At Bristol, Exeter, Dorchester, all over there, Applegarth holds the field. Very seriously speaking, I see in this proposal nothing but sure and increasing gain. You know as well as I do, Will resumed, how I stand. I have no resources of my own beyond what you are aware of. But I've been thinking, he broke off, stared at the window, drummed on the arm of his chair, Sherwood waiting with a patient smile. It's my mother and sister I have in mind, Will resumed. That property of theirs, it brings them about £150 a year in cash, and 3 times that in worry. At any moment they might sell. A man at St. Neots offers £4,000. I suspect more might be got if Turnbull, their lawyer, took the matter in hand. Suppose I advise them to sell and put the money in Applegarth?" "By Jove!" cried Sherwood. "How could they do better? Splendid idea." "Yes, if all goes well. Bear in mind, on the other hand, that if they lost this money, they would have nothing to live upon, or as good as nothing. They draw some £50 a year from another source, and they have their own house. That's all. Ought I to take this responsibility?" "I don't hesitate to guarantee," said Sherwood with glowing gravity, "that in 2 years' time their £4,000 shall produce 3 times what it does now. Only think, my dear fellow. Jam! Think what it means." For 10 minutes Godfrey rhapsodised on the theme. Warburton was moved by his eloquence. "I shall run down to St. Neots," said Will at length. "Do, and then we'll both of us go down to Bristol. I'm sure you'll like Applegarth. By the by, you never went in for astronomy, did you?" I felt ashamed of my ignorance. "Why, it's one of the most interesting subjects a man can study. I shall take it up. One might have a little observatory of one's own. Do you know Bristol at all? A beastly place, the town, but perfectly delightful country, quite near at hand. Applegarth lives in an ideal spot. You'll see." There was a knock at the door, and the manager entered. Other business claimed their attention. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 8. Warburton often returned from Whitechapel to Chelsea on foot, enjoying the long walk after his day in the office. This evening, a heavily clouded sky and sobbing wind told that rain was not far off. Nevertheless, wishing to think hard, which he could never do so well as when walking at a brisk pace, he set off in the familiar direction, a straight cut across South London. In Lower Kennington Lane he stopped, as his habit was, at a little stationer's shop over which was the name Potts. During his last year in the West Indies he had befriended an English lad whose health was suffering from the climate, and eventually had paid his passage to the United States, whither the young adventurer wished to go in pursuit of his fortune. Not long after, he received a letter of thanks from the lad's father, and, on coming to London, he sought out Mr. Potts, whose gratitude and its quaint expression had pleased him. The acquaintance continued. Whenever Warburton passed the shop, he stepped in and made purchases, generally of things he did not in the least want. Potts had all the characteristics which were wont to interest Will and touch his sympathies. He was poor, weak of body, humble-spirited, and of an honest, simple mind. Nothing more natural and cordial than Will's bearing as he entered and held out his hand to the shopkeeper. "How was business? Any news lately from Jack?" Jack, it seemed, was doing pretty well at Pittsburgh. Would Mr. Warburton care to read a long letter that had arrived from him a week ago? To his satisfaction, Will found that the letter had enclosed a small sum of money for a present on the father's birthday. Having, as usual, laden himself with newspapers, periodicals, and notepaper, he went on his way. At grimy Vauxhall he crossed the river and pursued his course along Grosvenor Road. Rain had begun to fall, and the driving of the wind obliged him to walk with the umbrella before his face. Happening to glance ahead, when not far from home, he saw, at a distance of 20 yards, a man whom he took for Norbert Franks. The artist was coming toward him, but suddenly he turned round about and walked rapidly away, disappearing in a moment down a side street. Franks it certainly was. Impossible to mistake his figure, his gait, and Warburton felt sure that the abrupt change of direction was caused by his friend's desire to avoid him. At the end of the byway he looked, and there was the familiar figure, marching with quick step into the rainy distance. Odd. But perhaps it simply meant that Franks had not seen him. He reached home, wrote some letters, made preparations for leaving town by an early train next morning, and dined with his customary appetite. Whilst smoking his after-dinner pipe, he thought again of that queer little incident in Grosvenor Road, and resolved of a sudden to go and see Franks. It still rained, so he took advantage of a passing hansom and drove in a few minutes to the artist's lodging on the south side of Battersea Park. The door was opened to him by the landlady, who smiled recognition. "No, sir, Mr. Franks isn't at home, and hasn't been since after breakfast this morning. And I don't understand it, because he told me last night that he'd be working all day, and I was to get meals for him as usual. And at 10 o'clock the model came. That rough man he's putting into the new picture, you know, sir. And I had to send him away when he'd waited more than an hour." Warburton was puzzled. "I'll take my turn at waiting," he said. "Will you please light the gas for me in the studio?" The studio was merely, in lodging-house language, the first-floor front, a two-windowed room with the advantage of north light. On the walls hung a few framed paintings, several unframed and unfinished watercolour sketches, studies in crayons, photographs, and so on. In the midst stood the easel, supporting a large canvas, the artist's work on which showed already in a state of hopeful advancement. The Slummer was his provisional name for this picture. He had not yet hit upon that more decorous title which might suit the Academy catalogue. A glance discovered the subject. In a typical London slum, between small and vile houses, which lowered upon the narrow way, stood a tall, graceful, prettily clad young woman, obviously a visitant from other spheres. Her one hand carried a book, and the other was held by a ragged, crippled child, who gazed up at her with a look of innocent adoration. Hard by stood a miserable creature with an infant at her breast, she too adoring the representative of health, wealth, and charity. Behind, a costermonger, out of work, sprawled on the curbstone, viewing the invader. He with resentful eye, his lips suggestive of words unreportable. Where the face of the central figure should have shone, the canvas still remained blank. "I'm afraid he's worried about her," said the landlady, when she had lit the gas and stood with Warburton surveying the picture. "He can't find a model good-looking enough. I say to Mr. Franks, why not make it the portrait of his own young lady? I'm sure she's good-looking enough for anything, and—" While speaking, the woman had turned to look at a picture on the wall. Words died upon her lips. Consternation appeared in her face. She stood with finger extended. Warburton, glancing where he was accustomed to see the portrait of Rosamond Elvan, also felt a shock, for, instead of the face which should have smiled upon him, he saw an ugly hole in the picture, the canvas having been violently cut or rent with a blow. "Hullo! What the deuce has he been doing?" "Well, I never!" exclaimed the landlady. "It must be himself that's done it. What does that mean now, I wonder?" Warburton was very uneasy. He no longer doubted that Franks had purposely avoided him this afternoon. "I dare say," he added, with a pretence of carelessness, "the portrait had begun to vex him. He has often spoken of it discontentedly, and talked of painting another. It wasn't very good." Accepting, or seeming to accept this explanation, the landlady withdrew, and Will paced thoughtfully about the floor. He was back in Switzerland, in the valley which rises to the glacier of Triant. Before him rambled Ralph Pomfret and his wife. At his side was Rosamond Elvan, who listened with a flattering air of interest to all he said, but herself spoke seldom, and seemed, for the most part, preoccupied with some anxiety. He spoke of Norbert Franks. Miss Elvan replied mechanically, and at once made a remark about the landscape. At the time he had thought little of this. Now it revived in his memory and disturbed him. An hour passed. His patience was nearly at an end. He waited another 10 minutes, then left the room, called to the landlady that he was going, and let himself out. Scarcely had he walked half a dozen yards when he stood face to face with Franks. "Ah, here you are. I waited as long as I could." "I'll walk with you," said the artist, turning on his heels. He had shaken hands, but limply. His look avoided Warburton's. His speech was flat, wearied. "What's wrong, Franks?" "As you've been in the studio, I dare say you know." "I saw something that surprised me." "Did it surprise you?" asked Norbert in a half-sullen undertone. "What do you mean by that?" said Will, with subdued resentment. The rain had ceased. A high wind buffeted them as they went along the almost deserted street. The necessity of clutching at his hat might have explained Norbert's silence for a moment, but he strode on without speaking. "Of course, if you don't care to talk about it," said Will, stopping short. "I've been walking about all day," Franks replied, "and I've got hell inside me. I'd rather not have met you tonight, that's the truth. But I can't let you go without asking a plain question. Did it surprise you to see that portrait smashed?" "Very much. What do you hint at?" "I had a letter this morning from Rosamond saying she couldn't marry me and that all must be over between us." "Does that surprise you?" "Yes, it does. Such a possibility had never entered my mind." Franks checked his step just where the wind roared at an unprotected corner. "I've no choice but to believe you," he said irritably, "and no doubt I'm making a fool of myself. That's why I shot out of your way this afternoon. I wanted to wait till I got calmer. Let's say good night." "You're tired out," said Warburton. "Don't go any farther this way, but let me walk back with you. I won't go in. I can't leave you in this state of mind. Of course I begin to see what you mean, and a wilder idea never got into any man's head. Whatever the explanation of what has happened, I have nothing to do with it. You say so, and I believe you. Which means that you don't. I shan't cut up rough. You're not yourself, and I can make all allowances. Think over what I've said, and come and have another talk. Not tomorrow. I have to go down to St. Neots. But the day after, in the evening." "Very well. Good night." This time they did not shake hands. Franks turned abruptly with a wave of the arm and walked off unsteadily, like a man in liquor. Observing this, Warburton said to himself that not improbably the artist had been trying to drown his misery, which might account for his strange delusion. Yet this explanation did not put Will's mind at ease. Gloomily he made his way homeward through the roaring night. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Will Warburton by George Gissing. Chapter 9. 10 o'clock next morning saw him alighting from the train at St. Knots. A conveyance for which he had telegraphed awaited him at the station. Its driver, a young man of his own age, they had known each other from boyhood, grinned his broadest as he ran towards Will on the platform, and relieved him of his bag. "Well, Sam, how goes it? Everybody flourishing? Drive first to Mr. Turnbull's office." Mr. Turnbull was a grey-headed man of 60, much troubled with lumbago, which made him stoop as he walked. He had a visage of extraordinary solemnity, and seemed to regard everyone, no matter how prosperous or cheerful, with anxious commiseration. At the sight of Will, he endeavoured to smile, and his handshake, though the flabbiest possible, was meant for a cordial response to the young man's heartiness. "I'm on my way to the Hawes, Mr. Turnbull, and wanted to ask if you could come up and see us this evening." "Oh, with pleasure," answered the lawyer, his tone that of one invited to a funeral. "You may count on me." "We're winding up at Sherwood's. I don't mean in bankruptcy. That wouldn't be far off if we kept going." "Ah, I can well understand that," said Mr. Turnbull, with a gleam of satisfaction. Though a thoroughly kind man, it always brightened him to hear of misfortune, especially when he had himself foretold it, and he had always taken the darkest view of Will's prospects in Little Ailey Street. "I have a project I should like to talk over with you." "Ah," said the lawyer anxiously, "as it concerns my mother and Jane." "Ah," with Mr. Turnbull, with profound despondency. "Then we shall expect you. Will it rain, do you think? I fear so. The glass is very low indeed. It wouldn't surprise me if we had rain through the whole month of August. Good heavens, I hope not, replied Will, laughing. He drove out of town again, in a different direction for about a mile. On rising ground, overlooking the green valley of the Ouse, stood a small, plain, solidly built house, sheltered on the cold side by a row of fine hawthorns, nearly as high as the top of its chimneys. In front, bordered along the road by hollies as impenetrable as the stone wall, lay a bright little flower garden. The hawse, originally built for the bailiff of an estate, long since broken up, was nearly a century old. Here Will's father was born, and here, after many wanderings, he had spent the greater part of his married life. Sam, said Will as they drew up to the gate, I don't think I shall pay for this drive. You're much richer than I am. Very good, sir, was the chuckling reply, for Sam knew he always had to expect a joke of this kind from young Mr. Warburton. As you please, sir. You couldn't lend me £0.50, Sam? I dare say I could, sir, if you really wanted it. Do, then. Will pocketed the £0.50, jumped off the trap, and took his bag. After all, Sam, perhaps I'd better pay. Your wife might grumble. Here you are. He handed 2 shillings and sixpence in small change, which Sam took and examined with a grin of puzzlement. Well, what's the matter? Don't you say thank you nowadays? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. It's all right, Mr. Will. I should think it is indeed. Be here tomorrow morning to catch the 6:30 up train, Sam. As Will entered the garden, there came forward a girl of something about 20, rather short, square-shouldered, firmly planted on her feet, but withal brisk of movement. Her face was remarkable for nothing but a grave good humour. She wore a broad-brimmed straw hat, and her gardening gloves showed how she was occupied. Something of shyness appeared in the mutual greeting of brother and sister. Of course, you got my letter this morning, said Will. Yes. Mr. Turnbull is coming up tonight. I'm glad of that, said Jane thoughtfully, rubbing her gloves together to shake off moist earth. Of course, he'll prophesy disaster, and plunge you both into the depths of discouragement, but I don't mind that. I feel so confident myself that I want someone to speak on the other side. He'll have to make inquiries, of course. Where's Mother? The question was answered by Mrs. Warburton herself, who at that moment came forth from the house. A tall, graceful woman, prematurely white-headed and enfeebled by ill health. Between her and Jane there was little resemblance of feature. Will, on the other hand, had inherited her oval face, arched brows, and sensitive mouth. Emotion had touched her cheek with the faintest glow, but ordinarily it was pale as her hand. Nothing, however, of the invalid declared itself in her tone or language. The voice, soft and musical, might have been that of a young woman, and its vivacity was only less than that which marked the speech of her son. "Come and look at the orange lilies," were her first words after the greeting. "They've never been so fine." "But notice Pompey first," said Jane. "He'll be offended in a minute." A St. Bernard, who had already made such advances as his dignity permitted, stood close by Will, with eyes fixed upon him in grave and surprised reproach. The dog's name indicated a historical preference of Jane in her childhood. She had always championed Pompey against Caesar, following therein her brother's guidance. "Hallo, old Magnus," cried the visitor, cordially repairing his omission. "Come along with us and see the lilies." It was only when all the sights of the little garden had been visited, Mrs. Warburton, forgetting her weakness as she drew Will hither and thither, that the business for which they had met came under discussion. Discussion, indeed, it could hardly be called, for the mother and sister were quite content to listen whilst Will talked, and accept his view of things. Small as their income was, they never thought of themselves as poor. With one maidservant and the occasional help of a gardener, they had all the comfort they wished for, and were able to bestow of their superfluity in vegetables and flowers upon less fortunate acquaintances. Until a year or two ago, Mrs. Warburton had led a life of ceaseless activity, indoors and out. Such was the habit of her daughter, who enjoyed vigorous health and cared little for sedentary pursuits and amusements. Their property, land and cottages hard by, had of late given them a good deal of trouble, and the proposal to sell had more than once been considered, but Mr. Turnbull, most cautious of counsellors, urged delay. Now, at length, the hoped-for opportunity of a good investment seemed to have presented itself. Will's sanguine report of what he had learnt from Sherwood was gladly accepted. "It'll be a good thing for you as well," said Jane. "Yes, it comes just in time. Sherwood knew what he was doing. Now and then I've thought he was risking too much, but he's a clear-headed fellow. The way he has kept things going so long in Ailey Street is really remarkable." "I dare say you've had your share in that, Will," said Mrs. Warburton. "A very small one. My work has never been more than routine. I don't pretend to be a man of business. If it had depended on me, the concern would have fallen to pieces years ago, like so many others. House after house has gone down. Our turn must have come very soon. But, as it is, we shall clear out with credit and start afresh gloriously. By the by, don't get any but Applegarth's jams in future." "That depends," said Jane, laughing, "if we like them." In their simple and wholesome way of living, the Warburtons of course dined at midday, and Will, who rarely ate without appetite, surpassed himself as trencherman. Nowhere had food such a savour for him as under this roof. The home-made bread and home-grown vegetables he was never tired of praising. Such fragrant and toothsome loaves, he loudly protested, were to be eaten nowhere else in England. He began to talk of his holiday abroad, when all at once his countenance fell, his lips closed. In the pleasure of being at home, he had forgotten all about Norbert Franks, and very unwelcome were the thoughts which attached themselves to this recollection of his days at Trient. "What's the matter?" asked Jane, noticing his change of look. "Oh, nothing. A stupid affair. I wrote to you about the Pomfrets and their niece. I'm afraid that girl is an idiot. She used the opportunity of her absence, I find, to break with Franks. No excuse whatever. Simply sent him about his business." "Oh!" exclaimed both the ladies, who had been interested in the artist's love story as narrated to them, rather badly, by Will on former occasions. "Of course, I don't know much about it, but it looks bad. Perhaps it's the best thing that could have happened to Franks, for it may mean that he hasn't made money fast enough to please her." "But you gave us quite another idea of Miss Elvin," said his mother. "Yes, I dare say I did. Who knows? I don't pretend to understand such things." A little before sunset came Mr. Turnbull, who took Summer at the Hawes and was fetched away by his coachman at 10 o'clock. With his old friend, who in Will's eyes looked no older now than when he first knew him in early childhood, they talked freely of the Applegarth business, and Mr. Turnbull promised to make inquiries at once. Of course, he took a despondent view of jam. Jam, he inclined to think, was being overdone. After all, the country could consume only a certain quantity of even the most wholesome preserves, and a glut of jam already threatened the market. Applegarth? By the by, did he not remember proceedings in bankruptcy connected with that unusual name? He must look into the matter. And talking about bankruptcy, oh, how bad his lumbago was tonight. Poor Thomas Hart of 3 Ash Farm was going to be sold up. Dear, dear. On every side, look where one would, nothing but decline and calamity. What was England coming to? Day by day he had expected to see the failure of Sherwood Brothers. How had they escaped the common doom of sugar refiners? Free trade, all very fine in theory, but look at its results on corn and sugar. For his own part, he favoured a policy of moderate protection. All this was not more than Will had foreseen. It would be annoying if Mr. Turnbull ultimately took an adverse view of his proposal. In that case, though his mother was quite free to manage her property as she chose, Will felt that he should not venture to urge his scheme against the lawyer's advice, and money must be sought elsewhere. A few days would decide the matter. As he went upstairs to bed, he dismissed worries from his mind. The old quiet, the old comfort of home. Not a sound but that of pattering rain in the still night. As always, the room smelt of lavender, blended with that indescribable fragrance which comes of extreme cleanliness in an old country house. But for changed wallpaper and carpet, everything was as Will remembered it ever since he could remember anything at all. The same simple furniture, the same white curtains, the same pictures, the same little hanging shelf, with books given to him in childhood. He thought of the elder brother who had died at school and lay in the little churchyard far away. His only dark memory, that of the poor boy's death after a very short illness, before that other blow which had made him fatherless. The earlier retrospect was one of happiness unbroken, for all childish sorrows lost themselves in the very present sense of peace and love enveloping those faraway years. His parents' life, as he saw it then, as in reflection he saw it now, remained an ideal. He did not care to hope for himself or to imagine any other form of domestic contentment. As a child, he would have held nothing less conceivable than a moment's discord between father and mother, and manhood's meditation did but confirm him in the same view. The mutual loyalty of kindred hearts and minds, that was the best life had to give, and Will's thoughts turned once more to Norbert Franks. He, poor fellow, doubtless now raging against the faithlessness which had blackened all his sky. In this moment of softened feeling, of lucid calm, Warburton saw Rosamond's behaviour in a new light. Perhaps she was not blameworthy at all, but rather deserving of all praise. For if she had come to know, beyond doubt, that she did not love Norbert Franks as she had ought, then to break the engagement was her simple duty, and the courage with which she had taken this step must be set to her credit. Naturally, it would be some time before Franks himself took that view. A third person, whose vanity was not concerned, might moralise thus. Will checked himself on an unpleasant thought. Was his vanity, in truth, unconcerned in this story? Why, then, had he been conscious of a sub-emotion, quite unavowable, which contradicted his indignant sympathy during that talk last night in the street? If the lover's jealousy were as ridiculous as he pretended, why did he feel what now he could confess to himself as an unworthy titillation when Frank seemed to accuse him of some part in the girl's disloyalty? Vanity, that, sure enough, vanity of a very weak and futile kind. He would stamp the last traces of it out of his being. Happily it was but vanity, and no deeper feeling. Of this he was assured by a reposeful sigh with which he turned his head upon the pillow, drowsing to oblivion. One unbroken sleep brought him to sunrise. A golden glimmer upon the blind in his return to consciousness told him that the rain was over, and tempted him to look forth. What he saw was decisive. With such a sky as that gleaming over the world, who could lie in bed? Will always dressed as if in a fury. Seconds sufficed for details of his toilet, which, had he spent minutes over them, would have fretted his nerves intolerably. His bath was one wild welter, not even the ceiling being safe from splashes. He clad himself in a brief series of plunges. His shaving might have earned the applause of an assembly gathered to behold feats of swift dexterity. Quietly he descended the stairs, and found the house door already open. This might only mean that the servant was already up, but he suspected that the early riser was Jane. So it proved. He walked toward the kitchen garden, and there stood his sister, the sun making her face rosy. "Come and help to pick scarlet runners," was her greeting as he approached. "Aren't they magnificent?" Her eyes sparkled with pleasure as she pointed to the heavy clusters of dark green pods hanging amid leaves and scarlet bloom. "Splendid crop!" exclaimed Will with answering enthusiasm. "Doesn't the scent do one good?" went on his sister. "When I come into the garden on a morning like this, I have a feeling... Oh, I can't describe it to you. Perhaps you wouldn't understand." "I know," said Will, nodding. "It's as if nature were calling out to me, like a friend, to come and admire and enjoy what she has done. I feel grateful for the things that earth offers me." Not often did Jane speak like this. As a rule, she was anything but effusive or poetical. But a peculiar animation shone in her looks this morning, and sounded in her voice. Very soon the reason was manifest. She began to speak of the Abergarth business, and declared her great satisfaction with it. "That'll be an end of Mother's worry," she said, "and I can't tell you how glad I shall be. It seems to me that woman oughtn't to have to think about money, and Mother hates the name of it. She always has done. Oh, what a blessing when it's all off our hands. We shouldn't care, even if the arrangement brought us less." "And it is certain to bring you more," remarked Will. "Perhaps considerably more." "Well, I shan't object to that. There are lots of uses for money, but it doesn't matter." Jane's sincerity was evident. She dismissed the matter, and her basket being full of beans, seized a fork to dig potatoes. "Here, let me do that," cried Will, interposing. "You? Well, then, as a very great favour." "Of course I mean that. It's grand to turn up potatoes. What sort are these?" "Pink-eyed flukes," replied Jane, watching him with keen interest. "We haven't touched them yet." "Mealy, eh?" "Balls of flour." Their voices joined in a cry of exultation as the fork threw out even a finer root than they had expected. When enough had been dug, they strolled about, looking at other vegetables. Jane pointed to some Savoy seedlings, which she was going to plant out today. Then there was a joyous bark, and Pompey came bounding towards them. "That means the milk boy is here," said Jane. "Pompey always goes to meet him in the morning. Come and drink a glass. Warm." End of Chapter 9. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Chapter 10 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 10. Back at Chelsea, Will sent a note to Norbert Franks, a line or two without express reference to what had happened, asking him to come and have a talk. 3 days passed, and there was no reply. Will grew uneasy, for, though the artist's silence perhaps meant only sullenness, danger might lurk in such a man's thwarted passion. On the 4th evening, just as he had made up his mind to walk over to Queen's Road, the familiar knock sounded. Mrs. Hopper had left. Will went to the door and greeted his visitor in the usual way. But Franks entered without speaking. The lamplight showed a pitiful change in him. He was yellow and fishy-eyed, unshaven, disorderly in dress indeed. So well did he look the part of the despairing lover that Warburton suspected a touch of a theatric consciousness. "If you hadn't come tonight," said Will, "I should have looked you up." Franks lay limply in the armchair, staring blankly. "I ought to have gone before," he replied in a low, toneless voice. "That night when I met you, I made a fool of myself. For one thing, I was drunk, and I've been drunk ever since. Ha! That accounts for your dirty collar, remarked Will in his note of dry drollery. Is it dirty? Said the other, passing a finger round his neck. What does it matter? A little dirt more or less in a world so full of it. Warburton could not contain himself. He laughed, and laughed again, and his mirth was contagious. Franks chuckled, unwillingly, dolefully. You are not extravagant in sympathy, said the artist, moving with fretful nervousness. If I were, would it do you any good, old fellow? Look here, are we going to talk of this affair or not? Just as you like. For my part, I'd rather talk about the slummer. I had a good look at it the other day, uncommonly good. The blackguard on the curbstone, you've got him. You think so? Frank said. Frank sat a little straighter, but still with vacant eye. Yes, not bad, I think. But who knows whether I shall finish the thing? If you don't, replied his friend in a matter-of-fact tone, you'll do something better. But I should finish it if I were you. If you had the courage to paint in the right sort of face. The girl, you know. What sort of face, then? Sharp-nosed, thin-lipped, rather anemic, with a universe of self-conceit in her eye. They wouldn't hang it, and nobody would buy it. Besides, Warburton, you're wrong if you think that the slummers are always that sort. Still, I'm not sure I shan't do it out of spite. There's another reason, too. I hate beautiful women. I don't think I shall ever be able to paint another. He sprang up and paced, as of old, about the room. Will purposefully kept silence. I've confessed, Franks began again with effort, that I made a fool of myself the other night. But I wish you'd tell me something about your time at Trion. Didn't you notice anything? Didn't anything make you suspect what she was going to do? I never for a moment foresaw it, replied Will with unemphasized sincerity. Yet she must have made up her mind whilst you were there. Her astounding hypocrisy. I had a letter a few days before, the same as usual, quite the same. Absolutely. Well, there was no difference that struck me. Then all at once she declares that for months she had felt her position false and painful. What a monstrous thing! Why did she go on pretending, playing a farce? I could have sworn that no girl lived who was more thoroughly honest in word and deed and thought. It's awful to know how one can be deceived. I understand now the novels about unfaithful wives and all that kind of thing. I always said to myself, pooh, as if a fellow wouldn't know if his wife were deceiving him. By Jove, this has made me afraid of the thought of marriage. I shall never again trust a woman. Warburton sat in meditation, only half smiling. Of course she's ashamed to face me. For fear I should run after her, she wrote that they were just leaving Trion for another place, not mentioned. If I wrote, I was to address to Bath, and the letter would be forwarded. I wrote, of course, a fool's letter. I only wish I'd never sent it. Sometimes I think I'll never try to see her again. Sometimes I think I'll make her see me, and tell her the truth about herself. The only thing is, I'm half afraid I've gone through torture enough. I don't want to begin again. Yet if I saw her... He took another turn across the room, then checked himself before Warburton. Tell me honestly, what do you think about it? I want advice. What's your opinion of her? I have no opinion at all. I don't pretend to know her well enough. Well, but, persisted Franks, your impression, your feeling, how does the thing strike you? Why, disagreeably enough, that's a matter of course. You don't excuse her? Asked Norbert, his eyes fixed on the other. I can imagine excuses. What? What excuse can there be for deliberate hypocrisy, treachery? If it was deliberate, replied Warburton, there's nothing to be said. In your position, since you ask advice, I should try to think that it wasn't, but that the girl had simply changed her mind, and went on, struggling with herself till she could stand it no longer. I've no taste for melodrama. Quiet comedy is much more in my line. Comedy ending with mutual tolerance and forgiveness. To be sure, if you feel you can't live without her, if you're determined to fight for her, fight with whom? Cried Franks. With her. Then read Browning and blaze away. It may be the best, who can tell? Only, on this point I am clear. No self-deception. Don't go in for heroics just because they seem fine. Settle with yourself whether she is indispensable to you or not. Indispensable? Why, no woman is that to any man. Sooner or later, it's a matter of indifference. And if you feel, talking plainly with yourself, that the worst is already over, that it doesn't after all matter as much as you thought, why, get back to your painting. If you can paint only ugly women, so much the better, I've no doubt. Frank stood reflecting. Then he nodded. All that is sensible enough. But if I give her up, I shall marry someone else straight away." Then he abruptly said good night, leaving Warburton not unhopeful about him, and much consoled by the disappearance of the shadow which had threatened their good understanding. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Chapter 11 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 11. The Crosses, mother and daughter, lived at Walham Green. The house was less pleasant than another which Mrs. Cross owned at Putney, but it also represented a lower rental, and poverty obliged them to take this into account. When the second house stood tenantless, as had now been the case for half a year, Mrs. Cross's habitually querulous comment on life rose to a note of acrimony very afflictive to her daughter Bertha. The two bore as little resemblance to each other, physical or mental, as mother and child well could. Bertha Cross was a sensible, thoughtful girl, full of kindly feeling, and blessed with a humorous turn that enabled her to see the amusing rather than the carking side of her pinched life. These virtues she had from her father. Poor Cross, who supplemented a small income from office routine by occasional comic journalism, and even wrote a farce, which brought money to a theatrical manager, made on his deathbed a characteristic joke. He had just signed his will, and was left alone with his wife. "I am sure I have always wished to make your life happy," piped the afflicted woman. "And I yours," he faintly answered, adding with a sad, kind smile as he pointed to the testamentary document, "Take the will for the deed." The two sons had emigrated to British Columbia, and Bertha would not have been sorry to join her brothers there, for domestic labour on a farm, in peace and health, seemed to her considerably better than the quasi-genteel life she painfully supported. She had never dreamt of being an artist, but, showing some facility with the pencil, was sent by her father to South Kensington, where she met and made friends with Rosamond Elvin. Her necessity and her application being greater than Rosamond's, Bertha before long succeeded in earning a little money. Without this help, life at home would scarcely have been possible for her. They might, to be sure, have taken a lodger, having spare rooms, but Mrs. Cross could only face that possibility if the person received into the house were respectable enough to be called a paying guest, and no such person offered. So they lived, as no end of respectable families do, a life of penury and seclusion, sometimes going without a meal that they might have decent clothing to wear abroad, never able to buy a book, to hear a concert, and only by painful sacrifice able to entertain a friend. When, on a certain occasion, Miss Elvin passed a week at their house, Mrs. Cross approved of this friendship, and hoped it might be a means of discovering the paying guest. It meant for them a near approach to salvation during the month that ensued. Time would have weighed heavily on Mrs. Cross, but for her one recreation, which was perennial, ever fresh, constantly full of surprises and excitement. Poor as she was, she contrived to hire a domestic servant. To say that she kept one would come near to a verbal impropriety, seeing that no servant ever remained in the house for more than a few months, whilst it occasionally happened that the space of half a year would see a succession of some half-dozen generals. Underpaid and underfed, these persons, they varied in age from 14 to 40, were of course incompetent, careless, rebellious, and Mrs. Cross found the sole genuine pleasure of her life in the war she waged with them. Having no reasonable way of spending her hours, she was thus supplied with occupation. Being of acrid temper, she was thus supplied with a subject upon whom she could fearlessly exercise it. Being remarkably mean of disposition, she saw in the paring down of her servants' rations to a working minimum at once profit and sport. Lastly, being fond of the most trivial gossip, she had a never-failing topic of discussion with such ladies as could endure her society. Bertha, having been accustomed to this domestic turbulence all her life long, for the most part paid no heed to it. She knew that if the management of the house were in her hands instead of her mother's, things would go much more smoothly. But the mere suggestion of such a change, ventured once in a moment of acute crisis, had so amazed and exasperated Mrs. Cross that Bertha never again looked in that direction. Yet, from time to time, a revolt of common sense forced her to speak, and as the only possible way, if quarrel were to be avoided, she began her remonstrance on a humorous note. Then, when her mother had been wearying her for half an hour with complaints and lamentations over the misdoings of one Emma, Bertha, as the alternative to throwing up her hands and rushing out of the house, began laughing to herself, whereat Mrs. Cross indignantly begged to be informed what there was so very amusing in a state of affairs which would assuredly bring her to her grave. "If only you could see the comical side of it, Mother," replied Bertha. "It really has one, you know. Emma, if you would only be patient with her, is a well-meaning creature, and she says the funniest things. I asked her this morning if she didn't think she could find some way of remembering to put salt on the table, and she looked at me very solemnly and said, 'Indeed I will, miss. I'll put it into my prayers just after our daily bread.'" Mrs. Cross saw nothing in this but profanity. She turned the attack on Bertha, who, by her soft way of speaking, simply encouraged the servants, she declared, in negligence and insolence. "Look at it in this way, Mother," replied the girl as soon as she was suffered to speak. "To be badly served is bad enough in itself. Why make it worse by ceaseless talking about it, so leaving ourselves not a moment of peace and quiet? I'm sure I'd rather put the salt on the table myself at every meal and think no more about it than worry over the missing salt cellars from one meal to the next. Don't you feel, dear Mother, that it's a shocking waste of life?" "What nonsense you talk, child! Are we to live in dirt and disorder? Am I never to correct a servant or teach her duties? But of course everything I do is wrong. Of course you could do everything so very much better. That's what children are nowadays." Whilst Mrs. Cryce piped on, Bertha regarded her with eyes of humorous sadness. The girl often felt it a dreary thing not to be able to respect, nay, not to be able to feel much love for, her mother. At such times her thoughts turned to the other parent, with whom, had he and she been left alone, she could have lived so happily, in so much mutual intelligence and affection. She sighed and moved away. The unlet house was a very serious matter, and when one day Norbert Franks came to talk about it, saying that he might want a house very soon, and thought this of Mrs. Cross's might suit him, Bertha rejoiced no less than her mother. In consequence of the artist's announcement, she wrote to her friend Rosamond, saying how glad she was to hear that her marriage approached. The reply to this letter surprised her. Rosamond had been remiss in correspondence for the last few months, her few and brief letters, though they were as affectionate as ever, making no mention of what had formerly been an inexhaustible topic, the genius, goodness, and brilliant hopes of Franks. Now she wrote as if in utter despondency, a letter so confused in style and vague in expression that Bertha could gather from it little or nothing, except a grave doubt whether Franks's marriage was as near as he supposed. A week or two passed, and Rosamond again wrote, from Switzerland. Again the letter was an unintelligible maze of dreary words, and a mere moaning and sighing which puzzled Bertha as much as it distressed her. Rosamond's epistolary style, when she wrote to this bosom friend, was always pitched in a key of lyrical emotion, which now and then would have been trying to Bertha's sense of humour, but for the sincerity manifest in every word. Hitherto, however, she had expressed herself with perfect lucidity, and this sudden change seemed ominous of alarming things. Just when Bertha was anxiously worrying what could have happened, of course inclined to attribute blame, if blame there were, to the artist rather than his betrothed, a stranger came to inquire about the house to let. It was necessary to ascertain at once whether Mr. Franks intended to become their tenant or not. Mrs. Cross wrote to him, and received the briefest possible reply, to the effect that his plans were changed. "How vexatious!" exclaimed Mrs. Cross. "I had very much rather we had let to people we know. I suppose he's seen a house that suits him better." "I think there's another reason," said Bertha, after gazing for a minute or two at the scribbled, careless note. "The marriage is put off." "And you knew that?" cried her mother, "all the time and never told me? And I might have missed 20 chances of letting. Really, Bertha, I never did see anything like you. There's that house standing empty month after month, and we hardly know where to turn for money, and you knew Mr. Franks wouldn't take it, and yet you say not a word. How can you behave in such an extraordinary way? I think you really find displeasure in worrying me. Anyone would fancy you wished to see me in my grave. To think that you knew all this time." End of Chapter 11. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Chapter 12 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 12. There passed a fortnight. Bertha heard nothing more of Miss Elphin till a letter arrived one morning in an envelope, showing on the back an address at Teddington. Rosamond wrote that she had just returned from Switzerland, and was staying for a few days with friends. Would it be possible for Bertha to come to Teddington the same afternoon for an hour or two's talk? The writer had so much to say that could not be conveyed in a letter, and longed above all things to see Bertha. the only being in whom, at a very grave juncture in her life, she could absolutely confide. "We shall be quite alone. Mr. and Mrs. Capron are going to town immediately after lunch. This is a lovely place, and we shall have it to ourselves all the afternoon, so don't be frightened. I know you hate strangers, but come, come, come." Bertha took the train early in the afternoon. By an avenue of elms she passed into a large and beautiful garden, and so came to the imposing front door. Led into the drawing-room, she had time to take breath and to gaze at splendours such as she had never seen before. Then, with soundless footfall, entered a slim, prettily dressed girl, who ran towards her and caught her hands and kissed her with graceful tenderness. "My dear, dear old Bertha, what a happiness to see you again! How good of you to come! Isn't it a lovely place, and the nicest people? You've heard me speak of Miss Anderton of Bath. Well, she is Mrs. Capron, married half a year ago, and they're just going to Egypt for a year, and what do you think? I'm going with them." Rosamond's voice sunk and faltered. She stood holding Bertha's hands and gazing into her face with eyes which grew large as if in distressful appeal. "To Egypt?" "Yes, it was decided whilst I was in Switzerland. Mrs. Capron wants a friend to be with her, one who can help her in watercolours. She thought, of course, that I couldn't go, wrote to me just wishing it were possible, and I courted the chance. Oh, courted it." "That's what I don't understand," said Bertha. "I want to explain it all. Come into this cosy corner. Nobody will disturb us, except when they bring tea. Do you know that picture of Leda's? Isn't it exquisite? Are you tired, Bertha? You look so, a little. I am afraid you walked from the station, and such a hot day. But oh, the loveliness of the trees about here. Do you remember our first walk together? You were shy, stiff, didn't feel quite sure whether you liked me or not, and I thought you just a little critical. But when we got back again, I think we had begun to understand each other, and I wonder whether you'll understand me now. It would be dreadful if I felt you disapproved of me. Of course, if you do, I'd much rather you said so. You will, won't you?" She again fixed her eyes upon Bertha with a wide, appealing look. "Whether I say or not," replied the other, "you'll see what I think. I never could help that." "Well, that's what I love in you, and that's what I've been thinking of all these weeks of misery, your perfect sincerity. I've asked myself whether it be possible for you to find yourself in such a position as mine, and how you would act, how you would speak. You're my ideal of truth and rightness, Bertha. I've often told you that." Bertha moved uncomfortably, her eyes averted. "Suppose you just tell me what has happened," she added quietly. "Yes, I will. I hope you haven't been thinking it was some fault of his." "I couldn't help thinking that." "Oh, put that out of your mind at once. The fault is altogether mine. He has done nothing whatever. He is good and true and all that a man should be. It's I who am behaving badly, so badly that I feel hot with shame now that I come to tell you. I have broken it off. I've said I couldn't marry him." Their eyes met for an instant. Bertha looked rather grave, but with her wonted kindliness of expression. Rosamond's brows were wrinkled in distress, and her lips trembled. "I've seen it coming since last Christmas," she continued in a hurried, tremulous undertone. "You know he came down to Bath. That was our last meeting, and I felt that something was wrong. So hard to know oneself. I wanted to talk to you about it, but then I said to myself, what can Bertha do but tell me to know my own mind? And that's just what I couldn't come to understand my own feelings. I was changing, I knew that. I dreaded to look into my own thoughts from day to day. Above all, I dreaded to sit down and write to him. Oh, the hateful falsity of those letters! Yet what could I do? What could I do? I had no right to give such a blow, unless I felt that anything else was utterly, utterly impossible. And at last you did feel it. In Switzerland, yes. It came like a flash of lightning. I was walking up that splendid valley. You remember my description, up toward the glacier. That morning I had had a letter, naming the very day of our marriage, and speaking of the house, your house at Putney, he meant to take. I had said to myself, it must be. I can do nothing. I haven't the courage. Then, as I was walking, a sort of horror fell upon me and made me tremble, and when it passed, I saw that, so far from not having the courage to break, I should never dare to go through with it, and I went back to the hotel and sat down and wrote without another moment's thought or hesitation. What else could you have done, said Bertha with a sigh of relief, when it comes to horror and tremblings? There was a light in her eye which seemed the precursor of a smile, but her voice was not unsympathetic, and Rosamond knew that one of Bertha Cross's smiles was worth more in the way of friendship than another's tragic emotion. Have patience with me, she continued, whilst I try to explain it. The worst of my position is that so many people will know what I have done, and so few of them, hardly anyone, will understand why. One can't talk to people about such things. Even Winnie and Father, I'm sure they don't really understand, though I'm afraid they're both rather glad. What a wretched thing it is to be misjudged. I feel sure, Bertha, that it's just this kind of thing that makes a woman sit down and write a novel, where she can speak freely in disguise and do herself justice. Don't you think? I shouldn't wonder, replied the listener thoughtfully. But does it really matter, if you know you're only doing what you must do? But that's only how it seems to me. Another in my place would very likely see the must on the other side. Of course, it's a terribly complicated thing, a situation like this. I haven't the slightest idea how one ought to be guided. One could argue and reason all day long about it, as I have done with myself for weeks past. Try just to tell me the reason which seems to you the strongest, said Bertha. Well, that's very simple. I thought I loved him, and I find I don't. Exactly, but I hardly see how the change came about. I will try to tell you, replied Rosamond. It was that picture, Sanctuary, that began it. When I first saw it, it gave me a shock. You know how I have always thought of him. An artist living for his own idea of art, painting just as he liked, what pleased him, without caring for public taste. I got enthusiastic, and when I saw that he seemed to care for my opinion and my praise, of course all the rest followed. He told me about his life as an art student, Paris, Rome, all that, and it was my ideal of romance. He was very poor, sometimes so poor that he hardly had enough to eat, and this made me proud of him, for I felt sure he could have got money if he would have condescended to do inferior work. Of course, as I too was poor, we could not think of marrying before his position improved. At last he painted Sanctuary. He told me nothing about it. I came and saw it on the easel, nearly finished, and this is the most shocking thing. I pretended to admire it. I was astonished, pained, yet I had the worldliness to smile and praise. There's the fault of my character. At that moment, truth and courage were wanted, and I had neither. The dreadful thing is to think that he degraded himself on my account. If I had said at once what I thought, he would have confessed, would have told me that impatience had made him untrue to himself. And from that day, oh, this is the worst of all, Bertha, he has adapted himself to what he thinks my lower mind and lower aims. He has consciously debased himself out of thought for me. Horrible! Of course he believes in his heart that I was a hypocrite before. The astonishing thing is that this didn't cause him to turn cold to me. He must have felt that, but somehow he overcame it. All the worse. The very fact he still cared for me shows how bad my influence has been. I feel that I have wrecked his life, Bertha, and yet I cannot give him my own to make some poor sort of amends. Bertha was listening with a face that changed from puzzled interest to wondering confusion. Good gracious, she exclaimed when the speaker ceased. Is it possible to get into such entanglements of reasoning about what one thinks and feels? It's beyond me. Oh, they're bringing the tea. Perhaps a cup of tea will clear my wits. Rosamond at once began to speak of the landscape by Leda, which hung near them, and continued to do so even after the servant had withdrawn. Her companion was silent, smiling now and then in an absent way. They sipped tea. The tea is doing me so much good, Bertha said. I begin to feel equal to the most complicated reflections. And so you really think that Mr. Franks is on the way to perdition, and that you are the cause of it? Rosamond did not reply. She half averted her look. Her brows were knit in an expression of trouble. She bit her lower lip. A moment passed, and "Suppose we go into the garden," said she, rising. "Don't you feel it a little close here?" They strolled about the paths. Her companion, seeming to have dismissed from mind their subject of conversation, began to talk of Egypt and the delight she promised herself there. Presently, Bertha reverted to the unfinished story. "Oh, it doesn't interest you." "Doesn't it, indeed? Please go on. You had just explained all about Sanctuary, which isn't really a bad picture at all." "Oh, Bertha!" cried the other in pained protest. "That's your good nature. You never can speak severely of anybody's work. The picture is shameful, shameful, and its successor, I am too sure, will be worse still from what I have heard of it. Oh, I can't bear to think what it means. Now that it's too late, I see what I ought to have done. In spite of everything and everybody, I ought to have married him in the first year, when I had courage and hope enough to face any hardships. We spoke of it, but he was too generous. What a splendid thing to have starved with him, to have worked for him whilst he was working for art and fame, to have gone through all that together and have come out triumphant. That was a life worth living. But to begin marriage at one's ease on the profits of pictures such as Sanctuary, oh, the shame of it! Do you think I could face the friends who would come to see me?" How many friends, asked Bertha, would be aware of your infamy? I credit myself with a little imagination, but I should never have suspected the black baseness which had poisoned your soul. Again Rosamond bit her lip and kept a short distance. It only shows, she said with some abruptness, that I shall do better not to speak of it at all and let people think what they like of me, if even you can't understand. Bertha stood still and spoke in a changed voice. I understand very well, or think I do. I'm perfectly sure that you could never have broken your engagement unless for the gravest reason, and for me it is quite enough to know that. Many a girl ought to do this, who never has the courage. Try not to worry about explanations. The thing is done and there's an end of it. I'm very glad indeed you're going quite away. It's the best thing possible. When do you start? She added. In 3 days. Listen, Bertha, I have something very serious to ask of you. It is possible, isn't it, that he may come to see you some day. If he does, or if by chance you see him alone and he speaks of me, I want you to make him think, you easily can, that what has happened is all for his good. Remind him how often artists have been spoiled by marriage, and hint, you surely could, that I am rather too fond of luxury, and that kind of thing. Bertha wore an odd smile. Trust me, she replied, I will blacken you most effectually. You promise? Oh, but at the same time, you will urge him to be true to himself, to endure poverty. I don't know about that. Why shouldn't poor Mr. Franks have enough to eat if he can get it? Well, but you promised to keep him in the other way. You needn't say very bad things. Just a smile, a hint. I quite understand, said Bertha, nodding. End of Chapter 12. Recorded by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Chapter 13 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 13. Warburton had never seen Godfrey Sherwood so restless and excitable as during these weeks when the business in Little Eiley Street was being brought to an end, and the details of the transfer to Bristol were being settled. Had it not been inconsistent with all the hopeful facts of the situation, as well as with the man's temper, one would have thought that Godfrey suffered from extreme nervousness, that he lived under some oppressive anxiety, which it was his constant endeavour to combat with resolute high spirits. It seemed an odd thing that a man who had gone through the very real cares and perils of the last few years without a sign of perturbation, nay, with the cheeriest equanimity, should let himself be thrown into disorder by the mere change to a more promising state of things. Now and then Warburton asked himself whether his partner could be concealing some troublesome fact with regard to Abergarth's concern, but he dismissed the idea as too improbable. Sherwood was far too good a fellow, far too conscientious a man of business to involve his friends in obvious risk, especially since it had been decided that Mrs. Warburton's money should go into the affair. The inquiries made by Mr. Turnbull had results so satisfactory that even the resolute pessimist could not but grudgingly admit his inability to discover storm signals. Though a sense of responsibility made a new element in his life which would not let him sleep quite so soundly as hitherto, Will persuaded himself that he had but to get to work and all would be right. The impression made upon him by Abergarth himself was very favourable. The fact that the jam manufacturer was a university man, an astronomer and a musician, had touched Warburton's weak point, and he went down to Bristol the first time with an undeniable prejudice at the back of his mind. But this did not survive a day or two's intercourse. Abergarth recommended himself by an easy and humorous geniality of bearing which Warburton would have been the last man to resist. He talked of his affairs with the utmost frankness. "The astonishing thing to me is," he said, "that I've made this business pay. I went into it on abstract principle. I knew nothing of business. At school, I rather think, I learned something about single and double entry, but I had forgotten it all, just as I find myself forgetting how to multiply and divide now that I am accustomed to the higher mathematics. However, I had to earn a little money somehow, and I thought I'd try jam, and it went by itself. I really don't understand it. Mere good luck, I suppose. I hear of fellows who have tried business and come shocking croppers. Perhaps they were classical men. Nothing so hopeless as your classic. I beg your pardon. Before saying that, I ought to have found out whether either of you is a classic." And the listeners both shook their heads and laughed. "So much the better. An astronomer, it is plain, may manufacture jam. A fellow brought up on Greek and Latin verses couldn't possibly." They were together at Bristol for a week. Then Sherwood received a telegram and told Warburton that he must return to London immediately. "Something that bothers you?" said Will, noting a peculiar tremor in his friend's countenance. No, a private affair. Nothing to do with us. You stay on till Saturday? I might be back in 24 hours. Good, yes. I want to have some more talk with Applegarth about that advertising proposal. I don't like to start with quite such a heavy outlay. Nor I either, replied Godfrey, his eyes wandering. He paused, bit the end of his moustache, and added, By the by, the St. Knots money will be paid on Saturday, you said. I believe so, or early next week. That's right. I want to get done. Queer how these details fidget me. Nerves. I ought to have had a holiday this summer. You were wiser. The next day Warburton went out with Applegarth to his house some 10 miles south of Bristol, and dined there, and stayed overnight. It was not yet settled where he and Sherwood should have their permanent abode. There was a suggestion that they should share a house which was not let far from Applegarth's, but Will felt uneasy at the thought of a joint tenancy, doubting whether he could live in comfort with any man. He was vexed at having to leave his flat in Chelsea, which so thoroughly suited his habits and his tastes. Warburton and his host talked much of Sherwood. When I first met him, said the jam manufacturer, he struck me as the queerest man of business, except myself, that I had ever seen. He talked about Norse sagas, witchcraft, and so on, and when he began about business I felt uneasy. Of course, I know him better now. There are not many steadier and shrewder men than Sherwood, remarked Will. I feel sure of it, replied the other, and he added, as if to fortify himself in the opinion, Yes, I feel sure of it. In spite of all his energy, never rash. No, I can see that. Yet, added Applegarth, again as if for self-confirmation, he has energy of an uncommon kind. That will soon show itself, replied Warburton, smiling. He's surveying the field like a general before battle. Yes, no end of bright ideas, some of them perhaps not immediately practicable. Oh, Sherwood looks far ahead. Applegarth nodded, and for a minute or two each was occupied with his own reflections. End of Chapter 13. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Chapter 14 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 14. Godfrey having telegraphed that he must remain in town, Warburton soon joined him. His partner was more cheerful and sanguine than ever. He had cleared off numberless odds and ends of business. There remained little to be done before the day, a week hence, appointed for the signature of the new deed, for which purpose Applegarth would come to London. Mr. Turnbull, acting with his wonted caution, had at length concluded the sale of Mrs. Warburton's property, and on the day after his return, Will received from St. Knots a letter containing a cheque for £4,000. All his own available capital was already in the hands of Sherwood, a sum not much greater in amount than that invested by his mother and sister. Sherwood, for his part, put in 16,000, with regrets that it was all he had at command just now. Before long, he might see his way greatly to increase their capital, but they had enough for moderate enterprise in the meanwhile. Not half an hour after the post which brought in the cheque, Warburton was surprised by a visit from his friend. I thought you shouldn't have left home yet, said Godfrey with a nervous laugh. I had a letter from Applegarth last night, which I wanted you to see at once. He handed it, and Will, glancing over the sheet, found only an unimportant discussion of a small detail. Well, that's all right, he said, but I don't see that it need have brought you from Wimbledon to Chelsea before 9 o'clock in the morning. Aren't you getting a little overstrung, old man? Godfrey looked it. His face was noticeably thinner than a month ago, and his eyes had a troubled fixity such as comes of intense preoccupation. Dare say I am, he admitted with a share of careless good humour. Can't get much sleep lately. But why? What the deuce is there to fuss about? Sit down and smoke a cigar. I suppose you've had breakfast? No. Yes, of course, long ago. Will did not believe the corrected statement. He gazed at his friend curiously and with some anxiety. It's an unaccountable thing that you should fret your gizzard out about this new affair, which seems all so smooth, when you took the Ailey Street worries without turning a hair. Stupid, nerves out of order, muttered Godfrey as he crossed, uncrossed, recrossed his legs and bit at a cigar as if he meant to breakfast on it. I must get away for a week or two as soon as we've signed. Yes, but look here. Warburton stood before him, hands on hips, regarding him gravely and speaking with decision. I don't quite understand you. You're not like yourself. Is there anything you're keeping from me? Nothing. Nothing whatever, I assure you, Warburton. But Will was only half satisfied. You have no doubts of Applegarth? Doubts? Cried the other. Not a shadow of doubt of any sort, I declare and protest. No, it's entirely my own idiotic excitability. I can't account for it. Just don't notice it, there's a good fellow. There was a pause. Will glanced again at Applegarth's note, whilst Sherwood went, as usual, to stand before the bookcase and run his eye along the shelves. "Anything new in my way?" he asked. "I want a good, long, quiet read. Palgrave's Arabia, where did you pick up that? One of the most glorious books I know. That and Layard's Early Travels sent me to heaven for a month once upon a time. You don't know Layard? I must give it to you. The essence of romance, as good in its way as the Arabian Nights." Thus he talked for a quarter of an hour, and it seemed to relieve him. Returning to matters of the day, he asked half abruptly, "Have you the St. Knots cheque yet?" "Came this morning." "Payable to Sherwood Brothers, I suppose," said Godfrey. "Right. It's most convenient so." Will handed him the cheque, and he gazed at it as if with peculiar satisfaction. He sat smiling, cheque in one hand, cigar in the other, until Warburton asked what he was thinking over. Nothing. Well, I suppose I'd better take it with me. I'm on my way to the bank." As Will watched the little slip of paper disappear into his friend's pocketbook, he had an unaccountable feeling of disquiet. Nothing could be more unworthy than distrust of Godfrey Sherwood, nothing less consonant with all his experience of the man. And had the money been his, he would have handed it over as confidently as when, in fact, dealing with his own capital the other day. But the sense of responsibility to others was a new thing to which he could not yet accustom himself. It occurred to him for the first time that there was no necessity for accumulating these funds in the hands of Sherwood. He might just as well have retained his own money and this cheque until the day of the signing of the new deed. To be sure, he had only to reflect a moment to see the foolishness of his misgiving. Yet, had he thought of it before? He, too, was perhaps a little overstrung in his nerves. Not for the first time, he mentally threw a malediction at business and all its sordid appurtenances. A change came over Sherwood. His smile grew more natural. His eye lost its fixity. He puffed at his cigar with enjoyment. "What news of Frank's?" were his next words. "Nothing very good," answered Will, frowning. "He seems to be still playing the fool. I've seen him only once in the last fortnight, and then it was evident he'd been drinking. I couldn't help saying a plain word or two, and he turned sullen. I called at his place last night, but he wasn't there. His landlady tells me he had been out of town several times lately, and he's done no work." "Has the girl gone?" "A week ago. I have a letter from Rolf Pomfret. The good old chap worries about this affair, and so does Mrs. Pomfret. He doesn't say it plainly, but I suspect Franks has been behaving theatrically down at Ashstead. It's possible he went down there in the same state in which I saw him last. Pomfret would have done well to punch his hair, but I've no doubt they've stroked and patted and poor-fellowed him. The very worst thing for Franks." "Or for any man," remarked Sherwood. "Worse for him than for most. I wish I had more of the gift of brutality. I see a way in which I might do him good, but it goes against the grain with me." "That I can believe," said Godfrey, with his pleasantest look and nod. "I was afraid he might somehow scrape together money enough to pursue her to Egypt. Perhaps he's trying for that. The Pomfrets want me to go down to Ashstead and have a talk with them about him. Whether he managed to see the girl before she left England, I don't know." "After all, he has been badly treated," said Sherwood sympathetically. "Well, yes, he has. But a fellow must have common sense, most of all with regard to women. I'm rather afraid Franks might think it a fine thing to go to the devil because he's been jilted. It isn't fashionable nowadays. There might seem to be some sort of originality about it." They talked for a few minutes of business matters, and Sherwood briskly went his way. 4 days passed. Warburton paid a visit to the Pomfrets, and had from them a confirmation of all he suspected regarding Norbert Franks. The artist's behaviour at Ashstead had been very theatrical indeed. He talked much of suicide, preferably by the way of drink, and, when dissuaded from this, with a burst of tears, veritable tears, begged Rolf Pomfret to lend him money enough to go to Cairo, on which point also he met with kindliest opposition. Thereupon he had raged for half an hour against some treacherous friend unnamed. Who this could be, the Pomfrets had no idea. Warburton, though he affected equal ignorance, could not doubt but that it was himself, and he grew inwardly angry. Franks had been to Bath, and had obtained a private interview with Winifred Elvin, in which, Winifred wrote to her aunt, he had demeaned himself very humbly and pathetically, first of all imploring the sister's help with Rosamond, and, when she declared she could do nothing, entreating to be told whether or not he was ousted by a rival. Rather impatient with the artist's follies than troubled with his sufferings, Will came home again. He wrote a brief, not unfriendly letter to Franks, urging him to return to his better mind, the half-disdainful, half-philosophical resignation which he seemed to have attained a month ago. The answer to this was a couple of lines. "Thanks. Your advice, no doubt, is well meant, but I had rather not have it just now. Don't let us meet for present." Will shrugged his shoulders and tried to forget all about the affair. He did not see Sherwood, but had a note from him written in high spirits. Applegarth would be in town 2 days hence, and all three were to dine at his hotel. Having no occupation, Warburton spent most of his time in walking about London, but these rambles did not give him the wonted pleasure, and though at night he was very tired, he did not sleep well. An inexplicable nervousness interfered with all his habits of mind and body. He was on the point of running down to St. Knott's to get through the last day of intolerable idleness, when the Morning Post again brought a letter from Sherwood. "Confound the fellow," he muttered as he tore open the envelope. "What else can he have to say? No infernal postponement, I hope." He read the first line and drew himself up like a man pierced with pain. "My dear Warburton," thus wrote his partner in a hand less legible than of wont, "I have such bad news for you that I hardly know how to tell it. If I dared, I would come to you at once, but I simply have not the courage to face you until you know the worst, and have time to get accustomed to it. It is 7 o'clock. An hour ago I learned that all our money is lost. All yours, all that from St. Knott's, all mine, every penny I have. I have been guilty of unpardonable folly. How explain my behaviour? The truth is, after the settlement in Little Isley Street, I found myself much worse off than I had expected. I went into the money market and made a successful deal. Counting on being able to repeat this, I guaranteed the 16,000 for Bristol, but the second time I lost. So it has gone on. All these last weeks I have been speculating, winning and losing. Last Tuesday, when I came to see you, I had about 12,000 and hoped somehow to make up the deficiency. As the devil would have it, that same morning I met a city acquaintance who spoke of a great coup to be made by anyone who had some 15,000 at command. It meant an immediate profit of 25%. Like a fool, I was persuaded. As you will see when I go into details, the thing looked horribly tempting. I put it all, every penny that lay at our bank, in the name of the Sherwood brothers, and now I learn that the house I trusted has smashed. It's in the papers this evening. Biggles, Thorpe and Biggles. You'll see it. I dare not ask you to forgive me. Of course, I shall at once take steps to raise the money owing to you, and hope to be able to do that soon. But it's all over with the Bristol affair. I shall come to see you at 12 tomorrow. Yours, G.F. Sherwood. End of Chapter 14. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Chapter 15 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 15. After all, there's something in presentiment. This was the first thought that took shape in Will's whirling mind. The second was that he might rationally have foreseen disaster. All the points of strangeness which had struck him in Sherwood's behaviour came back now with such glaring significance that he accused himself of inconceivable limpness in having allowed things to go their way, above all in trusting Godfrey with the St. Knott's cheque. On this moment of painful lucidity followed blind rage. Why, what a grovelling imbecile was this fellow, to plunge into wild speculation on the word of some city shark with money not his own. But could one credit the story? Was it not more likely that Sherwood had got involved in some cunning thievery which he durst not avow? Perhaps he was a mere liar and hypocrite. That story of the £10,000 he had lent to somebody, how improbable it sounded. Why might he not have invented it? To strengthen confidence at a critical moment. The incredible baseness of the man. He, who knew well all that depended upon the safe investment of the St. Knott's money, to risk it in this furiously reckless way. In all the records of city scoundrelism, was there a blacker case? Raging thus, Warburton became aware that Mrs. Hopper spoke to him. She had just laid breakfast, and, as usual, when she wished to begin a conversation, had drawn back to the door, where she paused. "That Boxon, the grocer, has had a bad accident, sir." "Boxon? Grocer?" "In the Fulham Road, sir. Him as Auction was with." "Ah." Heedless of her master's gloomy abstraction, Mrs. Hopper continued. She related that Boxon had been at certain races where he had lost money and got drunk. Driving away in a trap, he had run into something and been thrown out, with serious injuries, which might prove fatal. "So much the worse for him," muttered Warburton. "I've no pity to spare for fools and blackguards." "I should think not, indeed, sir. I just mentioned it, sir, because Auction was telling us about it last night. He and his wife looked in to see my sister, Liza, and they both said they never see such a change in anybody. And they said how grateful we ought to be to you, sir, and that I'm sure we are, for Liza'd never been able to go away without your kindness." Listening as if this talk sounded from a vague distance, Warburton was suddenly reminded of what had befallen himself, for, as yet, he had thought only of his mother and sister. He was ruined. Some £2,000 or £3,000, his private bank account, represented all he had in the world, and all prospect of making money had been taken away from him. Henceforth, small must be his charities. If he gained his own living, he must count himself lucky. Nothing more difficult than for a man of his age and position, unexpectedly cut adrift, to find work and payment. By good fortune, his lease of this flat came to an end at Michaelmas, and already he had given notice that he did not mean to renew. Mrs. Hopper knew that he was on the point of leaving London, and not a little lamented it, for to her the loss would be serious indeed. Warburton's habitual generosity led her to hope for some signal benefaction ere his departure. Perhaps on that account she was specially emphatic in gratitude for her sister's restoration to health. "We was wondering, sir," she added, now having wedged herself between door and jamb, "whether you'd be so kind as to let my sister Liza see you for just a minute or two, to thank you herself, as I'm sure she ought. She could come any time, as wouldn't be ill-convenient to you." "I'm extremely busy, Mrs. Hopper," Will replied. "Please tell your sister I'm delighted to hear she's done so well at Southend, and I hope to see her some day, but not just now. By the by, I'm not going out this morning, so don't wait when you finish." By force of habit, he ate and drank. Sherwood's letter lay open before him. He read it through again and again, but he could not fix his thoughts upon it. He found himself occupied with the story of Boxon, wondering whether Boxon would live or die. Boxon, the grocer. Why, what an ass that man must be. A man with a good grocery business, to come to grief over drink and betting. Shopkeeping. What a sound and safe life it was. Independent, as far as any money-earning life can be so. There must be a pleasure in counting the contents of one's till every night. Boxon. Of course, a mere brute. There came into Will's memory the picture of Boxon landed on the pavement one night, by Orchan's fist or toe, and of a sudden he laughed. When he had half smoked his pipe, comparative calmness fell upon him. Sherwood spoke of at once raising the money he owed, and, if he succeeded in doing so, much of the mischief would be undone. The £4,000 might be safely invested somewhere, and the life at the Hawes would go on as usual. But was it certain that Sherwood could raise such sums, being himself, as he declared, penniless? This disclosure showed him in an unpleasantly new light, as anything but the cautious man of business, the loyal friend, he had seemed to be. Who could put faith in a money-market gambler? Why, there was no difference to speak of between him and Boxon. And if his promise proved futile, what was to be done? For a couple of hours, Will stared at this question. When the clock on his mantelpiece struck 11, he happened to notice it, and was surprised to find how quickly time had passed. By the by, he had never thought of looking at his newspaper, though Sherwood referred him to that source of information on the subject of Biggles, Thorpe and Biggles. Yes, here it was, a firm of brokers, unfortunate speculations, failure of another house, all the old story. As likely as not, the financial trick of a cluster of thieves. Will threw the paper aside. He had always scorned the cunning of the stock exchange. Now he thought of it with fiery hatred. Another hour passed in feverish waiting. Then, just at midday, a knock sounded at the outer door. Anything but a loud knock, anything but the confident summons of a friend. Will went to open. There stood Godfrey Sherwood, shrunk together like a man suffering from cold. He scarcely raised his eyes. Will's purpose, on finding Sherwood at his door, was to admit him without a word, or any form of greeting. But the sight of that changed face and pitiful attitude overcame him. He offered a hand, and felt it warmly pressed. They were together in the room. Neither had spoken. Will pointed to a chair, but did not himself sit down. "I suppose it's all true, Warburton," began the other in a low voice, "but I can't believe it yet. I seem to be walking in a nightmare. And when you gave me your hand at the door, I thought for a second that I just woke up." "Sit down," said Will, "and let's have it out. Give me the details." "Well, that's exactly what I wish to do. Of course, I haven't been to bed, and I've spent the night in writing out a statement of all my dealings for the past 15 months. Here it is, and here are my passbooks." Will took the paper, a half sheet of foolscap, one side almost covered with figures. At a glance he saw that the statement was perfectly intelligible. The perusal of a few lines caused him to look up in astonishment. "You mean to say that between last September and the end of the year you lost £25,000? "I did." "And you mean to say that you still went on with your gambling? Things were getting bad in Ailey Street, you know." "And you did your best to make them desperate." Sherwood's head seemed trying to bury itself between his shoulders. His feet hid themselves under the chair. He held his hat in a way suggestive of a man who comes to beg. "The devil of the city got hold of me," he replied, with a miserable attempt to look Warburton in the face. "Yes," said Will, "that's clear. Then, a month ago, you really possessed only £9,000? "That was all I had left, out of nearly 40,000. "What astonishes me is that you won from time to time." "I did!" exclaimed Godfrey with sudden animation. "Look at the 5th of February. That was a great day. It's the kind of thing that tempts a man on. Afterwards, I lost steadily, but I might have won any day. and I had to make a good deal if we were to come to terms with Applegarth. I nearly did it. I was as cautious as a man can be, content with small things. If only I hadn't been pressed for time. It was only the want of time that made me use your money. Of course it was criminal. Don't think I wish to excuse myself for one moment. Absolutely criminal. I knew what was at stake, but I thought the thing was sure. It promised at least 25%. We should have started brilliantly at Bristol. Several thousands for advertisement, beyond our estimate. I don't think the Biggles people were dishonest. You don't think so? Interrupted Will contemptuously. If there's any doubt, we know on which side it weighs. Just tell me the facts. What was the security? Sherwood replied with a brief, clear, and obviously honest account of the speculation into which he had been drawn. To the listener, it seemed astounding that any responsible man should be lured by such a gambler's chance. He could hardly find patience to point out the manifest risks so desperately incurred. And Sherwood admitted the full extent of his folly. He could only repeat that he had acted on an irresistible impulse, to be explained, though not defended, by the embarrassment in which he found himself. "Thank heaven, this is over," he exclaimed at last, passing his handkerchief over a moist forehead. "I don't know how I got through last night. More than once I thought it would be easier to kill myself than to come and face you. But there was a certainty that I could make good your loss. I may be able to do so very soon. I've written to—" He checked himself on the point of uttering a name, then, with eyes down, reflected for a moment. "No, I haven't the right to tell you, though I should like to give you confidence. It's the story of the £10,000, you remember? When I lent that money, I promised never to let anyone know. Even if I can't realise your capital at once, I can pay you good interest until the money's forthcoming. That would be the same thing to you?" Warburton gave a keen look and said gravely, "Let's understand each other, Sherwood. Have you any income at all?" "None whatever now, except the interest on the £10,000, and that, well, I'm sorry to say it hasn't been paid very regularly, but in future it must be. It shall be. Between 2,000 and 3,000 are owing to me for arrears." "It's a queer story." "I know it is," admitted Godfrey, "but I hope you don't doubt my word." "No, I don't. What's to be done about Applegarth?" "I must see him," replied Sherwood with a groan. "Of course you have no part in the miserable business. I must write at once and then go and face him." "Of course I shall go with you." "You will?" "Well, that's kind of you. Luckily he's a civilized man, not one of the city brutes one might have to deal with." "You must hope he'll live up to his reputation," said Warburton, with the first smile, and no cheery one, which had risen to his lips during the interview. From that point the talk became easier. All the aspects of their positions were considered without stress or feeling, for Will had recovered his self-control, and Sherwood, soothed by the sense of having discharged an appalling task, tended once more to sanguine thoughts. To be sure, neither of them could see any immediate way out of the gulf in which they found themselves. All hope of resuming business was at an end. The only practical question was how to earn a living. But both were young men, and neither had ever known privation. It was difficult for them to believe that all at once they were really face to face with that grim necessity which they had thought of as conquering others, but never them. Sudden unpleasant steps, however, had at once to be taken. Sherwood must give up his house at Wimbledon. Warburton must look about for a cheap lodging into which to remove at Michaelmas. Worse still, and more urgent, was the duty of making known to Mrs. Warburton what had happened. "I suppose I must go down at once," said Will gloomily. "I see no hurry," urged the other. "As a matter of fact, your mother and sister will lose nothing. You undertake to pay them a minimum of 3% on their money, and that you can do. I guarantee you that in any case." Will mused. If indeed it were possible to avoid the disclosure, but that would involve much lying, a thing, even in a good cause, little to his taste. Still, when he thought of his mother's weak health, and how she might be affected by the news of this catastrophe, he began seriously to ponder the practicability of well-meaning deception. That, of course, must depend upon their difficulties with Applegarth remaining strictly private, and even so, could Mr. Turnbull's scent for disaster be successfully reckoned with? "Don't do anything hastily, Warburton, I beg of you," continued the other. "Things are never so bad as they look at first sight. Wait till I have seen you know who. I might even be able to... but it's better not to promise. Wait a day or two at all events." And this Warburton resolved to do, for if the worst came to the worst, he had some £300 of his own still in the bank, and so could assure, for 2 years at all events, the income of which his mother and Jane had absolute need. For himself, he should find some way of earning bread and cheese. He could no longer stand on his dignity and talk of independence. That was plain. When at length his calamitous partner had gone, he made an indifferent lunch on the cold meat he found in Mrs. Hopper's precincts, and then decided he had better take a walk. to sit still and brood was the worst possible way of facing such a crisis. There was no friend with whom he could discuss the situation, none whose companionship would just now do him any particular good. Better to walk 20 miles and tire himself out and see how things looked after a good night's sleep. So he put on his soft hat and took his walking stick and slammed the door behind him. Someone was coming up the stairs. Sunk in his own thoughts, he paid no heed, even when the other man stood in front of him. Then a familiar voice claimed his attention. "Do you want to cut me, Warburton?" End of Chapter 15. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Chapter 16 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 16. Warburton stopped and looked into the speaker's face as if he hardly recognised him. "You're going out," added Franks, turning round. "I won't keep you." And he seemed about to descend the stairs quickly, but Will at length found voice. "Come in. I was thinking of something and didn't see you." They entered and passed as usual into the sitting room, but not with the wonted exchange of friendly words. The interval since their last meeting seemed to have alienated them more than the events which preceded it. Warburton was trying to smile, but each glance he took at the other's face made his lips less inclined to relax from a certain severity rarely seen in them. And Franks succeeded but ill in his attempt to lounge familiarly, with careless casting of his eye this way and that. It was he who broke the silence. "I found a new drink. Gin and laudanum. First rate for the nerves." "Ah," replied Warburton gravely. "My latest tipple is oil of vitriol with a dash of strychnine. Splendid pick-me-up." Franks laughed loudly, but unmirthfully. "No, but I'm quite serious," he continued. "It's the only thing that keeps me going. If I hadn't found the use of laudanum in small doses, I should have tried a very large one before now." His language had a note of bravado, and his attitude betrayed the self-conscious actor, but there was that in his countenance which could only have come of real misery. The thin cheeks, heavy-lidded and bloodshot eyes, ill-coloured lips, made a picture anything but agreeable to look upon, and quite in keeping with it was the shabbiness of his garb. After an intent and stern gaze at him, Will asked bluntly, "When did you last have a bath?" "Bath? Good God, how do I know?" And again Franks laughed in the key of stage recklessness. "I should advise a Turkish," said Will, "followed by rhubarb of the same country. You'd feel vastly better next day." "The remedies," answered Franks, smiling disdainfully, "of one who has never been through moral suffering." "Yet efficacious, even morally, I can assure you. And by the by, I want to know when you're going to finish The Slummer." "Finish it? Why, never. I could as soon turn to and build a bridge over the Thames." "What do you mean? I suppose you have to earn your living." "I see no necessity for it. What do I care whether I live or not?" "Well then, I am obliged to ask you whether you feel it incumbent upon you to pay your debts." The last words came out with a jerk, after a little pause which proved that it cost Warburton to speak them. To save his countenance, he assumed an unnatural grimness of feature, staring Franks resolutely in the face, and the result was the artist's utter subjugation. He shuffled, dropped his head, made confused efforts to reply. "Of course I shall do so, somehow," he muttered at length. "Have you any other way, honest way, except by working?" "Very well, then, I'll find work, real work, not that cursed daubing which it turns my stomach to think." Warburton paused a moment, then said kindly, "That's the talk of a very sore and dazed man. Before long you'll be yourself again, and you'll go back to your painting with an appetite. And the sooner you try, the better. I don't particularly like dunning people for money, as I think you know, but when you can pay this debt of yours, I shall be glad. I've had a bit of bad luck since last we saw each other." Franks gazed in heavy-eyed wonder, uncertain whether to take this as a joke or not. "Bad luck? What sort of bad luck?" "Why, neither on the turf nor at Monte Carlo, but a speculation has gone wrong and I'm adrift. I shall have to leave this flat. How I'm going to keep myself alive I don't know yet. The Bristol affair is, of course, off. I'm as good as penniless, and £100 or so will come very conveniently whenever you can manage it." "Are you serious, Warburton?" "Perfectly." "You've lost everything? You've really lost everything? You've got to leave this flat because you can't afford it?" "That, my boy, is the state of the case." "By Jove, no wonder you didn't see me as I came upstairs. What the deuce? You in Queer Street. I never dreamt of such a thing as a possibility. I've always thought of you as a flourishing capitalist, sound as the Mansion House. Why didn't you begin by telling me this? I'm about as miserable as a fellow can be, but I should never have bothered you with my miseries. Warburton in want of money. Why, the idea is grotesque. I can't get a hold of it. I come to you as men go to a bank. Of course, I meant to pay it all some day, but you were so generous and so rich. I never thought there would be any hurry. I'm astounded. I'm floored. With infinite satisfaction, Warburton saw the better man rising again in his friend, noted the change of countenance, of bearing, of tone. You see, he said with a nod and a smile, that you've no choice but to finish the slumber. Franks looked about him uneasily, fretfully. Either that or something else, he muttered. No, that! It'll bring you £200 or £300 without much delay. I dare say it would, but if you knew how I loathe and curse the very sight of the thing, why I haven't burned it, I don't know. Probably, said Will, because in summer weather you take your gin and laudanum cold. This time the artist's laugh was more genuine. The hideous time I have been going through, he continued. It's no use trying to give you an idea of it. Of course you'd say it was all damned foolery. Well, I shan't go through it again. That's one satisfaction. I've done with women. One reason why I loathe the thought of going on with that picture is because I still have the girl's head to put in. But I'll do it. I'll go back and get to work at once. If I can't find a model, I'll fake the head. Get it out of some woman's paper where the fashions are illustrated. That'll do very well. I'll go and see how the beastly thing looks. It's turned against the wall, and I wonder I haven't put my boot through. End of Chapter 16. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Chapter 17 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 17. Warburton waited for a quarter of an hour after the artist had gone, then set out for his walk. The result of this unexpected conversation with Franks was excellent. The foolish fellow seemed to have recovered his common sense. But Will felt ashamed of himself. Of course he had acted solely with a view to the other's good, seeing no hope but this of rescuing Franks from the slough in which he had wallowed. Nevertheless, he was stung with shame. For the first time in his life he had asked repayment of money lent to a friend, and he had done the thing blunderingly, without tact. For the purpose in view, it would have been enough to speak of his own calamity. Just the same effect would have been produced on Franks. He saw this now, and writhed under the sense of his grossness. The only excuse he could urge for himself was that Frank's behaviour provoked and merited rough handling. Still, he might have had the perspicacity enough to understand that the artist was not so sunk in squalor as he pretended. Just like me, he growled to himself with a nervous twitching of the face. I've no presence of mind. I see the right thing when it's too late, and when I've made myself appear a bounder. How many thousand times have I blundered in this way? A man like me ought to live alone, as I've a very fair chance of doing in future. His walk did him no good, and on his return he passed a black evening. With Mrs. Hopper, who came as usual to get dinner for him, he held little conversation. In a few days he would have to tell her what had befallen him, or invent some lie to account for the change in his arrangements, and this again tortured Will's nerves. In one sense of the word, no man was less pretentious, but his liberality of thought and behaviour consisted with a personal pride which was very much at the mercy of circumstance. Even as he could not endure subjection, so did he shrink from the thought of losing dignity in the eyes of his social inferiors. Mere poverty and lack of ease did not frighten him at all. He had hardly given a thought as yet to that aspect of misfortune. What most of all distressed his imagination, putting aside thought of his mother and sister, was the sudden fall from a position of genial authority, of beneficent command, with all the respect and gratitude and consideration attaching thereto. He could do without personal comforts, if need be, but it pained him horribly to think of being no longer a patron and a master. With a good deal more philosophy than the average man, and vastly more benevolence, he could not attain to the humility which would have seen in this change of fortune a mere surrender of privileges, perhaps quite unjustifiable. Social grades were an inseparable part of his view of life. He recognized the existence of his superiors, though resolved to have as little to do with them as possible, and took it as a matter of course that multitudes of men should stand below his level. To imagine himself an object of pity for Mrs. Hopper and Allchin and the rest of them wrought upon his bile, disordered his digestion. He who had regarded so impatiently the trials of Norbert Franks now had to go through an evil time, with worse results upon his temper, his health, and whole being than he would have thought conceivable. For a whole fortnight he lived in a state of suspense and forced idleness, which helped him to understand the artist's recourse to gin and laudanum, The weather was magnificent, but for him no sun rose in the sky. If he walked about London, he saw only ugliness and wretchedness, his eyes seeming to have lost the power of perceiving other things. Every 2 or 3 days he heard from Sherwood, who wrote that he was doing his utmost and continued to hold out hope that he would soon have money. But these letters were not reassuring. The disagreeable interview with Applegarth had passed off better than might have been expected. Though greatly astonished and obviously in some doubt as to the facts of the matter, Applegarth behaved as a gentleman, resigned all claims upon the defaulters, and brought the affair to a decent close as quickly as possible. But Warburton came away with a face so yellow that he seemed on the point of an attack of jaundice. For him to be the object of another man's generous forbearance was something new and intolerable. Before parting with Sherwood, he spoke to him bitterly, all but savagely. A few hours later, of course, repentance came upon him, and he wrote to ask pardon. An evil time. At length Sherwood came to Chelsea, having written to ask for a meeting. Will's forebodings were but too well justified. The disastrous man came only to say that all his efforts had failed. His debtor for £10,000 was himself in such straits that he could only live by desperate expedients, and probably would not be able to pay a penny of interest this year. Happily, said Sherwood, his father's health is breaking. One is obliged to talk in this brutal way, you know. At the father's death it will be all right. I shall then have my legal remedy if there's need of it. To take any step of that sort now would be ruinous. My friend would be cut off with a shilling if the affair came to his father's ears. So this is how we stand, said Warburton grimly. It's all over. Sherwood laid on the table a number of banknotes, saying simply, There's £260, the result of the sale of my furniture and things. Will you use that and trust me a little longer? Warburton writhed in his chair. What have you to live upon? He asked, with eyes downcast. Oh, I shall get on all right. I've 1 or 2 ideas. But this is all the money you have. I've kept about £50, answered the other, out of which I can pay my debts, they're small, and the rent of my house for this quarter. Warburton pushed back the notes. I can't take it. You know I can't. Well, you must. How the devil are you going to live? Cried Will in exasperation. I shall find a way, replied Sherwood with an echo of his old confident tone. I need a little time to look about me, that's all. There's a relative of mine, an old fellow who lives comfortably in North Wales, and who invites me down every 2 or 3 years. The best thing will be for me to go and spend a short time with him, and get my nerves into order. I'm shaky, there's no disguising it. I haven't exhausted all the possibilities of raising money. There's hope still in 1 or 2 directions. If I get a little quietness and rest, I shall be able to think things out more clearly. Don't you think this justifiable? As to the money, he remained inflexible. Very reluctantly, Warburton consented to keep this sum, giving a receipt in form. You haven't said anything to Mrs. Warburton yet? Asked Sherwood nervously. Not yet, muttered Will. I wish you could postpone it a little longer. Could you, do you think, without too much strain of conscience? Doesn't it seem a pity, when any day may enable me to put things right? Will muttered again that he would think of it, that assuredly he preferred not to disclose the matter of it could decently be kept secret, and on this Sherwood took his leave, going away with a brighter face than he had brought it to the interview, whilst Will remained brooding gloomily, his eyes fixed on the banknotes in an unconscious stare. Little of a man of business he was, Warburton knew very well that things at the office were passing in a flagrantly irregular way. He knew that anyone else in his position would have put this serious affair into legal hands, if only out of justice to Sherwood himself. More than once he had thought of communicating with Mr. Turnbull, but shame withheld him. It seemed improbable, too, that the solicitor would connive at keeping his friends at the Hawes ignorant of what had befallen them, and with every day that passed, Will felt more disposed to hide that catastrophe, if by any means that were possible. Already he had half committed himself to this deception, having written to his mother, without mention of any other detail, that he might, after all, continue to live in London, where Applegarths were about to establish a warehouse. The question was how. If he put aside all the money he had for payment of pretended dividend to his mother and sister, how, in that case, was he himself to live? At the thought of going about applying for clerk's work or anything of that kind, cold water flowed down his back. Rather than that, he would follow Olchin's example and turn porter, an independent position compared with bent-backed slavery on an office stool. Some means of earning money he must find without delay. To live on what he had 1 day longer than could be helped would be sheer dishonesty. Sherwood might succeed in bringing him a few hundreds of the 10,000 Will thought not at all, so fantastic did the whole story sound, but that would be merely another small instalment of the sum due to the unsuspecting victims at St. Neots. Strictly speaking, he owed not a penny. His very meals today were at the expense of his mother and Jane. This thought goaded him. His sleep became a mere nightmare, his waking a dry-throated misery. In spite of loathing and dread, he began to read the thick-serried columns of newspaper advertisement, wanted, 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 once by the thousand, but many more those of the would-be employed than those of the would-be employers, and under the second heading not one in 100 that offered him the slightest hint or hope. Wanted, wanted. To glance over those columns is like listening to the clamour of a hunger-driven multitude. The ears sing, the head turns giddy. After a quarter of an hour of such search, Will flung the paper aside and stamped like a madman about his room. A horror of life seized him. He understood with fearful sympathy the impulse of those who, rather than be any longer hustled in this howling mob, dash themselves to destruction. He thought over the list of his friends. Friends! What man has more than 2 or 3? At this moment he knew of no one who wished him well, who could be of the slightest service. His acquaintances were, of course, more numerous. There lay on his table 2 invitations just received, the kind of invitation received by every man who does not live the life of a hermit. But what human significance had they? Not a name rose in his mind which symbolized helpfulness. True, that might be to some extent his own fault. The people of whom he saw most were such as needed, not such as could offer, aid. He thought of Ralph Pomfret. There, certainly, a kindly will would not be lacking. But how could he worry with his foolish affairs a man on whom he had no shadow of claim? No, he stood alone. It was a lesson in social science such as reading could never have afforded him. His insight into the order of a man's world had all at once been marvellously quickened, the scope of his reflections incredibly extended. Some vague consciousness of this now and then arrested him in his long, purposeless walks. He began to be aware of seeing things with new eyes, but the perception was akin to fear. He started and looked nervously about, as if suddenly aware of some peril. One afternoon he was on his way home from a westward trudge, plodding along the remoter part of Fulham Road, when words spoken by a woman whom he passed caught his ears. "See here, the shutters is up. Boxon must be dead." Boxon? How did he come to know that name? He slackened his pace, reflecting. Why, Boxon was the name of the betting and drinking grocer with whom Auchin used to be. He stopped, and saw a group of 3 or 4 women staring at the clothes shop. Didn't Mrs. Hopper say that Boxon had been nearly killed in a carriage accident? Doubtless he was dead. He walked on, but before he had gone a dozen yards, stopped abruptly, turned, crossed to the other side of the road, and went back till he stood opposite the closed shop. The name of the tradesman in great gilt letters proved that there was no mistake. He examined the building. There were 2 stories above the shop. The first seemed to be used for storage. White blinds at the windows of the second showed it to be inhabited. For some 5 minutes, Will stood gazing and reflecting. Then, with head bent as before, he pursued his way. When he reached home, Mrs. Hopper regarded him compassionately. The good woman was much disturbed by the strangeness of his demeanour lately, and feared he was going to be ill. "You look dreadful tired, sir," she said. "I'll make you a cup of tea at once. It'll do you good." "Yes, get me some tea," answered Warburton absently. Then, as she was leaving the room, he asked, "Is it true that the grocer Boxon is dead?" "I was going to speak of it this morning, sir," replied Mrs. Hopper, "but you seemed so busy. Yes, sir, he's died. Died the day before yesterday, they say, and it'd be surprising to hear as anybody's sorry." "Who'll take his business?" asked Warburton. "We was talking about that last night, sir, me and my sister Liza, and the Auchins. It's fallen off a great deal lately. What else could you expect? Since Boxon got into his bad ways. But anybody as had a little money might do well there. Auchin was saying he wished he had a few hundreds." "A few hundred would be enough," interrupted the listener, without noticing the look of peculiar eagerness on Mrs. Hopper's face. "Auchin thinks the goodwill can be had for about 100, sir, and the rent, it's only £80.
Shop and house?"
"Yes, sir, so Auchin says. It isn't much of a house, of course."
"What profits could be made, do you suppose, by an energetic man?"
"When Boxon began, sir," replied Mrs. Hopper with growing animation, "he used to make, so Auchin says, a good 500 or 600 a year. There's a good deal of profit in the grocery business, and Boxon's situation is good. There's no other grocer near him. But, of course, as Auchin says, you want to lay a good deal at starting. Yes, of course, you must have stock, said Will carelessly. Bring me some tea at once, Mrs. Hopper. It had suddenly occurred to him that Auchin might think of trying to borrow the capital wherewith to start this business, and that Mrs. Hopper might advise her brother-in-law to apply to him for the loan. But this was not at all the idea which had prompted Will's inquiries. End of Chapter 17. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Chapter 18 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 18. Another week went by. Warburton was still living in the same restless way, but did not wear quite so gloomy a countenance. Now and then he looked almost cheerful. That was the case when one morning he received a letter from Sherwood. Godfrey wrote that no sooner had he arrived at his relatives in North Wales than he was seized with a violent liver attack, which for some days prostrated him. He was now recovering, and, better news still, had succeeded in borrowing a couple of £100. Half of this sum he sent to Warburton. The other half he begged to be allowed to retain, as he had what might prove a very fruitful idea for the use of the money. Details presently. To this letter Will immediately replied at some length. The cheque he paid into his account, which thus reached a total of more than £600. A few days later, after breakfast as usual, he let his servant clear the table, then said with a peculiar smile, "I want to have a little talk with you, Mrs. Hopper. Please sit down." To seat herself in her master's presence went against all Mrs. Hopper's ideas of propriety. Seeing her hesitate, Will pointed steadily to a chair, and the good woman, much flurried, placed herself on the edge of it. "You have noticed," Warburton resumed, "that I haven't been quite myself lately. There was a good reason for it. I've had a misfortune in business. All my plans are changed. I shall have to begin quite a new life, a different life altogether from the one I have led till now." Mrs. Hopper seemed to have a sudden pain in the side. She groaned under her breath, staring at the speaker pitifully. "There's no need to talk about it, you know," Will went on with a friendly nod. "I tell you because I'm thinking of going into business in which your brother-in-law could help me, if he cares to." He paused. Mrs. Hopper kept her wide eyes on him. "Auchin'll be very glad to hear of it, sir. What was I saying? Of course, I don't mean he'll be glad you've had misfortune, sir, and I'm that sorry to hear it I can't tell you. But it does just happen as he's out of work, through that nasty temper of his. Not," she corrected herself hastily, "as I ought to call him nasty-tempered. With a good employer, I'm sure he'd never get into no trouble at all." "Does he still wish to get back into the grocery business?" "He'd be only too glad, sir. But, of course, any places you offered him—" "Well, it happens," said Warburton, "that it is the grocery business I'm thinking about." "You, sir?" gasped Mrs. Hopper. "I think I shall take Boxon's shop." "You, sir? Take a grocer's shop? You mean you'd put Auchin in to manage it?" "No, I don't, Mrs. Hopper," replied Will, smiling mechanically. "I have more than my own living to earn. Other people are dependent upon me, so I must make as much money as possible. I can't afford to pay a manager. I shall go behind the counter myself, and Auchin, if he cares for the place, shall be my assistant." The good woman could find no words to express her astonishment. "Suppose you have a word with Auchin, and send him to me this evening. I say again, there's no need to talk about the thing to anyone else. We'll just keep it quiet between us." "You can depend upon me, sir," declared Mrs. Hopper. "But did you ever? It's come upon me so sudden-like. And what'll Auchin say? Why, he'll think I'm having a game with him." To this point had Will Warburton brought himself, urged by conscience and fear. Little by little, since the afternoon when he gazed at Boxon's closed shop, had this purpose grown in his mind, until he saw it as a possibility, a desirability, a fact. By shopkeeping, he might hope to earn sufficient for supply of the guaranteed income to his mother and sister, and at the same time be no man's servant. His acquaintance with Auchin enabled him to disregard his lack of grocery experience. With Auchin for an assistant, he would soon overcome initial difficulties. Only to Godfrey Sherwood had he communicated his project. "What difference is there," he wrote, "between selling sugar from an office in Whitechapel and selling it from behind a counter in Fulham Road?" And Sherwood, who was still reposing in North Wales, wrote a long, affectionate, admiring reply. "You are splendid! What energy! What courage! I could almost say that I don't regret my criminal recklessness, seeing that it has given the occasion for such a magnificent display of character. He added, "Of course, it will only be for a short time. Even if the plans I am now working out, detailed shortly, come to nothing, a very likely thing, I am sure to recover my £10,000 in a year or so. Of course," he wrote in a postscript, "I breathe no word of it to any mortal." This letter, so are we made, did Warburton good. It strengthened him in carrying through the deception of his relatives and of Mr. Turnbull, for he saw himself as splendida mendax. In Sherwood's plans and assurances he had no shadow of faith, but Sherwood's admiration was worth having, and it threw a gliding upon the name of grocer. Should he impart the secret to Norbert Franks? That question he could not decide just yet. In any case, he should tell no one else. All other acquaintances must be content, if they cared to inquire, with vague references to an agency, or something of the sort. Neither his mother nor Jane ever came to London. For them, his change of address to a poorer district would have no significance. In short, London being London, it seemed perfectly feasible to pass his life in a grocer's shop without the fact becoming known to anyone from whom he wished to conceal it. The rent of the shop and house was £85, an increase upon that paid by Boxon. Plant was estimated at 125, the stock at 150, and the goodwill at around 100. This made a total of £460, leaving Warburton some couple of hundred for all the expenses of his start. The landlord had consented to do certain repairs, including a repainting of the shop, and this work had already begun. Not a day must be lost. Will knew that the first half-year would decide his fate as a tradesman. Did he come out at the end of 6 months with sufficient profit to pay a bare 3% on the St. Knots money, all would be safe and well. If the balance went against him, why, then the whole battle of life was lost, and he might go hide his head in some corner even more obscure. Of course, he counted largely on the help of Alchin. Alchin, though pig-headed and pugnacious, had a fair knowledge of the business to which he had been bred, and of business matters in general always talked shrewdly. Unable, whatever his own straits, to deal penuriously with anyone, Will had thought out a liberal arrangement, whereby all the dwelling part of the house should be given over, rent-free, to Alchin and his wife, with permission to take one lodger, the assistant to be paid a small salary and a percentage on shop takings when they reached a certain sum per month. This proposal, then, he said before the muscular man on his presenting himself this afternoon. Alchin's astonishment at the story he had heard from Mrs. Hopper was not less than that of the woman herself. With difficulty persuaded to sit down, he showed a countenance in which the gloom he thought decorous struggled against jubilation on his own account, and Warburton had not talked long before his listener's features irresistibly expanded in a happy grin. "How would something of this kind suit you?" asked Will. "Me, sir?" Alchin slapped his leg. "You ask how it suits me." His feelings were too much for him. He grew very red and could say no more. "Then suppose we settle it. I've written out the terms of your engagement. Read and sign." Alchin pretended to read the paper, but obviously paid no attention to it. He seemed to be struggling with some mental obstacle. "Something you want to alter?" asked Warburton. "Why, sir, you've altogether forgot as I'm in your debt. It stands to reason as you must take that money out before you begin to pay me anything." "Oh, we won't say anything more about that trifle. We're making a new beginning. But look here, Alchin, I don't want you to quarrel with me, as you do with everyone else." "With you, sir? Ho, ho, ho!" Alchin guffawed and at once looked ashamed of himself. "I quarrel," he added, "with people as are insulting, or as try to best me. It goes against my nature, sir, to be insulted and to be bested." They talked about the details of the business, and presently Alchin asked what name was to be put over the shop. "I've thought of that," answered Will. "What do you say to Jollyman?" The assistant was delighted. He repeated the name a dozen times, snorting and choking with appreciation of the joke. Next morning they met again, and went together to look at the shop. Here Alchin made great play with his valuable qualities. He pointed out the errors and negligences of the late Boxon, declared it a scandal that a business such as this should have been allowed to fall off, and was full of ingenious ideas for a brilliant opening. Among other forms of inexpensive advertisement, he suggested that, for the first day, a band should be engaged to play in the front room over the shop, with the windows open, and he undertook to find amateur bandsmen who would undertake the job on very moderate terms. Not many days elapsed before the old name had disappeared from the house front, giving place to that of Jollyman. Whilst this was being painted up, Alchin stood on the opposite side of the way, watching delightedly. "When I think as the name used to be Boxon," he exclaimed to his employer, "why, I can't believe as any money was ever made here. Boxon! Why, it was enough to drive customers away. If you ever heard a worse name, sir, for a shopkeeper, I should be glad to be told of it. But Jollyman, why, it'll bring people from Putney, from Battersea, from who knows how far. Jollyman's teas, Jollyman's sugar. Can't you hear 'em saying it already? It's a fortune in itself, the name. Why, sir, if a grocer called Boxon came at this moment and offered to take me into a partnership on half profits, I wouldn't listen to him. There. Naturally, all this did not pass without many a pang in Warburton's sensitive spots. He had set his face like brass, or tried to do so, but in the night season he could all but have shed tears of humiliation as he tossed on his comfortless pillow. The day was spent in visits to wholesale grocery establishments, in study of trade journals, in calculating innumerable petty questions of profit and loss. When nausea threatened him, when all but horror of what lay before him assailed his mind, he thought fixedly of the whores, and made a picture to himself of that peaceful little home, devastated by his own fault. And to think that all this sweat and misery arose from the need of gaining less than a couple of £100 a year. Life at the whores, a life of refinement and goodness and tranquillity such as can seldom be found, demanded only that, a sum which the wealthy vulgar throw away upon the foolish amusement of an hour. Warburton had a tumultuous mind on reflecting on these things, but the disturbance was salutary, bearing him through trials of nerve and patience and self-respect which he could not otherwise have endured. Warburton had now to find cheap lodgings for himself, unfurnished rooms in some poor quarter not too far from the shop. At length, in a new little street of very red brick, not far from Fulham Palace Road, at the Hammersmith end, he came upon a small house which exhibited in its parlour window a card inscribed, "2 unfurnished rooms to be let to single gentlemen only." The precision of this notice made him hopeful, and a certain cleanliness of aspect in the woman who opened to him was an added encouragement. But he found negotiations not altogether easy. The landlady, a middle-aged widow, seemed to regard him with some peculiar suspicion. Before even admitting him to the house, she questioned him closely as to his business, his present place of abode, and so on, and Warburton was all but turning away in impatience when at last she drew aside and cautiously invited him to enter. Further acquaintance with Mrs. Wick led him to understand that the cold misgiving in her eye, the sour rigidity of her lips, and her generally repellent manner were characteristics which meant nothing in particular, save as they resulted from a more or less hard life amid London's crowd. At present, the woman annoyed him, and only the clean freshness of her vacant rooms induced him to take the trouble of coming to terms with her. "There's one thing I must say to you quite plain to begin with," remarked Mrs. Wick, whose language, though not disrespectful, had a certain bluntness. "I can't admit female visitors, not on any excuse." Speaking thus, she set her face at its rigidest and sourest, and stared past Warburton at the wall. He, unable to repress a smile, declared his perfect readiness to accept this condition of tenancy. "Another thing," pursued the landlady, "is that I don't like late hours." And she eyed him as one might a person caught in flagrant crapulence at 1 a.m. "Why, neither do I," Will replied, "but for all that I may be obliged to come home late now and then." "From the theatre, I suppose?" "I very seldom go to the theatre." Mrs. Wick looked sanguine for an instant, but at once relapsed into darker suspicion than ever. "But as to my hour of returning home, I must have entire liberty." The woman meditated, profound gloom on her brows. "You haven't told me," she resumed, shooting a glance of keen distrust, "exactly what your business may be." "I'm in the sugar line," responded Will. "Sugar? You wouldn't mind giving me the name of your employers?" The word so rasped on Warburton's sensitive temper that he seemed about to speak angrily. This the woman observed, and added at once, "I don't doubt but that you're quite respectable, sir, but you can understand as I have to be careful who I take into my house." "I understand that, but I must ask you to be satisfied with reference to my present landlord. That and a month's payment in advance ought to suffice." Evidently it did, for Mrs. Wick, after shooting 1 or 2 more of her sharpest looks, declared herself willing to enter into discussion of details. He required attendance, did he? Well, it all depended upon what sort of attendance he expected. If he wanted cooking at late hours— Warburton cut short these anticipatory objections, and made known that his wants were few and simple. Plain breakfast at 8 o'clock, cold supper on the table when he came home, a midday meal on Sundays, and the keeping of his rooms in order. That was all. After morose reflection, Mrs. Wick put her demand for rooms and service at £1 a week, but to this Warburton demurred. It cost him agonies to debate such a matter, but, as he knew very well, the price was excessive for unfurnished lodgings, and need constrained him. He offered 15 shillings, and said he would call for Mrs. Wick's decision on the morrow. The landlady allowed him to go to the foot of the stairs, then stopped him. "I wouldn't mind taking 15 shillings, she said, "if I knew it was for a permanency. I can't bind myself more than by the month. Would you be willing to leave a deposit?" So the matter was settled, and Warburton arranged to enter into possession that day week. Without delay, the shop repairs were finished, inside and out. Orders for stock were completed. In 2 days, as a great bill on the shutters announced, Jollyman's grocery stores would be open to the public. Alchin pleaded strongly for the engagement of the brass band. It wouldn't cost much, and the effect would be immense. Warburton shrugged, hesitated, gave way, and the band was engaged. End of chapter 18. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Chapter 19 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 19. Rosamond Elvin was what ladies call a good correspondent. She wrote often, she wrote at length, and was satisfied with few or brief letters in reply. When some half-dozen sheets of thin paper covered with her small, swift writing were dispatched to Bertha Cross, and thence onwards, about once a fortnight, such a letter arrived at Walham Green. Sitting by a fire kept, for economical reasons, as low as possible, with her mother's voice sounding querulously somewhere in the house, and too often a clammy fog at the window, Bertha read of Egyptian delights and wonders, set glowingly before her in Rosamond's fluent style. She was glad of the letters, for they manifested a true affection, and were in every way more interesting than any others that she received. But at times they made the cheerless little house seem more cheerless still, and the pang of contrast between her life and Rosamond's called at such moments for all Bertha's sense of humour to make it endurable. Not that Miss Elvin represented herself as happy. In her very first letter, she besought Bertha not to suppose that her appreciation of strange and beautiful things meant forgetfulness of what must be a lifelong sorrow. "I am often worse than depressed. I sleep very badly, and in the night I often shed wretched tears. Though I did only what conscience compelled me to do, I suffer all the miseries of remorse. And how can I wish that it should be otherwise? It is better, surely, to be capable of such suffering than to go one's way into light-hearted egoism. I am not sure that I don't sometimes encourage despondency. You can understand that. I know you can, dear Bertha, for many a time I have detected the deep feeling which lies beneath your joking way." Passages such as this Bertha was careful to omit when reading from the letters to her mother. Mrs. Cross took very little interest in her daughter's friend, and regarded the broken engagement with no less disapproval than surprise, but it would have gravely offended her if Bertha had kept this correspondence altogether to herself. "I suppose," she remarked on one such occasion, "we shall never again see Mr. Franks. He would find it rather awkward to call, no doubt." "I shall never understand it," Mrs. Cross exclaimed in a vexed tone, after thinking a while. "No doubt there's something you keep from me." "About Rosamond? Nothing whatever, I assure you, mother." "Then you yourself don't know all, that's quite certain." Mrs. Cross had made the remark many times, and always with the same satisfaction. Her daughter was content that the discussion should remain at this point, for the feeling that she had said something at once unpleasant and unanswerable made Mrs. Cross almost good-humoured for at least an hour. Few were the distressful lady's sources of comfort, but one sure way of soothing her mind and temper was to suggest some method of saving money, no matter how little. One day in the winter, Bertha, passing along the further part of Fulham Road, noticed a new-looking grocer's, the window full of price tickets, some of them very attractive to a housekeeper's eye. On returning home, she spoke of this, mentioning figures which moved her mother to a sour effervescence of delight. The shop was rather too far away for convenience, but that same evening Mrs. Cross went to inspect it, and came back quite flurried with what she had seen. "I shall most certainly deal at Jollyman's," she exclaimed. "What a pity we didn't know of him before. Such a gentlemanly man. Indeed, quite a gentleman. I never saw a shopkeeper who behaved so nicely, so different from Billings, a man I have always thoroughly disliked. And his coffee has been getting worse and worse. Mr. Jollyman is quite willing to send even the smallest orders. Isn't that nice of him? Such a distance. Billings was quite insolent to me the day before yesterday when I asked him to send, yet it was nearly a 2-shilling order. Never go to that shop again, Bertha. It's really quite a pleasure to buy of Mr. Jollyman. He knows how to behave. I really almost felt as if I was talking to someone of our own class. Without his apron, he must be a thorough gentleman." Bertha could not restrain a laugh. "How thoughtless of him to wear an apron at all," she exclaimed merrily. "Couldn't one suggest to him discreetly that but for the apron—" "Don't be ridiculous, Bertha," interrupted her mother. "You always make nonsense of what one says. Mr. Jollyman is a shopkeeper, and it's just because he doesn't forget that, after all, that his behaviour is so good. Do you remember that horrid Stokes in King's Road? There was a man who thought himself too good for his business, and in reality was nothing but an underbred, impertinent creature. I can hear his 'Yes, Mrs. Cross,' 'No, Mrs. Cross,' 'Thank you, Mrs. Cross.' And once, when I protested against an overcharge, he cried out, 'Oh, my dear Mrs. Cross!' The insolence of the man. Now, Mr. Jollyman—" It was not long before Bertha had an opportunity of seeing this remarkable shopkeeper, and for once she was able to agree with her mother. Mr. Jollyman bore very little resemblance to the typical grocer, and each visit to his shop strengthened Bertha's suspicion that he had not grown up in this way of life. It cost her some constraint to make a very small purchase of him, paying a few coppers, and still more when she asked him if he had nothing cheaper than this or that. All the more so that Mr. Jollyman seemed to share her embarrassment, lowering his voice as if involuntarily, and being careful not to meet her eye. One thing Bertha noticed was that, though the grocer invariably addressed her mother as "Madam," in speaking to her he never used the grocerly "Miss," and when, by chance, she heard him bestow this objectionable title upon a servant girl who was making purchases at the same time, Bertha not only felt grateful for the distinction, but saw in it a fresh proof of Mr. Jollyman's good breeding. The winter passed, and with the spring came events in which Bertha was interested. Mr. Elphin, who for his health's sake spent the winter in the southwest of France, fell so ill early in the year that Rosamond was summoned from Egypt. With all speed she travelled to Saint-Jean-de-Luz. When she arrived, her father was no longer in danger, but there seemed no hope of his being able to return to England for some months, so Rosamond remained with him and her sister, and was soon writing to her friend at Walham Green in a strain of revived enthusiasm for the country of the Basques. A postscript to one of these letters, written in the middle of May, ran as follows: "I hear that N.F. has a picture in the Academy called A Ministering Angel, and that it promises to be one of the most popular of the year. Have you seen it?" To this, Rosamond's correspondent was able to reply that she had seen N.F.'s picture, and that it certainly was a good deal talked about. She added no opinion as to the merits of the painting, and, in her next letter, Miss Elvin left the subject untouched. Bertha was glad of this. A Ministering Angel seemed to her by no means a very remarkable production, and she liked much better to say nothing about it than to depreciate the painter, for to do this would have been like seeking to confirm Rosamond in her attitude towards Norbert Franks, which was not at all Bertha's wish. A few weeks later, Rosamond returned to the topic. "N.F.'s picture," she wrote, "is evidently a great success, and you can imagine how I feel about it. I saw it, you remember, at an early stage when he called it the slummer, and you remember, too, the effect it had upon me. Oh, Bertha, this is nothing less than a soul's tragedy. When I think what he used to be, what I hoped of him, what he hoped for himself, is it not dreadful that he should have fallen so low, and in so short a time? A popular success! Oh, the shame of it, the bitter shame!" At this point, the reader's smile threatened laughter, but, feeling sure that her friend, if guilty of affectation, was quite unconscious of it, she composed her face to read gravely on. "A soul's tragedy, Bertha, and I the cause of it. One can see now but too well what is before him. All his hardships are over, and all his struggles. He will become a popular painter, one of those whose name is familiar to the crowd, like—" Instances were cited. "I can say with all earnestness that I had rather seen him starve to death. Poor, poor N.F. Something whispers to me that perhaps I was always under an illusion with him. Could he so rapidly sink to this, if he were indeed the man I thought him? Would he not rather have done anything? Yet this may be only a temptation of my lower self, a way of giving ease to my conscience. Despair may account for his degradation. And when I remember that one word from me, the right moment would have checked him on this dangerous path, when I saw sanctuary, why, had I not the courage to tell him what I thought? No, I became the accomplice of his suicide, and I alone am the cause of this wretched disaster. Before long he will be rich. Can you imagine N.F. rich? I shudder at the thought." The paper rustled in Bertha's hand. Her shoulders shook. She could no longer restrain the merry laugh. When she sat down to answer Rosamond, a roguish smile played about her lips. "I grieve with you," thus she began, over the shocking prospect of NF's becoming rich. Alas, I fear the thing is past praying for. I can all but see the poor young man in a shiny silk hat and an overcoat trimmed with the most expensive fur. His academy picture is everywhere produced. A large photogravure will soon be produced. All day long a crowd stands before it at Burlington House, and his name, shall we ever dare to speak it, is on the lips of casual people in train and bus and tram. How shall I write on such a painful subject? You see that my hand is unsteady. Don't blame yourself too much. The man capable of becoming rich will become so, whatever the noble influences which endeavour to restrain him. I suspect, I feel all but convinced, that N.F. could not help himself. The misfortune is that his fatal turn for money-making did not show itself earlier, and so warn you away. I don't know whether I dare send you a photograph I have cut from yesterday's Echo, yet I will. It will serve to show you that, as you used to write from Egypt, all this is kismet. The newspaper cutting showed an item of news interesting alike to the fashionable and the artistic world. Mr. Norbert Franks, the young painter whose academy picture had been so much discussed, was about to paint the portrait of Lady Rocket, recently espoused wife of Sir Samuel Rocket, the Australian millionaire. As everyone knew, Lady Rocket had made a brilliant figure in the now closing season, and her image had been in all the society journals. Mr. Franks might be congratulated on this excellent opportunity for the display of his admirable talent as an exponent of female beauty. Exponent was the word. End of chapter 19. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Chapter 20 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 20. In these summer days, whilst Norbert Franks was achieving popularity, success in humbler guise came to the humorous and much endearing artist at Walham Green. For a year or two, Bertha Cross had spent what time she could spare upon the illustration of a quaint old storybook, a book which had amused her own childhood, and still held its place in her affection. The work was now finished. She showed it to a publisher of her acquaintance, who at once offered to purchase it on what seemed to Bertha excellent terms. Of her own abilities she thought very modestly indeed, and had always been surprised when anyone consented to pay, oftener in shillings than in pounds, for work which had cost her an infinity of conscientious trouble. Now, however, she suspected that she had done something not altogether bad, and she spoke of it in a letter to Rosamond Elvin, still in the country of the Basques. "As you know," Rosamond replied, "I have never doubted that you would make a success one day, for you are wonderfully clever and only need a little more self-confidence in making yourself known. I wish I could feel anything like so sure of earning money, for I shall have to, that is now certain. Poor father, who gets weaker and weaker, talked to us the other day about what we could expect after his death, and it will be only just a little sum for each of us, nothing like enough to invest and live upon. I am working at my watercolours, and I have been trying pastel. There's no end of good material here. When the end comes, and it can't be long, I must go to London and see whether my things have any market value. I don't like the prospect of a life in a garret on bread and water, by myself, that is. You know how joyfully, gladly, proudly I would have accepted it under other circumstances, if I had real talent myself, but I feel more than doubtful about that. I pray that I may not fall too low. Can I trust you to overwhelm me with scorn if I seem in danger of doing vulgar work?" Bertha yielded to the temptations of a later summer rich in warmth and hue, and made little excursions by herself into the country, leaving home before her mother was up in the morning, and coming back after sunset. Her sketching materials and a packet of sandwiches were but a light burden. She was a good walker, and the shilling or two spent on the railway, which formerly she could not have spared, no longer frightened her. In this way, one morning of September, she went by early train as far as Epsom, walked through the streets, and came into that high-banked lane which leads up to the downs. Blackberries shone thick upon the brambles, and everywhere, even to the very tops of the hedgerow trees, climbed the hoary clematis. Glad in this leafy solitude, Bertha rambled slowly on. She made no unpleasing figure against the rural background, for she was straight and slim, graceful in her movements, and had a face from which no one would have turned indifferently, so bright was it with youthful enjoyment and with older thought. Whilst thus she lingered, a footstep approached, that of a man who was walking in the same direction. When close to her, this pedestrian stopped, and his voice startled Bertha with unexpected greeting. The speaker was Norbert Franks. "How glad I am to see you!" he exclaimed, in a tone and with a look which vouched for his sincerity. I ought to have been in Walham Green long ago. Again and again I meant to come. But this is folly. I like chance meetings. Are you often down here in Surrey?" With amusement, Bertha remarked the evidence of prosperity in Frank's dress and bearing. He had changed notably since the days when he used to come to their little house to talk of Rosamond, and was glad of an indifferent cup of tea. He seemed to be in very fair health, his countenance giving no hint of sentimental sorrows. Franks noticed a bunch of tinted leafage which she was carrying, and spoke of its beauty. "Going to make use of them, no doubt. What are you working at just now?" Bertha told of her recent success with the illustrated storybook, and Franks declared himself delighted. Clearly he was in the mood to be delighted with everything. Between his remarks, which were uttered in the sprightliest tone, he hummed phrases of melody. "Your Academy picture was a great success," said Bertha, discreetly watching him as she spoke. "Yes, I suppose it was," he answered with a light-hearted laugh. "Did you see it? And what did you think of it? No, seriously, I should like your real opinion. I know you have opinions." "You meant it to be successful," was Bertha's reply. "Well, yes, I did. At the same time, I think some of the critics, the high and mighty ones, you know, were altogether wrong about it. Perhaps, on the whole, you take their view." "Oh, no, I don't," answered his companion cheerfully. "I thought the picture very clever and very true." "I'm delighted. I've always maintained that it was perfectly true. A friend of mine, why, you remember me speaking of Warburton? Warburton wanted me to make the slummer ugly. But why? It's just the prettiest girls of that kind who go slumming nowadays. Still, you are quite right. I did mean it to be successful. I had to make it a success. That's the fact of the matter. You know what bad times I was having. I got sick of it, that's the truth. Then I owed money, and the money had to be paid back one way or another. Now I'm out of debt, and see my way to live and work in decent comfort, and I maintain that I've done nothing to be ashamed of." Bertha smiled approvingly. "I've just finished a portrait, a millionaire's wife, Lady Rocket," went on Franks. "Of course, it was my slummer that got me the job. Women have been raving about that girl's head, and it isn't bad, though I say it. I had to take a studio at a couple of days' notice. Couldn't ask Lady Rocket to come and sit at that place of mine in Battersea, a shabby hole. She isn't really anything out of the way as a pretty woman, but I've made her... Well, you'll see it at some exhibition this winter if you care to. Pleased? Isn't she pleased? And her husband, the podgy old millionaire baronet, used to come every day and stare in delight. To tell you the truth, I think it's rather a remarkable bit of painting. I didn't quite know I could turn out anything so chic. I shouldn't be surprised if I make a specialty of women's portraits. How many men can flatter and still keep a good likeness? That's what I've done. But wait till you see the thing." Bertha was bubbling over with amusement, for, whilst the artist talked, she thought of Rosamond's farewell entreaty, that she would do her best, if occasion offered, to strengthen Norbert Franks under his affliction, even by depreciatory comment on the faithless girl. There came into her mind, too, those many passages of Rosamond's letters where Franks was spoken of in terms of profoundest compassion mingled with dark remorse. Perhaps her smile, which quivered on the verge of laughter, betrayed the nature of her thought. Of a sudden, Franks ceased to talk. His countenance changed, overcast with melancholy, and when, after some moments' silence, Bertha again spoke of the landscape, he gave only a dull assent to her words. "And it all comes too late," fell from him presently. "Too late." "Your success?" "What's the good of it to me?" He smote his leg with the rattan he was swinging. "A couple of years ago, money would have meant everything. Now, what do I care for it?" Bertha's surprise obliged her to keep an unnaturally solemn visage. "Don't you think it'll grow upon you?" she said, "if you give it time?" "Grow upon me? Why, I'm only afraid it may. That's just the danger. To pursue success, vulgar success, when all the better part has gone out of life." He ended on a sigh, and again whacked his leg with the stick. "But," urged his companion, as though gravely, "isn't it easy not to pursue success? I mean, if it really makes you uncomfortable. There are so many kinds of work in art which would protect you against the perils of riches." Franks was watching her as she spoke. "Miss Cross," he said, "I suspect you are satirical. I remember you used to have a turn that way. Well, never mind. I don't expect you to understand me." They had passed out of Ashted Park, and were now descending by the lane which leads up to Epsom Common. "I suppose we are both going the same way," said Franks, who had recovered all his cheerfulness. "There's a train at something after 5, if we can catch it. Splendid idea of yours to have a whole day's walking. I don't walk enough. Are you likely to be going again before long?" Bertha replied that she never made plans beforehand. Her mood and the weather decided an excursion. "Well, of course, that's the only way. Well, if you'll let me, I must come to Walham Green one of these days. How's Mrs. Cross? I ought to have asked before, but I never do the right thing. Have you any particular day for being at home? All right, if you had, I should have asked you to let me come on some other. I don't care much, you know, for general society, and 10 to 1, when I do come, I shall be rather gloomy. Old memories, you know. Really very jolly, this meeting with you. I should have done the walk to Epsom just as a constitutional, without enjoying it a bit. As it is, end of chapter 20. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth.
Chapter 21 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 21. It was a week or two after the day in Surrey that Bertha Cross, needing a small wooden box in which to pack a present for her brothers in British Columbia, bethought herself of Mr. Jollyman. The amiable grocer could probably supply her want, and she went off to the shop. There the assistant and an errand boy were unloading goods just arrived by cart, and behind the counter, reading a newspaper, for it was early in the morning, stood Mr. Jollyman himself. Seeing the young lady enter, he smiled and bowed, not at all with tradesman-like emphasis, but rather, it seemed to Bertha, like a man tired and absent-minded, performing a civility in the well-bred way. The newspaper thrown aside, he stood with head bent and eyes cast down, listening to her request. "I think I have something that will do very well," he replied. "Excuse me for a moment." From regions behind the shop he produced a serviceable box just of the right dimensions. "It will do? Then you shall have it in about half an hour." "I'm ashamed to trouble you," said Bertha. "I could carry it." "On no account. The boy will be free in a few minutes." "And I owe you?" asked Bertha, purse in hand. "The box has no value," replied Mr. Jollyman, with that smile, suggestive of latent humour, which always caused her to smile responsively. "And at the same time," he continued, a peculiar twinkle in his eyes, "I will ask you to accept one of these packets of chocolate. I am giving one today to every customer, to celebrate the anniversary of my opening shop." "Thank you very much," said Bertha, and on an impulse she added, "I will put it with what I am sending in the box, a present for 2 brothers of mine who are a long way off in Canada." His hands upon the counter, his body bent forward, Mr. Jollyman looked her for a moment in the face. A crease appeared on his forehead as he said slowly and dreamily, "Canada? Do they like their life out there? They seem to enjoy it on the whole, but it evidently isn't an easy life." "Not many kinds of life are," rejoined the grocer, "but the open air, the liberty—" "Oh, yes, that must be the good side of it," assented Bertha. "On a morning like this—" Mr. Jollyman's eyes wandered to a gleam of sunny sky visible through the shop window. The girl's glance passed quickly over his features, and she was on the point of saying something, but discretion interposed. Instead of the too personal remark, she repeated her thanks, bent her head with perhaps a little more than the wonted graciousness, and left the shop. The grocer stood looking toward the doorway. His countenance had fallen. Something of bitterness showed in the hardness of his lips. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 22. Just a year since the day when Alchin's band played at the first-floor windows above Jollyman's new grocery stores. From the very beginning, business promised well. He and his assistant had plenty of work. There was little time for meditation. When not serving customers, he was busy with practical details of grocerdom, often such as he had not foreseen, matters which called for all his energy and ingenuity. A gratifying aspect of the life was that, day by day, he handled his returns in solid cash. Jollyman's gave no credit. All goods had to be paid for on purchase or delivery, and to turn out the till when the shop had closed, to make piles of silver and mountains of copper, with a few pieces of gold beside them, put a cheering end to the day's labour. Warburton found himself clinking handfuls of coin, pleased with the sound. Only at the end of the first 3 months, the close of the year, did he perceive that much less than he had hoped of the cash taken could be reckoned as clear profit. He had much to learn in the cunning of retail trade, and it was a kind of study that went sorely against the grain with him. Happily, at Christmas time, came Norbert Franks, whom Will had decided not to take into his confidence, and paid his debt of £120. This set things right for the moment. Will was able to pay a 3.5% dividend to his mother and sister, and to fare ahead hopefully. He would rather not have gone down to the Hawes that Christmas-tide, but feared that his failure to do so might seem strange. The needful prevarication cost him so many pangs that he came very near to confessing the truth. He probably would have done so had not his mother been ailing, and, it seemed to him, little able to bear the shock of such a disclosure. So the honest deception went on. Will was supposed to be managing a London branch of the Applegarth business. Great expenditure on advertising had to account for the smallness of the dividend at first. No one less likely than the ladies at the Hawes would make trouble in such a matter. They had what sufficed to them, and were content with it. Thinking over this in shame-faced solitude, Warburton felt a glow of proud thankfulness that his mother and sister were so unlike the vulgar average of mankind, that rapacious multitude whom nothing animates but a chance of gain, with whom nothing weighs but a commercial argument. A new tenderness stirred within him, and resolutely he stamped underfoot the impulses of self-esteem, of self-indulgence, which made his life hard to bear. It was with a hard satisfaction that he returned to the shop and found all going on in the usual way, Alchin grinning a hearty welcome as he weighed out sugar. Will's sister talked of the scents of her garden, how they refreshed and inspirited her. To him, the odour of the shop, new roasted coffee predominated today, had its invigorating effect. It meant money, and money meant life, the peaceful, fruitful life of those dear to him. He scarcely gave himself time to eat dinner, laid for him, as usual, by Mrs. Alchin, in the sitting-room behind the shop. So eager was he to get on his apron and return to profitable labour. At first he had endured a good deal of physical fatigue. Standing for so many hours a day wearied him much more than walking would have done, and with bodily exhaustion came at times a lowness of spirits such as he had never felt. His resource against this misery was conversation with Alchin. In Alchin he had a henchman whose sturdy optimism and gross common sense were of the utmost value. The brawny assistant, having speedily found a lodger according to the agreement, saw himself in clover, and determined that, if he could help it, his fortunes should never again suffer eclipse. He and his wife felt a reasonable gratitude to the founder of their prosperity, whom, by the by, they invariably spoke of as Mr. Jollyman, and did their best to smooth for him the unfamiliar path he was treading. The success with which Warburton kept his secret merely proved how solitary most men are amid the crowds of London, and how easy it is for a Londoner to disappear from among his acquaintances while continuing to live openly amid the city's roar. Not one of those who cared enough about him to learn that he had fallen on ill luck harboured the slightest suspicion of what he was doing. He simply dropped out of sight, except for the 2 or 3 who, in a real sense of the word, could be called his friends. The Pomfrets, whom he went to see at very long intervals, supposed him to have some sort of office employment, and saw nothing in his demeanour to make them anxious about him. As for Norbert Franks, why, he was very busy, and came not oftener than once a month to his friend's obscure lodgings. He asked no intrusive questions, and, like the Pomfrets, could only suppose that Warburton had found a clerkship somewhere. They were not quite on the old terms, for each had gone through a crisis of life, and was not altogether the same as before, but their mutual liking subsisted. Obliged to retrench his hospitality, Warburton never seemed altogether at his ease when Franks was in his room, nor could he overcome what seemed to him the shame of having asked payment of a debt from a needy friend, notwithstanding the fact, loudly declared by Franks himself, that nothing could have been more beneficial to the debtor's moral health. So Will listened rather than talked, and was sometimes too obviously in no mood for any sort of converse. Sherwood he had not seen since the disastrous optimist's flight into Wales, nor had there come any remittance from him since the cheque for £100. 2 or 3 times, however, Godfrey had written, thoroughly characteristic letters, warm, sanguine, self-reproachful. From Wales he had crossed over to Ireland, where he was working at a scheme for making a fortune out of Irish eggs and poultry. In what the "work" consisted was not clear, for he had no money, beyond a small loan from his relative which enabled him to live, but he sent a sheet of foolscap covered with computations whereby his project was proved to be thoroughly practical and vastly lucrative. Meanwhile he had made one new acquaintance, which was at first merely a source of amusement to him, but little by little became something more. In the winter days, when his business was new, there one day came into the shop a rather sour-lipped and querulous-voiced lady, who, after much discussion of prices, made a modest purchase, and asked that the goods might be sent for her. On hearing her name, Mrs. Cross, the grocer smiled, for he remembered that the Crosses of whom he knew from Norbert Franks lived at Walham Green, and the artist's description of Mrs. Cross tallied very well with the aspect and manner of this customer. Once or twice the lady returned. Then, on a day of very bad weather, there came in her place a much younger and decidedly more pleasing person, whom Will took to be Mrs. Cross's daughter. Facial resemblance there was none discoverable. In bearing, in look, in tone, the two were different as women could be, but at the younger lady's second visit his surmise was confirmed, for she begged him to change a £5 note, and, as the custom is in London shops, endorsed it with her name, Bertha Cross. Franks had never spoken much of Miss Cross. Rather a nice sort of girl, was as far as his appreciation went. And with this judgment Will at once agreed. Before long he would have inclined to be more express in his good opinion. Before summer came, he found himself looking forward to the girl's appearance in the shop, with a sense of disappointment when, as generally happened, Mrs. Cross came in person. The charm of the young face lay for him in its ever-present suggestion of a roguishly winsome smile, which made it difficult not to watch too intently the play of her eyes and lips. Then, her way of speaking, which was altogether her own. It infused with a humorous possibility the driest, most matter-of-fact remarks, and Will had to guard himself against the temptation to reply in a corresponding note. "I suppose you see no more of those people, what's their name, the Crosses?" he let fall, as if casually, one evening when Franks had come to see him. "Lost sight of them altogether," was the reply. "Why do you ask?" "I happened to think of them," said Will, and turned to another subject. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Will Warburton by George Gissing. Chapter 23. Was he to be a grocer for the rest of his life? This question, which at first scarcely occurred to him, absorbed as he was in the problem of money earning for immediate needs, at length began to press and worry. Of course he had meant nothing of the kind. His imagination had seen in the shop a temporary expedient. He had not troubled to pursue the ultimate probabilities of the life that lay before him, but contented himself with the vague assurance of his hopeful temper. Yet where was the way out? To save money, to accumulate sufficient capital for his release, was an impossibility, at all events within any reasonable time. And for what windfall could he look? Sherwood's £10,000 hovered in his memory, but no more substantial than any fairy tale. No man living, it seemed to him, had less chance of being signally favoured by fortune. He had donned his apron, and aproned he must remain. Suppose, then, he so far succeeded in his business as to make a little more than the household at St. Neots required. Suppose it became practicable to, to think of marriage, of course on the most modest basis. Could he quite see himself offering to the girl he chose the hand and heart of a grocer? He laughed. It was well to laugh. Merriment is the great digestive, and an unspeakable boon to the man capable of it in all but every situation. But what if she also laughed, and not in the sympathetic way? Worse still, what if she could not laugh, but looked wretchedly embarrassed, confused, shamed? That would be a crisis it needed some philosophy to contemplate. For the present, common sense made it rigorously plain to him that the less he thought of these things, the better. He had not a penny to spare. Only by exercising an economy which in the old days would have appalled him, could he send his mother and sister an annual sum just sufficient to their needs. He who scorned and loathed all kinds of parsimony had learnt to cut down his expenditure at every possible point. He still smoked his pipe. He bought newspapers. He granted himself an excursion, of the cheapest, on fine Sundays. But these surely were necessities of life. In food and clothing and the common expenses of a civilized man, he pinched remorselessly. There was no choice. His lodgings cost him very little. But Mrs. Wick, whose profound suspiciousness was allied with unperfect honesty, now and then made paltry overcharges in her bill, and he was angry with himself for his want of courage to resist them. It meant only a shilling or two, but retail trade had taught him the importance of shillings. He had to remind himself that, if he was poor, his landlady was poorer still, and that in cheating him she did but follow the traditions of her class. To debate an excess of sixpence for paraffin, of ninepence for bacon, would have made him flush and grind his teeth for hours afterwards. But he noticed the effect upon himself of the new habit of niggardliness. How it disposed him to acerbity of temper. No matter how pure the motive, a man cannot devote his days to squeezing out pecuniary profits without some moral detriment. Formerly this woman, Mrs. Wick, with her gimlet eyes and her leech lips, with her spyings and eavesdroppings, with her sour civility, her stinted discharge of obligations, her pilferings and mendacities, would have rather amused him than annoyed him. Poor creature! Isn't it a miserable as well as a sordid life? Let her have her pickings, however illegitimate, and much good may they do her. Now he too often found himself regarding her with something like animosity, whereby, to be sure, he brought himself to the woman's level. Was it not a struggle between him and her for a share of life's poorest comforts? When he looked at it in that light, his cheeks were hot. A tradesman must harden himself. Why, in the early months, it cost him a wrench somewhere to take coppers at the counter from very poor folk, who perhaps made up the odd halfpenny in farthings, and looked at the coins reluctantly as they laid them down. More than once he said, "Oh, never mind the halfpenny," and was met with a look, not of gratitude, but of blank amazement. Alchin happened to be a witness of one such incident, and, in the first moment of privacy, ventured a respectful, yet a most energetic protest. "It's the kindness of your heart, sir, and if anybody knows how much of that you have, I'm sure it's me, and I ought to be the last to find fault with it. But that'll never do behind the counter, sir, never. Why, just think, the profit on what that woman bought was just 3 farthings. He detailed the computation. "And there, you've been and given her a whole halfpenny. so that you've only one blessed farthing over on the whole transaction. That ain't business, sir, that's charity, and Jollyman's ain't a charitable institution. You really must not, sir. It's unjust to yourself." And Will, with an uneasy shrug, admitted his folly. But he was ashamed to the core. Only in the second half year did he really accustom himself to disregard a customer's poverty. He had thought the thing out, faced all its most sordid aspects. Yes, he was fighting with his people for daily bread. He and his could live only if his 3 farthings of profit were plucked out of that toil-worn hand of charwoman or sempstress. Accept the necessity and think no more of it. He was a man behind the counter. He saw face to face the people who supported him. With this exception, had not things been just the same when he sat in the counting-house at the sugar refinery? It was an unpleasant truth, which appearances had formerly veiled from him. With the beginning of his second winter came a new anxiety, a new source of bitter and degrading reflections. At no more than 5 minutes' walk away, another grocer started business. Happily no great capitalist, but to all appearances a man of enterprise who knew what he was about. Morning and evening Warburton passed the new shop and felt his very soul turn sour in the thought that he must do what in him lay to prevent that man from gaining custom. If he could make his business a failure, destroy all his hopes, so much the better. With Alchin he held long and eager conferences. The robust assistant was of course troubled by no scruples. He warmed to the combat, chuckled over each good idea for the enemy's defeat. Every nerve must be strained for the great Christmas engagement. As much money as possible must be spent in making a brave show. And it was only by pausing every now and then to remember why he stood here, in what cause he was so debasing the manner of his life, that Warburton could find strength to go through such a trial of body and of spirit. When, the Christmas fight well over, with manifest triumph on his side, he went down for a couple of days to St. Neots, once more he had his reward. But the struggle was telling upon his health. It showed in his face, in his bearing. Mother and sister spoke uneasily of a change they noticed. Surely he was working too hard. What did he mean by taking no summer holiday? Will laughed. Business, business. A good deal to do at first, you know. Things will be smoother next year. And the comfort, the quiet, the simple contentment of that little house by the Ouse sent him back to Fulham Road, once more resigned, courageous. Naturally, he sometimes contrasted his own sordid existence with the unforeseen success which had made such changes in the life of Norbert Franks. It was more than 3 months since he and Franks had met when, one day early in January, he received a note from the artist. "What has become of you? I haven't had a chance of getting your way, work and social foolery. Could you come and lunch with me here on Sunday, alone, like the old days? I have a portrait to show you." So, on Sunday, Warburton went to his friend's new studio, which was in the Holland Park region. Formerly, it was always he who played the host, and he did not like this change of positions. But Franks, however sensible of his good luck, and inclined at times to take himself rather seriously, had no touch of the snob in his temper. When with him, Will generally lost sight of unpleasant things in good-natured amusement. Today, however, grocerdom lay heavily on his soul. On the return journey from St. Neots he had caught a cold, and a week of sore throat behind the counter, a week, too, of quarrel with the wholesale house which had been cheating him, left his nerves in a bad state. For reply to the artist's cordial greeting, he could only growl inarticulately. "Out of sorts?" asked the other, as they entered the large, well-warmed studio. "You look rather bad." "Leave me alone," muttered Warburton. "All right, sit down here and thaw yourself." But Will's eye had fallen on a great canvas, showing the portrait of a brilliant lady who reclined at ease and caressed the head of a great deer-hound. He went and stood before it. "Who's that?" Lady Caroline. I told you about her. Don't you think it's rather good? Yes, and for that very reason I'm afraid it's bad. The artist laughed. That's good satire on the critics. When anything strikes them as good, by a new man that is, they're ashamed to say so, just because they never dare trust their own judgment. But it is good, Warburton, uncommonly good. If there's a weak point, it's doggy. I can't come the Landseer. Still, you can see it's meant for a doggy, eh? I guessed it, replied Will, warming his hands. Lady Caroline is superb, went on Franks, standing before the canvas, head aside and hands in his pocket. This is my specialty, old boy. Lovely woman made yet lovelier, without loss of likeness. She'll be the fury of the next academy. See that something in the eyes, Warburton? Don't know how to call it. My enemies call it claptrap. But they can't do the trick, my boy. They can't do it. They'd give the end of their noses if they could. He laughed gaily, boyishly. How well he was looking! Warburton, having glanced at him, smiled with a surly kindness. All you're doing, you know, pursued Franks, who had caught the look and the smile. You've made me. But for you I should have gone to the devil. I was saying so yesterday to the Crosses. The Crosses? Will had sharply turned his head with a curious surprise. Don't you remember the Crosses? Said Franks, smiling with a certain embarrassment. Rosamond's friends at Walham Green. I met them by chance not long ago, and they wanted me to go and see them. The old lady's a bore, but she can be agreeable when she likes. The girl's rather clever, does pictures for children's books, you know. She seems to be getting on better lately, but they are wretchedly poor. I was saying to them, but that reminds me of something else. You haven't seen the Pomfrets lately? No. Then you don't know that Mr. Elvin's dead? No. He died a month ago, over there in the south of France. Rosamond has gone back to Egypt to stay with that friend of hers at Cairo. Mrs. Pomfret hints to me that the girls will have to find a way of earning their living. Elvin has left practically nothing. I wonder whether... He smiled and broke off. Whether what? Asked the listener. Oh, nothing. What's the time? Whether what? Repeated Warburton savagely. Well, whether Rosamond doesn't a little regret... Do you? Asked Will, without looking round. I? Not for a moment, my dear boy. She did me the greatest possible kindness. Only you even did me a greater. At this moment I should have been cursing and smoking cheap tobacco in Battersea, unless I had got sick of it all and done the hic-jacet business, a strong probability. Never did a girl behave more sensibly. Some day I hope to tell her so. Of course, when she has married somebody else. Then I'll paint her portrait and make her the envy of a season. By Jove, I will. Splendid subject she'd be. When I think of that beastly so-called portrait that I put my foot through the day I was in hell. Queer how one develops all at a jump. 2 years ago I could no more paint a woman's portrait than I could build a cathedral. I caught the trick in the slummer, but didn't see all it meant till Blackstaff asked me to paint Lady Rocket. Rosamond ought to have given me the sack when she saw that daub, meant for her. Good little girl, she held as long as she could. Oh, I'll paint her divinely one of these days. The soft humming of a gong summoned them to another room, where lunch was ready. Never had Warburton shown such lack of genial humour at his friend's table. He ate mechanically and spoke hardly at all. Little by little, Franks felt the depressing effect of this companionship. When they returned to the studio, to smoke by the fireside, only a casual word broke the cheerless silence. I oughtn't to have come today, said Will at length, half apologetically. I feel like a bear with a sore head. I think I'm going. Shall I come and see you some evening? Asked the other in his friendliest tone. No, not just yet. I'll write and ask you. And Will went out into the frosty gloom. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Will Warburton, by George GISSING, Chapter 24. By way of Alchin, who knew all the gossip of the neighbourhood, Warburton learnt that his new competitor in trade was a man with 5 children and a wife given to drink. He had been in business in another part of London, and was suspected to have removed with the hope that new surroundings might help his wife to overcome her disastrous failing. A very respectable man, people said, kind husband, good father, honest dealer. But Alchin reported, with a twinkle of the eye, that all his capital had gone in the new start, and it was already clear that his business did not thrive. "We shall starve him out," cried the assistant, snapping his thumb and finger. "And what'll become of him then?" asked Will. "Ah, that's for him to think about," replied Alchin. "Wouldn't he starve us if he could, sir?" And Warburton, brooding on this matter, stood appalled at the ferocity of the struggle amid which he lived, in which he had his part. Gone was all his old enjoyment of the streets of London. In looking back upon his mood of that earlier day, he saw himself as an incredibly ignorant and careless man, marvelled at the lightness of heart which had enabled him to find amusement in rambling over this vast slaughter-strewn field of battle. Picturesque? Forsooth! Where was its picturesqueness for that struggling, soon-to-be defeated tradesman, with his tipsy wife and band of children who looked to him for bread? And I myself am crushing the man, as surely as if I had my hand on his gullet and my knee on his chest. Crush him I must. Otherwise, what becomes of that little home down at St. Neots, dear to me as his children are to him? There's no room for both of us. He has come too near. He must pay the penalty of his miscalculation. Is there not the workhouse for such people? And Will went about repeating to himself, "There's the workhouse. Don't I pay poor rates? The workhouse is an admirable institution." He lay awake many an hour of these winter nights, seeing in vision his own life and the life of man. He remembered the office in Little Ailey Street, saw himself and Godfrey Sherwood sitting together, talking, laughing, making a jest of their effort to support a doomed house. Godfrey used to repeat legends, sagas, stories of travel, as though existence had not a care or the possibility of one. And he, in turn, talked about some bit of London he had been exploring, showed an old map he had picked up, an old volume of London topography. The while, world-wide forces, the hunger struggle of nations, were shaking the roof above their heads. Theoretically they knew it, but they could escape in time. They had a cosy little corner preserved for themselves, safe from these pestilent worries. Fate has a grudge against the foolishly secure. If he laughed now, it was in self-mockery. The night of London, always rife with mysterious sounds, spoke dreadfully to his straining ear. He heard voices near and far, cries of pain or of misery, shouts savage or bestial, over and through all that low, far-off rumble or roar, which never for a moment ceases, the groan, as it seemed, of suffering multitudes. There tripped before his dreaming eyes a procession from the world of wealth and pleasure, and the amazement with which he viewed it changed of a sudden to fiery wrath. He tossed upon the bed, uttered his rage in a loud exclamation, felt his heart pierced with misery, which brought him all but to tears. Close upon astonishment and indignation followed dread. Given health and strength, he might perhaps continue to hold his own in this merciless conflict. Perhaps. Only, but what if some accident, such as befalls this man or that in every moment of time, threw him among the weaklings? He saw his mother, in her age and ill health, reduced to the pittance of the poorest, his sister going forth to earn her living, himself a helpless burden upon both. Nay, was there not rat poison to be purchased? How, he cried within himself, how in the name of sense and mercy is mankind content to live on in such a world as this? By what devil are they hunted that, Not only do they neglect the means of solace suggested to every humane and rational mind, but the vast majority of them spend all their strength and ingenuity in embittering the common lot. Overwhelmed by the hateful unreason of it all, he felt as though his brain reeled on the verge of madness. Every day, and all the day long, the shop, the counter. Had he chosen, he might have taken a half-holiday now and then. On certain days, Alchin was quite able and abundantly willing to manage alone. But what was the use? To go to a distance was merely to see with more distinctness the squalor of his position. Never for a moment was he tempted to abandon this work. He saw no hope whatever of earning money in any other way, and money he must needs earn as long as he lived. But the life weighed upon him with a burden such as he had never imagined. Never had he understood before what was meant by the sickening weariness of routine. His fretfulness as a youth in the West Indies seemed to him now inconceivable. His own master? Why, he was the slave of every kitchen wench who came into the shop to spend a penny. He trembled at the thought of failing to please her, and so losing her custom. The grocery odours, once pleasant to him, had grown nauseating, and the ever-repeated tasks, the weighing, parcel-making, string-cutting, the parrot phrases 1,000 times repeated, the idiot bowing and smiling, how these things gnawed at his nerves, till he quivered like a beaten horse. He tried to console himself by thinking that things were now at the worst, that he was subduing himself and would soon reach a happy, dull indifference. But in truth it was with fear that he looked forward, fear of unknown possibilities in himself, fear that he might sink yet more wretchedly in his own esteem. For the worst part of his suffering was self-scorn. When he embarked upon this strange enterprise, he knew, or thought he knew, all the trials to which he would be exposed, and not slight would have been his indignation had anyone ventured to hint that his character might prove unequal to the test. Sherwood's letter had pleased him so much precisely because it praised his resolve as courageous, manly. On manliness of spirit, Will had always piqued himself. It was his pride that he carried a heart equal to any lot imposed upon him by duty. Yet little more than a 12-month of shopkeeping had so undermined his pluck, enfeebled his temper, that he could not regard himself in the glass without shame. He tried to explain it by failure of health. Assuredly, his physical state had for months been declining, and the bad cold from which he had recently suffered seemed to complete his moral downfall. In this piercing and gloom-wrapped month of February, coward thoughts continually beset him. In his cold lodgings, in the cold streets, in the draughts of the shop, he felt soul and body shrink together, till he became as the meanest of starveling hucksters. Then something happened, which rescued him for a while from this haunting self. One night, just at closing time, a night of wild wind and driven rain, Mrs. Hopper came rushing into the shop, her face a tale of woe. Warburton learnt that her sister, Liza, the ailing girl whom he had befriended in his comfortable days, had been seized with lung hemorrhage, and lay in a lamentable state. The help of Mrs. Alchin was called for, and any other that might be forthcoming. 2 years ago, Will would have responded to such an appeal as this with lavish generosity. Now, though the impulse of compassion blinded him for a moment to his changed circumstances, he soon remembered that his charity must be that of a poor man, of a debtor. He paid for a cab, that the two women might speed to their sister through the stormy night as quickly as possible, and he promised to think of what could be done for the invalid, with the result that he lost a night's sleep in calculating what sum he might spare. On the morrow came the news he had expected. The doctor suggested Brompton Hospital, if admission could be obtained. Home treatment at this time of the year, and in the patient's circumstances, was not likely to be of any good. Warburton took the matter in hand, went about making inquiries, found that there must necessarily be delay. Right or wrong, he put his hand in his pocket, and Mrs. Hopper was enabled to nurse her sister in a way otherwise impossible. He visited the sick room, and for half an hour managed to talk as of old, in the note of gallant sympathy and encouragement. Let there be no stint of fire, of food, of anything the doctor might advise. Meanwhile, he would ask about other hospitals, do everything in his power. As indeed he did, with the result that in a fortnight's time the sufferer was admitted to an institution to which, for the nonce, Warburton had become a subscriber. He saw her doctor. Not much chance, I'm afraid. Of course, if she were able to change climate, that kind of thing, but under the circumstances. And through a whole Sunday morning, Will paced about his little sitting room, not caring to go forth, not caring to read, caring for nothing at all in a world so full of needless misery. Of course, if she were able to change climate. Yes, the accident of possessing money, a life to depend upon that. In another station, though as likely as not, with no moral superiority to justify the privilege, the sick woman would be guarded, soothed, fortified by every expedient of science, every resource of humanity. Chance to be poor, and not only must you die when you need not, but must die with the minimum of comfort, the extreme of bodily and mental distress. This commonplace struck so forcibly upon Will's imagination that it was as a new discovery to him. He stood amazed, bewildered, as men of any thinking power are wont to do when experience makes real to them the truisms of life. A few coins or pieces of printed paper to signify all that? An explosion of angry laughter broke the mood. Pacing, back and fro in the little room, for hour after hour, till his head whirled and his legs ached. Out of doors there was fitfully glinting sunshine upon the wet roofs. A pale blue now and then revealed amid the grey wrack. 2 years ago he would have walked 20 miles on a day like this, with eyes for nothing but the beauty and joy of earth. Was he not, he suddenly asked himself, a wiser man now than then? Did he not see into the truth of things, whereas formerly he had seen only the deceptive surface? There should be some solace in this reflection, if he took it well to heart. Then his mind wandered away to Norbert Franks, who at this moment was somewhere enjoying himself. This afternoon he might be calling upon the Crosses. Why should that thought be disagreeable? It was, as he perceived, not for the first time. If he pictured the artist chatting side by side with Bertha Cross, something turned cold within him. By the by, it was rather a long time since he had seen Miss Cross. Her mother had been doing the shopping lately. She might come, perhaps one day this week. The chance gave him something to look forward to. How often had he called himself a fool for paying heed to Bertha Cross's visits? End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by SKwanlada. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 25. Again came springtime, and as he stood behind the counter, Warburton thought of all that was going on in the world he had forsaken. Amusements for which he had never much cared haunted his fancy. Feeling himself shut out from the life of grace and intellect, he suffered a sense of dishonour, as though his position resulted from some personal baseness, some crime. He numbered the acquaintances he had dropped, and pictured them as mentioning his name, if ever they did so, with cold disapproval. Godfrey Sherwood had ceased to write. It was 6 months since his last letter, in which he hinted a fear that the Irish enterprise would have to be abandoned for lack of capital. Even Franks, good fellow as he was, seemed to grow lukewarm in friendship. The painter had an appointment for a Sunday in May at Will's lodgings, to smoke and talk. But on the evening before, he sent a telegram excusing himself. Vexed, humiliated, Warburton wasted the Sunday morning, and only after his midday meal yielded to the temptation of a brilliant sky, which called him forth. Walking westward, with little heed to distance or direction, he presently found himself at Kew. On the bridge he lingered a while, idly gazing at boats, and, as he thus leaned over the parapet, the sound of a voice behind him fell startlingly upon his ear. He turned, just in time to catch a glimpse of the features which that voice had brought before his mind's eye. Bertha Cross was passing, with her mother. Probably they had not seen him, and even if they had recognized him, did he flatter himself that the Crosses would give any sign in public of knowing their grocer? With his eyes on the graceful figure of Bertha, he slowly followed. The ladies were crossing Kew Green. Doubtless they would enter the gardens to spend the afternoon there. Would it not be pleasant to join them, to walk by Bertha's side, to talk freely with her? Forgetting the counter, which always restrained their conversation, Bertha was nicely dressed, though one saw that her clothes cost nothing. In the old days, if he had noticed her at all, she would have seemed to him rather a pretty girl of the lower middle class, perhaps a little less insignificant than her like. Now she shone for him against a background of customers, the one in whom he saw a human being of his own kind, and who, within the imposed limits, has given proof of admitting his humanity. He saw her turn to look at her mother, and smile, a smile of infinite kindness and good humour. Involuntarily, his own lips responded. He walked on smiling. They passed through the gates. He, at a distance of a dozen yards, still followed. There was no risk of detection. Indeed, he was doing no harm. Even a grocer might observe from afar off a girl walking with her mother. But, after strolling for a quarter of an hour, they paused beside a bench, and there seated themselves. Mrs. Cross seemed to be complaining of something. Bertha seemed to soothe her. When he was near enough to be aware of this, Will saw that he was too near. He turned abruptly on his heels and stood face to face with Norbert Franks. "Hello!" exclaimed the painter, with an air of embarrassment. "I thought that was your bag." "Your engagement was here?" asked Will bluntly, referring to the author's telegram of excuse. "Yes, I was obliged to—" He broke off, his eyes fixed on the figures of Bertha and her mother. "You were obliged?" "You see the ladies there," said Franks in a lower voice. "There, on the seat? It's Mrs. Cross and her daughter. You remember the Crosses? I called to see them yesterday, and only Mrs. Cross was at home. And the fact is, I as good as promised to meet them here, if it was fine." "Very well," replied Warburton carelessly. "I won't keep you. Go, but—" Franks was in great confusion. He looked this way and that, as if seeking for an escape. As Will began to move away, he kept at his side. "Look here, Warburton. Let me introduce you to them. They're very nice people. I'm sure you'd like them. Do let me—" "Thank you. No, I don't want any new acquaintances." "Why, come along, old man," urged the author. "You're getting too grumpy. You live too much alone, just to please me." "No," answered Will resolutely, walking on. "Very well, just as you like. But I say I should find you at home this evening, say 9 o'clock. I particularly want to have a talk." Good, I'll be there, replied Will, and so, with knitted brows, strode away. Very punctually did the visitor arrive that evening. He entered the room with that same look of embarrassment which he had worn during the brief colloquy at Kew. He shook hands awkwardly, and, as he seated himself, talked about the fall of temperature since sunset, which made a fire agreeable. Warburton, ashamed of the sullenness he could not overcome, rolled this way and that in his chair, holding the poker and making lunges with it at a piece of coal which would not break. "That was a lucky chance," began Franks at length. "Our meeting this afternoon." "Lucky? Why?" "Because it has given me the courage to speak to you about something. Queerest chance I ever knew, that you should be there close by the crosses." "Did they ask who I was?" inquired Warburton after a violent lunge with the poker, which sent pieces of coal flying into the room. "They didn't happen to see me whilst I was talking with you. But, in any case," added Franks, "they wouldn't have asked. They're well-bred people, you know, really ladies. I suspect you've had a different idea of them. Wasn't that why you wouldn't let me introduce you?" "Not at all," answered Will with a forced laugh. "I've no doubt of their ladyhood. The fact of the matter is," continued the author, crossing and uncrossing and recrossing his legs in nervous restlessness, "that I've been seeing them now and then since I told you I was going to call there. You guess why? It isn't Mrs. Cross, depend upon it." "Mrs. Cross's tea, perhaps," said Will with a hard grin. "Not exactly. It's the worst tea I ever tasted. I must advise her to change her grocer." Warburton exploded in a roar of laughter, and cried, as Frank stared wonderingly at him, "You never make a better joke in your life than that." "Shows what I can do when I try," answered the artist. "However, the tea is shockingly bad." "What can you expect for 1 and 7 pence halfpenny per pound?" cried Will. "How do you know what she pays?" Warburton's answer was another peal of merriment. "Well, I shouldn't wonder," Franks went on. "The fact is, you know, they're very poor. It's a miserable sort of a life for a girl like Bertha Cross. She's clever in her way. Did you ever see any of her work? Children's book illustrating? It's more than passable, I assure you. But of course she's wretchedly paid. Apart from that, a really nice girl." "So this is what you had to tell me?" said Warburton, in a subdued voice, when the speaker hesitated. "I wanted to talk about it, old man, that's the truth." Franks accompanied these words with a shy smiling look, of such friendly appeal that Will felt his heart and surly humour begin to soften, and something of the old geniality stirring under the dull weight that had so long oppressed him. "I suppose it's settled?" he asked, staring at the fire. "Settled? How?" "When it comes to meetings at Kew Gardens." "Oh, don't misunderstand," exclaimed Franks nervously. "I told you that it was with the mother I made the appointment, not with Bertha herself. I'm quite sure Bertha never heard a word of it." "Well, it comes to the same thing." "Not at all. I half wish it did." "Half?" asked Warburton with a quick glance. "Can't you see that I haven't really made up my mind?" said Franks, fidgeting in his chair. "I'm not sure of myself, and I'm still less sure of her. It's all in the air. I've been there perhaps half a dozen times, but only like any other acquaintance. And you know, she isn't the kind of girl to meet one halfway. I'm sorry you don't know her. You'll be able to understand better. Then, you see, there's something a little awkward in her position and mine. She is the intimate friend of the other one, you know. At least, I suppose she still is. Of course, we haven't said anything about that. It makes misunderstandings very possible. Suppose she thought I made friends with her in the hope of getting round to the other again. You see how difficult it is to judge her behavior, to come to any conclusion. Yes, I see, Warburton let fall musingly. And even if I were sure of understanding her, there's myself. Look at the position now. I suppose I may call myself a successful man, well on the way to success at all events. Unless fortune plays me a dirty trick, I ought soon to be making my 3,000 or 4,000 a year, and there's the possibility of double that. Think what that means in the way of opportunity. Once or twice I was going to see the crosses. I've pulled myself up and asked what the deuce I was doing, but I went all the same. The truth is, there's something about Bertha. I wish you know her, Warburton. I really wish you did. She's the kind of girl any man might marry. Nothing brilliant about her, but, well, I can't describe it. As different as could be from the other. In fact, it isn't easy to see how they become such close friends. Of course, she knows all about me, what I'm doing, and so on. In the case of an ordinary girl in her position, it would be irresistible, but I'm not at all sure she looks at it in that way. She behaves to one, well, in the most natural way possible. Now and then I rather think she makes fun of me. Warburton allowed a low chuckle to escape him. Why do you laugh? I don't mean that she does it disagreeably. It's her way to look at things on the humorous side, and I rather like that. Don't you think it's a good sign in a girl? That depends, muttered Will. Well, that's how things are. I want to tell you, there's nobody else I should think of talking to about it. Silence hung between them for a minute or two. You'll have to make up your mind pretty soon, I suppose, said Warburton at length, in a not unpleasant voice. That's the worst of it. I don't want to be in a hurry. It's just what I don't want. Doesn't it occur to you, asked Will, as if a sudden idea had struck him, that perhaps she's no more in a hurry than you are? It's possible, I shouldn't wonder, but if I seem to be playing the fool? That depends on yourself. But, Will added, with a twinkle in his eye, there's just one piece of advice I should like to offer you. Let me have it, replied the author eagerly. Very good of you, old man, not to be bored. Don't, said Warburton in an impressive undertone. Don't persuade Mrs. Cross to change her grocer. End of chapter 25. Recorded by SKwanlada. Chapter 26 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by SKwanlada. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 26. This conversation brought Warburton a short relief. Laughter, even though it come from the throat rather than the midriff, tends to dispel morbid humors. And when he woke next morning, after unusually sound sleep, Will had a pleasure in the sunlight, such as he had not known for a long time. He thought of Norbert Franks, and chuckled, of Bertha Cross, and smiled. For a day or two the toil of the shop was less irksome. Then came sordid troubles, which again overcast the sky. Acting against his trusty henchman's advice, Will had made a considerable purchase of goods from a bankrupt stock, and what seemed to be a great bargain was beginning to prove a serious loss. Customers grumbled about the quality of articles supplied to them out of this unlucky venture. And among the dissatisfied was Mrs. Cross, who came and talked for 20 minutes about some tapioca that had been sent to her, obliging Mr. Jollyman to make repeated apologies and promises that such a thing should never occur again. When the querulous-voiced lady at length withdrew, Will was boiling over with rage. "Idiot!" he exclaimed, regardless of the fact that Auchin overheard him. "You see, sir," remarked the assistant, "it's just as I said, but I couldn't persuade you." Will held his lips tight and stared before him. "There'll be a net loss of £10 on that transaction," pursued Auchin. "It's a principle of honest business. Never buy a bankrupt stock. But you wouldn't listen to me, sir." "Thou do, Auchin, thou do," broke in the master, quivering with the restraint he imposed upon himself. "Can't you see I'm not in the mood for that sort of thing?" This same day there was a leakage of gas on the premises, due to bad workmanship and some new fittings which had cost Will more than he liked. Then the shop awning gave way, and fell upon the head of a passer-by who came into the shop swearing at large, and demanding compensation for his damaged hat. Sundry other things went wrong in the course of the week, and by closing time on Saturday night, Warburton's nerves were in a state of tension which threatened catastrophe. He went to bed at 1 o'clock. At 6 in the morning, not having closed his eyes for a moment, he tumbled out again, dressed with fury, and rushed out of the house. It was a morning of sunny showers. One moment the stones were covered with shining moisture, and the next were steaming themselves dry under the unclouded rays. Heedless whither he went, so he did but move quickly enough, Will crossed the river, and struck southward, till he found himself by Clapham Junction. The sun had now triumphed. The day would be brilliant. Feeling already better for his exercise, he stood a while reflecting, and decided at length to go by rail into the country. He might perhaps call on the Pomfrets at Ashton. That would depend upon his mood. At all events, he would journey in that direction. It was some 3 months since he had seen the Pomfrets. He had a standing invitation to the pleasant little house, where he was always received with simple, cordial hospitality. About 11 o'clock, after a ramble about Ashton Common, he pushed open the garden wicket, and knocked at the door under the leafy porch. So quiet was the house that he half feared he would find nobody at home. But the servant at once let him in, and announced him at the door of her master's sanctum. "Warburton!" cried a high, hearty voice before he had entered. "Good fellow! Every day this week I've been wanting to ask you to come, but I was afraid. It's so long since we saw you. I fancy you must have been bored the last time you were here." A small, thin, dry-featured man, with bald occiput and grizzled beard, Ralph Pomfret sat deep in an easy chair, his legs resting on another. Humour and kindliness twinkled in his grey eye. The room, which was full of books, had a fair view of the meadows and hill. Garden perfumes floated in at the open window. "Kind fellow to come like this," he went on. "You see that the old enemy has a grip on me. He pinches. He'll get at my vitals one of these days, no doubt. And I've not even the satisfaction of having got my gout in an honourable way. If it had come to me from a fine old 3-bottle Anchester. But I, who never had a grandfather, and hardly tasted wine till I was 30 years old, Why, I feel ashamed to call myself gaudy. Sit down. My wife's at church. Strange thing that people still go to church, but they do, you know. Force of habit, force of habit. Rosamond's with her. Miss Elvan? Asked Warburton, surprised. Ah, yes, I forgot you didn't know she was here. Came back with those friends of hers from Egypt a week ago. She has no home in England now. I don't know where she will decide to live. Have you not seen Norbert lately? Continued Mr. Pomfret, all in one breath. He's too busy to come out to Ashstead, perhaps too prosperous. But no, I won't say that. I won't really think it. A good lad, Norbert, better, I suspect, than his work. There's a strange thing now, a painter without enthusiasm for art. He used to have a little, more than a little, but it's all gone, or so it seems to me. He's very honest about it, said Warburton. Makes no pretenses, calls his painting a trick, and really feels surprised, I'm sure, that he is so successful. Poor Norbert, a good lad, a good lad. I wonder, do you think if I wrote a line mentioning, by the way, that Rosamond's here, do you think he'll come? The speaker accompanied his words with an intimate glance. Will averted his eyes and gazed for a moment at the sunny landscape. How long will Miss Elvan stay? He asked. Oh, as long as she likes. We are very glad to have her. Their looks met for an instant. A pity, said Ralph, shaking his head and smiling. Don't you think so? Why, yes, I've always thought so. Will knew that this was not strictly the truth, but in this moment he refused to see anything but the dimly suggested possibility that Franks might meet again with Rosamond Elvan and again succumb to her charm. Heaven forbid, resumed Ralph, that one should interfere where lives are at stake. Nothing of that, nothing of that. You are as little disposed for it as I am, but simply to acquaint him with the fact. I see no harm if I meet him. Ah, to be sure, it would be natural to say, I owe him a visit, remarked Will. They talked of other things. All at once Warburton had become aware that he was hungry. He had not broken his fast today. Happily, the clock on the mantelpiece pointed towards noon, and at this moment there sounded voices within the house, followed by a tap at the study door, which opened, admitting Mrs. Pomfret. The lady advanced with hospitable greeting. Homely of look and speech, she had caught her husband's smile and something of his manner, testimony to the happiness of a long-wedded life. Behind her came the figure of youth and grace which Warburton's eyes expected. Very little change since he last saw it in the Valley of Triumph. Warburton was conscious of an impression that the young lady saw him again with pleasure. In a minute or two, Mrs. Pomfret and her niece had left the room, but Warburton still saw those pure, pale features, the emotional eyes and lips, the slight droop of the head to one side. Far, indeed, so he said within himself, from his ideal, but he easily understood, strong in seductiveness for such a man as Franks, whom the old passion had evidently left lukewarm in his thought of other woman. The bell gave a welcome summons to lunch, or dinner, as it was called in this household of simple traditions. Helped by his friend's arm, Ralph managed to hobble to table. He ate little, and talked throughout the meal in his wonted vein of cheerful reflection. Will enjoyed everything that was set before him, the good, wholesome food, which did credit to Mrs. Pomfret's housekeeping, had a rare savour, After months of dining in the little parlour behind his shop, varied only by Mrs. Wickett's cooking on Sundays. One thing, however, interfered with his ease. Seated opposite to Rosamond Elven, he called to mind the fact that his toilet this morning had been of the most summary description. He was unshaven, and his clothing was precisely what he had worn all yesterday at the counter. The girl's eyes passed observantly over him now and then, and he was critical of appearances, no doubt. That his aspect and demeanour might be in keeping, he bore himself somewhat bluffly, threw out brief blunt phrases, and met Miss Alvan's glance with a confident smile. No resentment of this behaviour appeared in her look or speech. As the meal went on, she talked more freely, and something of frank curiosity began to reveal itself in her countenance as she listened to him. Ralph Pomfret having hobbled back to his study chair to doze, if might be, for an hour or two, the otters presently strolled out into the garden, where the rustic chairs awaited them on the shadowy side. "You have your pipe, I hope?" said the hostess, as Warburton stretched himself out with a sigh of content. "I have." "And matches?" "Yes. No, the box is empty." "I'll send you some. I have one or two things to see to indoors." So Will and Rosamond sat alone, gazing idly at the summer sky, hearing the twitter of a bird, the hum of insects, whilst the scents of flower and leaf lulled them into a restful intimacy. Without a word of ceremony, Will used the matches that were brought him, and puffed a cloud into the warm air. They were talking of the beauties of this neighbourhood, of the delightful position of the house. "You often come out to see my uncle, I suppose?" said Rosamond. "Not often. I'm seldom free, and not always in the humour." "Not in the humour for this?" "It sounds strange, doesn't it?" said Will, meeting her eyes. "When I'm here, I want to be here always, winter or summer. There's nothing more enjoyable in the way of enjoyment that does only good. Do you regret Egypt?" "No, indeed. I shall never care to go there again." "Or the Pyrenees?" "Have you seen them yet?" asked Rosamond. Will shook his head. "I remember your saying," she remarked, "you would go for your next holiday to the Basque country." "Did I?" "Yes, when you had been talking much about it. But since then I've had no holiday." "No holiday? All this time?" Rosamond's brows betrayed her sympathy. "How long is it since we were together in Switzerland?" asked Will dreamily between puffs. "This is the second summer, isn't it? One loses count of time, there in London. I was saying to Franks the other day—" He stopped, but not abruptly. The words seemed to murmur away as his thoughts wandered. Rosamond's eyes were for a moment cast down, but for a moment only. Then she fixed them upon him in a steady, untroubled gaze. "You were saying to Mr. Franks?" The quiet sincerity of her voice drew Warburton's look. She was sitting straight in the cane chair, her hands upon her lap, with an air of pleasant interest. "I was saying— Oh, I forget. It's gone." "Do you often see him?" Rosamond inquired in the same calmly interested tone. "Now and then. He's a busy man with a great many friends, like most men who succeed." "But you don't mean, I hope, that he cares less for his friends of the old time before he succeeded?" "Not at all," exclaimed Will, rolling upon his chair and gazing at the distance. "He's the same as ever. It's my fault that we don't meet oftener. I was always a good deal of a solitary, you know, And my temper hasn't been improved by ill luck. Ill luck? Again there was sympathy in Rosamond's knitted brow. Her voice touched a note of melodious surprise and pain. That's neither here nor there. We were talking of Franks. If anything, he's improved, I should say. I can't imagine anyone bearing success better. Just the same bright, good-natured, sincere fellow. Of course, he enjoys his good fortune. He's been through hard times. Which would have been harder still but for a friend of his, said Rosamond, with eyes thoughtfully drooped. Warburton watched her as she spoke. Her look and her voice carried him back to the Valley of Triumph. He heard the foaming torrent, saw the dark fir woods, felt a cool breath from the glacier. Thus had Rosamond been wont to talk, then as now, touching his elementary emotions, but moving his reflective self to a smile. "Have you seen Miss Cross since you came back?" he asked, as if casually. "Oh yes, if I stay in England, I hope to live somewhere near her. Perhaps I shall take rooms in London and work at watercolours and black and white, unless I go to the Basque country where my sister is. Don't you think, Mr. Warburton, one might make a lot of drawings in the Pyrenees, and then have an exhibition of them in London? I have to earn my living, and I must do something of that kind." Whilst Will was shaping his answer, Mrs. Pomfret came toward them from the house, and the current of the conversation was turned. Presently Ralph summoned his guest to the book-room, where they talked till the kindly hour of tea. But before setting out for his homeward journey, Warburton had another opportunity of exchanging words with Miss Elven in the garden. "Well, I shall hear what you decide to do," he said bluffly. "If you go to the Pyrenees? But I don't think you will." "No, perhaps not. London rather tempts me," was the girl's dreamy reply. "I'm glad to hear it." "I must guess Bertha's advice, Miss Cross's." Will nodded. He was about to say something, but altered his mind. And so the colloquy ended. End of chapter 26. Recorded by SKwanlada. Chapter 27 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by SKwanlada. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 27. Toward 10 o'clock that evening, Warburton alighted from a train at Notting Hill Gate, and walked through heavy rain to the abode of Norbert Franks. With satisfaction, he saw the light at the great window of his studio, and learned from the servant who admitted him that Franks had no company. His friend received him with surprise. So long was it since Warburton had looked in unexpectedly. "Nothing amiss?" said Franks, examining the hard-set face, with its heavy eyes and cheeks sunken. "All right. Came to ask for news, that's all." "News? Ah, I understand." "There's no news." "Still reflecting?" "Yes. Keeping away, just to see how I like it. Sensible, that, don't you think?" Warburton nodded. The conversation did not promise much vivacity, for Franks looked tired, and the visitor seemed much occupied with his own thoughts. After a few words about a canvas which stood on the easel, another woman the artist was boldly transforming into loveliness, Will remarked carelessly that he had spent the day at Ashstead. "By Jove, I ought to go and see those people," said Franks. "Better wait a little, perhaps," returned the author with a smile. "Miss Elven is with them." "Ah, lucky you told me. Not that it matters much," added Franks, after a moment's reflection. At all events, as far as I'm concerned. But it might be a little awkward for her. How long is she staying? Will told all he knew of Miss Elvin's projects. He went on to say that she seemed to him more thoughtful, more serious than in the old time. To be sure, she had but recently lost her father, and the subduing influence of that event might have done her good. You had a lot of talk, said Franks. Oh, we gossiped in the garden. Poor old Pomfret has his gout, and couldn't come out with us. What do you think, by the by, of her chance of living by art? She says he'll have to. By that or something else, no doubt. Franks replied disinterestedly. I know her father had nothing to leave, nothing to make an income. Are her watercolors worth anything? Not much, I'm afraid. I can't quite see her living by anything of that sort. She's the amateur, pure and simple. Now Bertha Cross, there's the kind of girl who does work and gets paid for it. In her modest line, Bertha is a real artist. I do wish you knew her, Warburton. So you have said a good many times, remarked Will, but I don't see how it would help you. I know Miss Elvin and... He paused, as if musing on a thought. And what? Asked Franks impatiently. Nothing, except that I like her better than I used to. As he spoke, he stood up. Well, I can't stay. It's raining like the devil. I wanted to know whether you'd done anything decisive. That's all. I'll let you know when I do, answered Franks, suppressing a yawn. Good night, old man. For a fortnight, Warburton led his wonted life, shut off as usual from the outer world. About this time, Audion began to observe with anxiety the change in his master's aspect and general behavior. I'm afraid you're not feeling quite yourself, sir, he said at closing time one night. I've noticed lately you don't seem quite well. Have you? Well, perhaps you are right, but it doesn't matter. If you excuse me, sir, returned the assistant, I'm afraid it does matter. I hope, sir, you won't think I speak disrespectful, but I've been noticing that you did seem to care about waiting on customers lately. You've noticed that? I have, sir, if the truth must be told, and I kept saying to myself as it wasn't like you. What I'm afraid of, sir, if you don't mind me saying it, is that the customers themselves are beginning to notice it. Mrs. Kipling said to me yesterday, What's come to Mr. Jollyman? She says. He hasn't a civil word for me. She says, Of course, I made out as you've been suffering from a bad headache, and I should wonder if that's the truth, sir. Warburton set his teeth and said nothing. You wouldn't like to take a little holiday, sir? Returned Audion. This next week. I could manage well enough. It might do you good, sir, to have a mouthful of sea air. I'll think about it, broke in the author abruptly. He was going away without another word, but in crossing the shop, he caught his henchman's eye fixed on him with a troublous gaze. Self-reproach checked his steps. You're quite right, Audion, he said in a confidential tone. I'm not quite up to the mark, and perhaps I should do well to take a holiday. Thank you for speaking about it. He walked home, and there, on his table, he found a letter from Franks, which he eagerly tore open. I have as good as decided, wrote the artist. Yesterday I went to Ashstead and saw R. We met like old friends, just as I wished, talked as naturally as you and I. I suspect, only suspect of course, that she knows of my visits to Walham Green and smiles at them. Yes, as you say, I think she has improved, decidedly. The upshot of it all is that I shall call on the Crosses again, and, when an opportunity offers, try my chance. I think I am acting sensibly, don't you? After reading this, Will paced about his room for an hour or two. Then he flung himself into bed, but got no sleep until past dawn. Rising at the usual hour, he told himself that this would not do. To live on in this way was mere moral suicide. He resolved to run down to St. Neots, whence, if his mother were capable of the journey, she and Jane might go for a week or two to the seaside. So, having packed his travelling bag, he walked to the shop and arranged with Auchin for a week's absence, greatly to the assistant's satisfaction. Before noon he was at the halls. But the idea of a family expedition to the seaside could not be carried out. Mrs. Warburton was not strong enough to leave home, and Jane had just invited a friend to come and spend a week with them. Disguising as best he could his miserable state of mind and body, Will stayed for a couple of days. The necessity for detailed lying about his affairs in London, lying which would long ago have been detected but for the absolute confidence of his mother and sister, and the retired habits of their life, added another cause of unrest to those already tormenting him, and he was glad to escape into solitude. Though with little faith in the remedy, he betook himself to a quiet spot on the coast of Norfolk, associated with memories of holiday in childhood, and there for the rest of the time he had allowed himself, did what a man could do to get benefit from sea and sky. And in these endless hours of solitude there grew upon him a perception of the veritable cause of his illness. Not loss of station, not overwork, not love, but simply the lie to which he was committed. There was the root of the matter. Slowly, dimly, he groped toward the fact that what rendered his life intolerable was its radical dishonesty. Lived openly, avowedly, it would have involved hardships indeed, but nothing of this dull wretchedness, which made the world a desert. He began to see how much better, how much easier it would have been to tell the truth 2 years ago. His mother was not so weak-minded a woman as to be stricken down by loss of money, and as for Sherwood, his folly merited more than the unpleasantness that might have resulted to him from disclosure. Grocerdom with a clear conscience would have been a totally different thing from grocerdom surreptitiously embraced. Instead of slinking into a corner for the performance of an honourable act, he should have declared it frankly, unaffectedly, to all who had any claim upon him. At once, the enterprise became amusing, interesting. If it disgraced him with any of his acquaintances, so much the worse for them. All whose friendship was worth having would have shown only the more his friends. As things stood, he was ashamed, degraded, not by circumstances, but by himself. To undo it all? To proclaim the truth? Was it not easy enough? He had proved now that his business would yield income sufficient for his mother and sister, as well as for his own needs. The crisis was surmounted. Why not cast off this load of mean falsehood, which was crushing him to the ground? By heaven, he would do so. Not immediately. Better wait until he had heard from Jane that their mother was a little stronger, which would probably be the case in a week or two. But, he declared in his mind, the resolve was taken. At the first favourable moment, he would undo his folly. Before taking his step, he must of course announce it to Godfrey Sherwood, an unpleasant necessity, but no matter. He walked about the beach in a piping wind, waved his arms, talked to himself, now and then raised a great shout. And that night he slept soundly. End of chapter 27. Recorded by SKwanlada. Chapter 28 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by SKwanlada. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 28. He got back to Fulham Road in time for the press of Saturday night. Alshin declared that he looked much better, and customers were once more gratified by Mr. Jollyman's studious civility. On Sunday morning, he wrote a long letter to Sherwood, which, for lack of author address, he sent to the care of Godfrey's relative in Wales. This was something done. In the afternoon he took a long walk, which led him through the Holland Park region. He called to see Franks, but the artist was not at home, so he left a card asking for news, and the next day brought Frank's telegraphic reply. Nothing definite yet. Shall come to see you late one of these evenings. I have not been to Walham Green. Though he had all but persuaded himself that he cared not at all, one way or the other, this message did Warburton good. Midway in the week, business being slack, he granted himself a half-holiday and went to Ashtead, merely in friendliness to Ralph Pomfret. So he said to himself. From Ashtead station to the Pomfret's house was a good 20 minutes' walk. As he strode along, eyes upon the ground, Will all at once saw the path darkened by a shadow. He then became conscious of a female figure just in front of him, and heedlessly glancing at the face, was arrested by a familiar smile. "Were you coming to see us?" asked Miss Elven, offering her hand. "What a pity that I have to go to town. Only just time to catch the train." "Then I'll walk back to the station with you. May I?" "I shall be delighted, if you don't mind the trouble. I have an appointment with Miss Cross. She has found rooms which she thinks will suit me, and we are going to look at them together." "So you have decided for London?" "I think so. The rooms are at Chelsea, in Oakley Crescent. I know how fond you are of London, and how well you know it, and I know so little, only a street or two here and there. I mean to remedy my ignorance. If ever you have an afternoon to spare, Mr. Warburton, I should be so glad if you would let me go with you to see interesting places." For an instant, Will was surprised, confused, but Rosamond's entire simplicity and directness of manner rebuked this sensation. He replied in a corresponding tone that nothing would please him more. They were now at the railway station, and the train approached. Rosamond, having sprung into a carriage, gave her hand through the window, saying, "I may be settled in a day or two. You will hear—" With the sentence unfinished, she drew back, and the train rolled away. For a minute or two, Warburton stood on the platform, his lips mechanically prolonging the smile which had answered Miss Elven's, and his thoughts echoing her last words. When he turned, he at first walked slowly, then his pace quickened, and he arrived at the Pomfret's house, as though on urgent business. In the garden he caught sight of Ralph, recovered from his attack of gout, sitting at his ease, pipe in mouth. Will told of his meeting with Miss Elven. Yes, she's off to London town. Wants to live there like all the rest of the young people. In 30 years' time she'll have had enough of it, and be glad to creep into a quiet corner like this. My wife's in the house teaching our new maid to make tea cakes. You shall have some at 5 o'clock. I wonder whether any girl could be found nowadays who knows how to make tea cakes. There's Rosamond. She knows no more about that kind of thing than of shipbuilding. Do you know any young lady who could make a toothsome tea cake?" "I'm not quite sure," answered Will reflectively, "but I have one in mind who perhaps does. It wouldn't surprise me." "That's to your credit. By the by, you know that Norbert has been here." "Yes, I heard of it. He wrote to me." "Aye, but he's been here twice. Did you know that? He was here yesterday." "Indeed." Ralph looked at the other with an odd smile. One might have expected a little awkwardness between them, he continued. Not a bit of it. There again, your girl of today. She has a way of her own with all this kind of thing. Why, they just shook hands as if they've never been anything but pleasant friends. All the same, as I tell you, Norbert has been a second time. I'm glad to hear it, said Warburton. Will had proposed getting back to the shop about 7 o'clock. He was indeed back in London at that hour, but his state of mind tempted him to shirk squalid duty. Instead of turning toward Fulham Road, he took his way into the Strand, and there loitered in the evening sunshine, self-reproachful, yet enjoying the unwonted liberty. It was dinner time. Restaurants exhaled their pungent odors, and Will felt sharpening appetite. For the first time since his catastrophe, he granted himself the dinner of a well-to-do man, and, as would naturally befall in such a case, made his indulgence large. Several days passed and brought no letter from anyone, but at midnight on Saturday there lay awaiting him a letter addressed in Sherwood's well-known hand. Godfrey began by excusing himself for his delay in replying. He had had rather a nasty attack of illness, and was only now able to hold his pen. But it was lucky he had not written before. This very morning there had reached him the very best news. The father of the man who owes me £10,000 is dying. Off and on he had been ill for a long time, but I hear at length that there can be no doubt whether that the end is near. I can't pretend to any human feeling in this matter. The man's death means life for us, so the world goes. Any day now you may have a telegram from me announcing the event of the prompt payment of the debt as soon as my friend inherits. There is no shadow of doubt. I therefore urge you very strongly not to make a disclosure. It will be needless. Wait till we see each other. I am still in Ireland, for a reason which I will explain when we meet. Will drew a long breath. If ever news came opportunely, it was this. He threw up the window of his stuffy little sitting room and looked out into the summer night. The murmur of London once more made music to his ears. End of chapter 28. Recorded by SKwanlada. Chapter 29 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by SKwanlada. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 29. Rosamond took the Chelsea lodgings proposed to her by Bertha Cross, and in a few days went to live there. The luggage which she brought from Ashstead enabled her to add a personal touch to the characterized rooms. In the place of the landlady's ornaments, which were not things of beauty, she scattered her own bibelots, and about the walls she hung a number of her own drawings, framed for the purpose, as well as several which bore the signature, Norbert Franks. Something less than a year ago, when her father went abroad, their house at Bath had been given up, and the furniture warehoused. For the present, Rosamond and her sister were content to leave things thus. The inheritance of each amounted only to a few £100. "It's enough to save one from worry for a year or two," said Rosamond to her friend Bertha. "I'm not extravagant. I can live here very comfortably, and there's a pleasure in the thought that one's work not only may succeed, but must." "I sure hope so," replied Bertha. "But where's the must?" "What am I to do if it doesn't?" asked Miss Alvan, with her sweet smile, and in a tone of irresistible argument. "True," conceded her humorous friend. "There's no other way out of the difficulty." This was on the day of Rosamond's coming to Chelsea. A week later, Bertha found the sitting-room brightened with the hanging water-colours, with curtains of some delicate fabric at the windows, with a new rug before the fireplace. "These things have cost so little," said Rosamond, half apologetically. "And yes, I was obliged to buy this little tea service. I really couldn't use Mrs. Darby's. It spoiled the taste of tea. Trifles, but they really have their importance. They help to keep one in the right mind. Oh, I must show you an amusing letter I have had from Winnie. Winifred is prudence itself. She won't spend a sixpence unnecessarily. Suppose one fell ill, she writes. What a blessing it would be to feel that one wasn't helpless and dependent. Oh, do be careful with your money, and consider very, very seriously what is the best course to take in your position. Poor dear old Winnie, I know she frets and worries about me, and pictures me throwing gold away by the handful. Yet, as you know, that isn't my character at all. If I lay out a few sovereigns to make myself comfortable here, I know what I'm doing. It will all come back again in work. As you know, Bertha, I'm not afraid of poverty. Not a bit. I had very much rather be shockingly poor, living in a garret and half-starved, than just keep myself tidily going in lodgings such as these were before I made the little changes. Winnie has a terror of finding herself destitute. She jumped for joy when she was offered that work, and I'm sure she'd be content to live there in the same way for years. She feels safe as long as she didn't touch her money. Winifred Elvan, since her father's death, had found an engagement as governess in an English family at Saint-Jean-de-Luz. This, in the younger sister's eyes, involved a social decline, more disagreeable to her than she chose to confess. The one thing, pursued Rosamond, that I really dread is the commonplace. If I were utterly, wretchedly, grindingly poor, there'd be at all events a savour of uncommon about it. I can't imagine myself marrying a prosperous shopkeeper, but if I cared for a clerk who had nothing but £1 a week, I would marry him tomorrow. The result, said Bertha, might be lamentably commonplace. Not if it was the right sort of man. Tell me, what do you think of that bit? She pointed to a framed drawing. It's in the valley of Bidassoa. They talked art for a little, then Rosamond fell into musing, and presently said, Don't you think Norbert had behaved very well? How well? I mean, it would have been excusable, perhaps, if he had betrayed a little unkind feeling toward me. But nothing of the kind, absolutely nothing. I'm afraid I didn't give him the credit for so much manliness. When he came to Ashtead the second time, of course I understood his motive at once. He wished to show me that his behaviour at the first meeting wasn't mere bravado, and to assure me that I needn't be afraid of him. There's a great deal of delicacy in that. It really pleased me. Bertha Cross was gazing at her friend with a puzzled smile. You're a queer girl, she remarked. Queer? Why? Do you mean that you were really and truly surprised that Mr. Franks behaved like a gentleman? Oh, Bertha, protested the other. What a word! Well, like a man, then. Perhaps I oughtn't to have felt that, admitted Rosamond thoughtfully. But I did, and it meant a good deal. It shows how very right I was when I freed myself. Are you quite sure of that? Asked Bertha, raising her eyebrows and speaking more seriously than usual. I was never more sure of anything. Do you know, I can't help thinking it an argument on the other side. Rosamond looked her friend in the eyes. Suppose it means that you were altogether mistaken about Mr. Franks? Went on Bertha in the same pleasant tone between jest and earnest. I wasn't mistaken in my own feeling, said Rosamond in her melodious undertone. No, but your feeling, you have always said, was due to a judgment you formed of Mr. Frank's characters and motives. And now you confess that it looks very much as if you had judged him wrongly. Rosamond smiled and shook her head. "Do you know," asked Bertha after a pause, "that he has been coming to our house lately?" "You never mentioned it. But why should he go to your house?" "Rather, why should he?" asked Bertha with a laugh. "Don't trouble to guess. The reason was plain enough. He came to talk about you." "Oh!" exclaimed the listener with amused deprecation. "There is no doubt about it. No shadow of doubt. In fact, we have very pleasant little chats about you. Of course, I said all the disagreeable things I could. I knew that was what you would wish." "Certainly," fell from Rosamond. "I didn't positively calumniate you, but just the unpleasant little hints that a friend is so well able to throw out. The sort of thing likely to shield anyone. I hope you quite approve?" "Quite." "Well, the odd thing was that they didn't quite have the effect I aimed at. He talked of you more and more, instead of less and less. Wasn't it provoking, Rosamond?" Again their eyes encountered. "I wish," continued Miss Alvan, "I knew how much of this is truth and how much Bertha's peculiar humour." "It's substantial truth. That there may be humour in it, I don't deny. But it isn't of my importing." "When did he last come to see you?" Rosamond inquired. "Let me see. Just before he went to see you." "It doesn't occur to you," said Rosamond, slowly meditative, "that he had some other reason, not the apparent one, for coming to your house?" "It doesn't occur to me, and never will occur to me," was Bertha's amused answer. When it was time for Bertha to walk homewards, Rosamond put her hat on, and they went out together. Turning to the west, they passed along Cheyne Walk, and paused a while by old Chelsea Church. The associations of the neighbourhood moved Miss Alvan to a characteristic display of enthusiasm. Delightful to live here, a joy to work amid such memories of ancient and of latter time. "I must get Mr. Warburton to come and talk about Chelsea with me," she added. "Mr. Warburton?" "He's a great authority on London antiquities. Bertha, if you happen to see Norbert these days, do ask him for Mr. Warburton's address." "Why not ask your people at Ashstead?" said Bertha. "I shan't be going there for 2 or 3 weeks. Promise to ask Norbert, will you? For me, of course." Bertha had turned to look at the river. Her face wore a puzzled gravity. "I'll try to think of it," she replied, walking slowly on. "He's a great mystery," were Rosamond's next words. "My uncle has no idea what he does, and Norbert, they tell me, is just as ignorant, or at all events, professes to be. Isn't it a queer thing? He came to grief in business 2 years ago, and since then he had lived out of sight. Uncle Ralph supposes he had to take a clerk's place somewhere, and that he doesn't care to talk about it." "Is he such a snob?" asked Bertha disinterestedly. "No one would think so who knows him. I'm convinced there's some other explanation." "Perhaps the truth is yet more awful," said Bertha solemnly. "He may have got a place in the shop." "Hush, hush!" exclaimed the other with a pained look. "Don't say such thing. A poor clerk is suggestive. It's possible to see him in a romantic light, but a shopman! If you knew him, you would laugh at the idea. Mystery suits him very well indeed, to tell the truth. He's much more interesting now than when we knew him as a partner in a manufactory of some kind. You see he's unhappy. There are lines in his face." "Perhaps," suggested Bertha, "he has married a rich widow and daren't confess it." End of chapter 29. Recorded by SKwanlada.
Chapter 30 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 30. It was on Saturday night that Godfrey Sherwood came at length to Warburton's lodgings. Reaching home between 12 and 1 o'clock, Will saw a man who paced the pavement near Mrs. Wick's door. The man, at sight of him, hastened forward. There were exclamations of surprise and of pleasure. "I came first of all at 9 o'clock," said Sherwood. "The landlady said you wouldn't be back before midnight, so I came again. Been to the theatre, I suppose?" "Yes," answered Will, "taking part in a play called The Grocer's Saturday Night." "I'd forgotten. Poor old fellow, you won't have much more of that, thank heaven. Are you too tired to talk tonight?" No, come in." The house was silent and dark. Will struck a match to light the candle placed for him at the foot of the stairs and led the way up to his sitting room on the first floor. Here he lit a lamp, and the two friends looked at each other. Each saw a change. If Warburton was thin and heavy-eyed, Sherwood's visage showed an even more noticeable falling off in health. "What's been the matter with you?" asked Will. "Your letter said you had had an illness, and you look as if you hadn't got over it yet." "Oh, I'm all right now," cried the other. "Liver got out of order, or the spleen, or something. I forget. The best medicine was the news I got about old Strangwin. There, by Jove, I've let the name out. The wonder is I never did it before when we were talking. It doesn't matter now. Yes, it's Strangwin, the whisky man. He'll die worth $1 million or $2 million, and Ted is his only son. I was a fool to lend that money to Ted, but we saw a great deal of each other at one time, and when he came asking for 10,000, a mere nothing for a fellow of his expectations, nobody thought his father could live a year. But the old man has held out all this time, and Ted, the rascal, kept swearing he couldn't pay the interest on his debt. Of course, I could have made him, but he knew I shouldn't dare to risk the thing coming to his father's ears. I've had altogether about £300, instead of the 400 a year he owed me. It was at 4%. Now, of course, I shall get all the arrears, but that won't pay for all the mischief that's been done." "Is it certain," asked Will, "that Strangwin will pay?" "Certain? If he doesn't, I sue him. The case is as plain as daylight." "There's no doubt that he'll have his father's money?" "None whatever. For more than a year now he's been on good terms with the old man. Ted is a very decent fellow, of his sort. I don't say that I care as much for him now as I used to. We've both of us altered. But his worst fault is extravagance. The old man, it must be confessed, isn't very good form. He smells rather of the distillery. But Ted Strangwin might come of the best family in the land. Oh, you needn't have the least anxiety. Strangwin will pay, principal and interest, as soon as the old man has retired. And that may happen any day, any hour. How glad I am to see you again, Will. I've known one or two plucky men, but no one like you. I couldn't have gone through it. I should have turned coward after a month of that. Well, it's all over, and it'll be something to look back upon. Some day, perhaps, you'll amuse your sister by telling her the story. To tell you the truth, I couldn't bear to come and see you. I should have been too miserably ashamed of myself. And not a soul has found you out all this time? No one that I know of. You must have suffered horribly from loneliness, but I have things to tell you, important things. He waved his arm. Not tonight, it's too late, and you look tired to death. Tell on, said Warburton. If I went to bed, I shouldn't sleep. Where are you staying? Morley's Hotel. Not at my own expense, Sherwood added hastily. I'm acting as secretary to a man I got to know in Ireland, a fine fellow. You'll know him very soon. It's about him that I want to tell you. But first of all, that idea of mine about Irish eggs. The trouble was I couldn't get capital enough. My cousin Hackett risked a couple of £100. It was all lost before the thing could really be set going. I had a bad time after that, Will, a bad time, I tell you. Yet good results came of it. For 2 or 3 months I lived on next to nothing, a few pence a day, all told. Of course, if I had let Strangwin know how badly off I was, he'd have sent a cheque. But I didn't feel I had any right to his money. It was yours, not mine. Besides, I said to myself that, if I suffered, it was only what I deserved. I took it as a sort of expiation of the harm I'd done. All that time I was in Dublin, I tried to get employment, but nobody had any use for me, until, at last, when I was all but dying of hunger, somebody spoke to me of a certain Milligan, a young and very rich man living in Dublin. I resolved to go and see him, and a lucky day it was. You remember Connolly, Bates's traveller? Well, Milligan is just that man in appearance, a thorough Irishman, and one of the best-hearted fellows that ever lived. Though he's rich, I found him living in a very plain way, in a room which looked like a museum, full of fossils, stuffed birds and animals, and queer old pictures, no end of such things. Well, I told him plainly who I was, and where I was, and almost without thinking he cried out, "What could be simpler? Come and be my secretary." "You want a secretary?" "I hadn't thought of it," said Milligan, "but now it strikes me it's just what I do want. I knew there was something. Yes, come and be my secretary. You're just the man." He went on to tell me he had a lot of correspondence with sellers of curiosities, and it bored him to write the letters. Would I come for a couple of hours a day? He'd pay me £20 a month. You may suppose I wasn't long in accepting. We began the next day, and in a week's time we were good friends. Milligan told me that he'd always had weak health, and he was convinced his life had been saved by vegetarianism. I myself wasn't feeling at all fit just then. He persuaded me to drop meat, and taught me all about the vegetarian way of living. I hadn't tried it for a month before I found the most wonderful results. Never in my life had I such a clear mind and such good spirits. It remade me. "So you've come to London to hunt for curios?" interposed Will. No. Let me go on. When I got to know Milligan well, I found that he had a large estate somewhere in Connaught. And, as we talked, an idea came to me. Again he sprang up from his chair. "If I were a landowner on that scale," I said, "do you know what I should do? I should make a vegetarian colony, a self-supporting settlement of people who ate no meat, drank no alcohol, smoked no tobacco. A community which, as years went on, might prove to the world that there was the true ideal of civilized life, health of mind and of body, true culture, true humanity." The eyes glowed in his fleshless, colourless face. He spoke with arm raised, head thrown back, the attitude of an enthusiastic preacher. Milligan caught at the idea, caught at it eagerly. "There's something fine in that," he said. "Why shouldn't it be done?" "You're the man that could do it," I told him. "You'd be a benefactor to the human race. Isolated examples are all very well, but what we want is an experiment on a large scale, going on through more than one generation. Let children be born of vegetarian parents, brought up as vegetarians, and this in conditions of life every way simple, natural, healthy. This is the way to convert the world. So that's what we're working at now, Milligan and I. Of course, there are endless difficulties. The thing can't be begun in a hurry. We have to see no end of people and correspond with the leaders of vegetarianism everywhere. But isn't it a grand idea? Isn't it worth working for?" Warburton mused, smiling. "I want you to join us," said Sherwood abruptly. Ho, that's another matter." "I shall bring you books to read." "I've no time. I'm a grocer." "Pooh!" exclaimed Sherwood. "In a few days you'll be an independent man. Yes, I know that you'll have only a small capital when things are settled. But it's just people with a small capital that we want to enlist. The very poor and the well-to-do will be of no use to us. It's too late tonight to go into details. We have time to talk, plenty of time. That you will join us, I feel sure. Wait till you've had time to think about it. For my own part, I've found the work of my life, and I'm the happiest man living." He walked round and round the table, waving his arms, and Warburton, after regarding him curiously, mused again, but without a smile. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 31. Behind his counter next morning, Will thought over Sherwood's story and laughed to himself wonderingly. Not that any freak of his old partner's, of the man whom he had once regarded as, above all, practical and energetic, could now surprise him, but it seemed astonishing that Godfrey should have persuaded a man of solid means, even a Celt, to pledge himself to such an enterprise. Was the story true? Did Milligan really exist? If any doubt were possible on this point, did it not also throw suspicion on the story of Strangwyn and the £10,000? Will grew serious at the reflection. He had never conceived a moment's distrust of Sherwood's honesty, nor did his misgiving now take that form. The question which troubled him throughout today was, whether Godfrey Sherwood might be a victim of delusions. Certainly he had a very strange look. That haggard face, those brilliant eyes. So disquieting was the suspicion that, at closing time, Will could no longer resist an impulse to betake himself to Morley's Hotel. Sherwood had said that Milligan was there only for a few days, until the wealthy Irishman could find a furnished house suitable to his needs whilst he remained in London. Arrived at the hotel, he inquired for his friend. Sherwood had dined and gone out. Will hesitated a moment, then asked whether Mr. Milligan was to be seen. Mr. Milligan, he learnt, had gone out with Mr. Sherwood. So Milligan did exist. Will's relief at settling this point banished his doubts on all the others. He turned westward again, and through a night of soft, warm rain, walked all the way to his lodgings. On the third day after, late in the evening, Sherwood paid him a second visit. Godfrey was in high spirits. He announced that Milligan had taken a house near the Marble Arch, where he also, as secretary, would have his quarters, and that already a meeting had been convened of the leading London vegetarians. Things were splendidly in train. Then he produced an evening newspaper, with a paragraph which spoke of the serious illness of Mr. Strangwyn. Recovery, it was said, could hardly be hoped for. "What's more," cried Sherwood, "I've seen Ted Strangwyn himself. Nobody could behave better. The old man, he assured me, couldn't last more than a day or two, and he promised, quite spontaneously, I didn't say a word, to pay his debt in full as soon as ever his father's will was proved, which will be done as quickly as possible. And now, have you thought over what I said the other night?" "Thought? Yes. With not much result, I see. Never mind. You must have time. I want you to meet Milligan. Could you come to lunch next Sunday? He invites you." Warburton shook his head. He had never cared for the acquaintance of rich men, and was less than ever disposed to sit at their tables. All his anxieties regarding Sherwood's mental condition having been set at rest, he would go on with his grocer's life as long as need be, strengthened with the hope that shone before him. The end of July had come. After a week of rain, the weather had turned bright, with a coolness at morning and evening very pleasant at this time of year in London streets. Warburton had business in the city, which he must needs see to personally. He was on the point of leaving the shop, dressed as became a respectable citizen, silk hat and all, when in the doorway appeared Miss Bertha Cross. A certain surprise marked her smile of recognition. It meant, no doubt, that, never before having seen Mr. Jollyman, save bareheaded and aproned, she was struck with the change in his aspect when thus equipped for going abroad. Immediately Mr. Jollyman doffed his hat and stepped behind the counter. "Please don't let me keep you," said Bertha, with a glance toward Alchin, who was making parcels at the back of the shop. "I only want some matches and one or two trifling things." Never had she seemed so embarrassed in making a purchase. Her eyes fell, and she half turned away. Mr. Jollyman appeared to hesitate, he also glancing towards Alchin. But the young lady quickly recovered herself, and, taking up a packet of something exhibited on the counter, asked its price. The awkwardness was at an end. Bertha made her purchases, paid for them, and then left the shop as usual. It was by the last post on the evening after this day that Warburton received a letter of which the exterior puzzled him. Whose could be this graceful, delicate hand? A woman's, doubtless. Yet he had no female correspondent, save those who wrote from St. Neots. The postmark was London. He opened. Dear Mr. Warburton. A glance over the leaf showed him. Sincerely yours, Rosamond Elvan. Dear Mr. Warburton, I am settled in my lodgings here and getting seriously to work. It has occurred to me that you might be able to suggest some quaint corner of old London, unknown to me, which would make a good subject for a watercolour. London has been, I am sure, far too much neglected by artists. If I could mark out a claim here, as the colonists say, I should be lucky. For the present, I am just sketching, to get my hand in, about Chelsea. Tomorrow afternoon, about 6 o'clock, if this exquisite mellow weather continues, I shall be on the embankment in Battersea Park, near the Albert Bridge, where I want to catch a certain effect of sky and water. That was all. And what exactly did it mean? Warburton's practical knowledge of women did not carry him very far, but he was wont to theorize at large on the subject, and in this instance it seemed to him that one of his favourite generalities found neat application. Miss Elvan had in a high degree the feminine characteristic of not knowing her own mind. Finding herself without substantial means, she of course meant to marry, and it was natural that she should think of marrying Norbert Franks. Yet she could not feel at all sure that she wished to do so. Neither was she perfectly certain that Franks would again offer her the choice. In this state of doubt, she inclined to cultivate the acquaintance of Frank's intimate friend, knowing that she might thus, very probably, gather hints as to the artist's state of mind, and, if it seemed good to her, could indirectly convey to him a suggestion of her own. Warburton concluded, then, that he was simply being made use of by this typical young lady. That point settled, he willingly lent himself to her device, for he desired nothing better than to see Franks lured back to the old allegiance and away from the house at Walham Green. So before going to bed, he posted a reply to Miss Elvan's letter, saying that he should much like a talk with her about the artistic possibilities of obscure London, and that he would walk next day along the Battersea embankment with the hope of meeting her. And thus it came to pass. Through the morning there were showers, but about noon a breeze swept the sky fair, and softly glowing summer reigned over the rest of the day. In his mood of hopefulness, Warburton had no scruple about abandoning the shop at tea-time. He did not even trouble himself to invent a decorous excuse, but told Alchin plainly that he thought he would have a walk. His henchman, who of late had always seemed rather pleased than otherwise when Warburton absented himself, loudly approved the idea. "Don't you hurry back, sir. There'll be no business that I can't manage. Don't you think of hurrying. The air'll do you good." As he walked away, Will said to himself that no doubt Alchin would only be too glad of a chance of managing the business independently, and that perhaps he hoped for the voluntary retirement of Mr. Jollyman one of these days. Indeed, things were likely to take that course, and Alchin was a good, honest fellow, whom it would be a pleasure to see flourishing. How much longer would old Strangwin cumber the world? With more elasticity than usual in his rapid stride, Will passed out of Fulham Road into King's Road, and down to the river at Cheyne Walk, whence his eye perceived a sitting figure on the opposite bank. He crossed Albert Bridge. He stepped down into the park. He drew near to the young lady in grey trimmed with black, who was at work upon a drawing. Not until he spoke did she seem aware of his arrival. Then, With her brightest smile of welcome, she held out a pretty hand, and in her melodious voice thanked him for so kindly taking the trouble to come. "Don't look at this," she added. "It's too difficult. I can't get it right." What his glance discovered on the block did not strengthen Will's confidence in Rosamond's claim to be a serious artist. He had always taken for granted that her work was amateurish and that she had little chance of living by it. On the whole, he felt glad to be confirmed in this view. Rosamond as an incompetent was more interesting to him than if she had given proof of great ability. "I mustn't be too ambitious," she was saying. "The river suggests dangerous comparisons. I want to find little corners of the town such as no one ever thought of painting." "Unless it was Norbert Franks," said Will genially, leaning on his stick with both hands and looking over her head. "Yes, I had almost forgotten," she answered with a thoughtful smile. "Those days he did some very good things." "Some remarkably good things. Of course you know the story of how he and I first met." "Oh, yes. Early morning, a quiet little street, I remember. Where was that?" "Over yonder." Will nodded southward. "I hope he'll take that up again some day." "Oh, but let me do it first," exclaimed Rosamond, laughing. "You mustn't rob me of my chance, Mr. Warburton. Norbert Franks is successful and rich. Going to be. I'm a poor struggler. Of course, in painting London, it's atmosphere one has to try for above all. Our sky gives value, now and then, to forms which in themselves are utterly uninteresting. Exactly what Franks used to say to me. There was a thing I wanted him to try, but then came the revolution. It was the long London street, after a hot, fine day, just when the lamps have been lit. Have you noticed how golden the lights are? I remember standing for a long time at the end of Harley Street, enjoying that effect. Franks was going to try it. But then came the revolution, for which, you mean, Mr. Warburton, I was to blame." Rosamond spoke in a very low voice and a very sweet. Her head bent. "Why, yes," replied Will, in the tone of corresponding masculinity, "though I shouldn't myself have used that word. You, no doubt, were the cause of what happened, and so, in a sense, to blame for it. But I know it couldn't be helped." "Indeed it couldn't," declared Rosamond, raising her eyes a little and looking across the river. She had not in the least the air of a coquette. Impossible to associate any such trivial idea with Rosamond's habitual seriousness of bearing, and with the stamp of her features, which added some subtle charm to regularity and refinement. By temper critical, and especially disposed to mistrustful scrutiny by the present circumstances, Warburton was yet unable to resist the softening influence of this quintessential womanhood. In a certain degree, he had submitted to it during that holiday among the Alps. Then, on the whole, he inclined to regard Rosamond impatiently and with slighting tolerance. Now that he desired to mark her good qualities, and so justify himself in the endeavour to renew her conquest of Norbert Franks, he exposed himself to whatever peril might lie in her singular friendliness. True, no sense of danger occurred to him, and for that very reason his state was the more precarious. "You have seen him lately at Ashstead?" was his next remark. "More than once, and I can't tell you how glad we were to see each other. I knew in a moment that he had really forgiven me, and I have always wanted to be assured of that. How thoroughly good and straightforward he is! I'm sure we shall be friends all our lives." "I agree with you," he said, "that there's no better fellow living. Till now, I can't see a sign of his being spoilt by success. And spoilt in the worst sense, I don't think he ever will be, happen what may. There's a simplicity about him which makes his safeguard. But as for his painting, well, I can't be so sure. I know little or nothing about it, but it's plain that he no longer takes his work very seriously. It pleases people. They pay large prices for it. Where's the harm? Still, if he had someone to keep a higher ideal before him—" He broke off with a vague gesture. Rosamond looked up at him. "We must try," she said, with quiet earnestness. "Oh, I don't know that I'm any use," replied Will with a laugh. "I speak with no authority. But you, yes, you might do much. More than anyone else possibly could." "That is exaggerating, Mr. Warburton," said Rosamond. "Even in the old days my influence didn't go for much. You speak of the revolution caused by what happened, but the truth is that the revolution had begun before that. Remember, I saw Sanctuary while he was painting it, but we won't talk of that." "To tell you the truth," returned Warburton, meeting her eyes steadily, with his pleasantest look, "I saw no harm in Sanctuary. I think he was quite right to do what he could to earn money. He wanted to be married. He had waited quite long enough. If he hadn't done something of the kind, I should have doubted whether he was very much in earnest. No, what I call the revolution began when he had lost all hope. At the time, he would have given up painting altogether, I believe, if it hadn't been that he owed me money and knew I wanted it." Rosamond made a quick movement of interest. "I never heard about that." "Franks wouldn't talk about it, be sure. He saw me in a hobble. I lost everything all at once, and he went to work like a brick to get money for me. And that when he felt more disposed to poison himself than to paint. Do you think I should criticise the work he did under these circumstances?" "No, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Warburton, for telling me that story." "How exquisite London is at this time of the year," Rosamond murmured, as, having declared it was time to be walking homewards, they walked slowly towards the bridge. "I am glad not to be going away. Look at that lovely sky. Look at the tones of those houses. Oh, I must make use of it all. Real use, I mean, as splendid material for art, not only for money-making. Do advise me, Mr. Warburton. Where shall I go to look for bits?" Walking with bent head, Will reflected. "Do you know Camberwell?" he asked. "There are good little corners." "I don't know it at all. Could you? I'm afraid to ask. You couldn't spare time?" "Oh, yes, easily. That is to say, during certain hours." "On Monday, say? In the afternoon?" "Yes." "How kind of you," murmured Rosamond. "If I were only an amateur amusing myself, I couldn't give you the trouble. But it's serious. I must earn money before long. You see, there's nothing else I can do. My sister, you know I have a sister, she has taken to teaching. She is at Saint-Jean-de-Luz. But I'm no use for anything of that kind. I must be independent. Why do you smile?" "Not at you, but at myself. I used to say the same thing, but I had no talent of any kind, and when the smash came—" They were crossing the bridge. Will looked westward in the direction of his shop, and it struck him how amusing it would be to startle Rosamond by a disclosure of his social status. Would she still be anxious for his company in search of the picturesque? He could not feel sure. Curiosity urged him to try the experiment, but an obscure apprehension closed his lips. "How very hard for you," sighed Rosamond. "But don't think," she added quickly, "that I have a weak dread of poverty. Not at all, so long as one can support oneself. Nowadays, when everyone strives and battles for money, there is a distinction in doing without it." 5 minutes more, and they were in Oakley Crescent. Rosamond paused before reaching the house in which she dwelt, took the camp stool from her companion, and offered her hand for good-bye. Only then did Warburton become aware that he had said nothing since that remark of hers about poverty. He had walked in a dream. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Will Warburton by George Gissing. Chapter 32. August came, and Strangwin, the great whisky distiller, was yet alive. For very shame, Will kept his thoughts from that direction. The gloomy mood had again crept upon him, in spite of all his reasons for hope. His sleep became mere nightmare, and his day behind the counter a bilious misery. Since the occasion last recorded, Bertha Cross had not been to the shop. One day the order was brought by a servant. A week later, Mrs. Cross herself appeared. The querulous lady wore a countenance so nearly cheerful that Warburton regarded her uneasily. She had come to purchase tea, and remarked that it was for use during a seaside holiday. You never could depend on the tea at seaside places. Perhaps, thought Will, the prospect of change sufficed to explain her equanimity, but for the rest of the day he was so glum and curt that Alchin frequently looked at him with pained remonstrance. At home he found a telegram on his table. He clutched at it, rent the envelope. But no, it was not what he expected. Norbert Franks asked him to look in that evening. So, weary and heartsick as he was, he took the train to Notting Hill Gate. "What is it?" he asked bluntly on entering the studio. "Wanted to talk, that was all," replied his friend. "Hope I haven't disturbed you. You told me, you remember, that you preferred coming here. All right. I thought you might have news for me." "Well," said Franks, smiling at the smoke of his cigarette, "there's perhaps something of the sort." The other regarded him keenly. "You've done it." "No, not exactly." "Sit down. You're not in a hurry." "I went to Walham Green a few days ago, but Bertha wasn't at home. I saw her mother. They're going away for a fortnight to Southwold, and I have a sort of idea that I may run down there. I half promised." Will nodded and said nothing. "You disapprove? Speak plainly, old man. What's your real objection? Of course, I've noticed before now that you have an objection. Out with it." "Have you seen Miss Elvin again?" "No. Have you?" "2 or 3 times." Franks was surprised. "Where?" "Oh, we've had some walks together." "The deuce you have!" cried Franks with a laugh. "Don't you want to know what we talked about?" pursued Warburton, looking at him with half-closed eyelids. "Principally about you." "That's very flattering, but perhaps you abused me." "On the whole, no. Discussed you, yes, and in considerable detail, coming to the conclusion that you were a very decent fellow, and we both of us liked you very much." Franks laughed gaily, joyously. "Que vous étiez aimables, tous les deux." "You make me imagine I'm back in Paris. Must I round a compliment in reply?" "That's as you like. But first I'll tell you the upshot of it all, as it shapes itself to me. Hasn't it even dimly occurred to you that, under the circumstances, it would be, well, say a graceful thing, to give that girl a chance of changing her mind again?" "What? Rosamond?" "It never struck you?" "But hang it all, Warburton!" exclaimed the artist. "How should I have thought of it? You know very well. And then, it's perfectly certain she would laugh at me." "It isn't certain at all. And, do you know, it almost seems to me a point of honour." "You're not serious." "This is one of your solemn jokes, such as you haven't indulged in lately." No, listen," said Will, with a rigid earnestness on his face as he bent forward in the chair. "She is poor, and doesn't know how she's going to live. You are flourishing, and have all sorts of brilliant things before you. Wouldn't it be a generous thing, the kind of thing one might expect of a fellow with his heart in the right place? You understand me?" Franks rounded his eyes in amazement. "But am I to understand that she expects it?" "Not at all. She hasn't in the remotest way betrayed such a thought, be assured of that. She isn't the sort of girl to do such a thing. It is entirely my own thought." The artist changed his seat, and for a moment wore a look of perturbed reflection. "How the deuce!" he exclaimed. "Can you come and talk to me like this when you know I've as good as committed myself?" "Yes, and in a wobbling, half-hearted way which means you had no right even to think of committing yourself. You care nothing about that other girl." "You're mistaken. I care a good deal. In fact—" "In fact! echoed Warburton with good-natured scorn, so much that you've all but made up your mind to go down to Southwold whilst she is there. Bosh! You cared for one girl in a way, you'll never care for another. Well, perhaps. Yes, that may be true. Of course it's true. If you don't marry her, go in for a prize beauty, or for an heiress, or anything else that's brilliant. Think of the scope before a man like you. Franks smiled complacently once more. Why, that's true, he replied. I was going to tell you about my social adventures. Who do you think I've been chumming with? Sir Luke Griffin, the great Sir Luke. He's asked me down to his place in Leicestershire, and I think I shall go. He's really a very nice fellow. I always imagined him loud, vulgar, the typical parvenu. Nothing of the kind. No one would guess that he began life in a grocer's shop. Why, he can talk quite decently about pictures, and really likes them. Warburton listened with a chuckle. Has he daughters? 3, and no son. The youngest, about 17, an uncommonly pretty girl. Well, as you say, why shouldn't I marry her and 250,000? By Jove, I believe I could. She was here with her father yesterday. I'm going to paint the 3 girls together. Do you know, Warburton, speaking without any foolish vanity, what astonishes me is to think of the enormous choice of wives there is for a man of decent appearance and breeding who succeeds in getting himself talked about. Without a joke, I am convinced I know 20 girls, and more or less nice girls, who would have me at once if I asked them. I'm not a conceited fellow, am I now? I shouldn't say this to anyone else. I'm simply convinced of it being a fact. Warburton declared his emphatic agreement. Seeing that, he added, why are you in such a hurry? Your millionaire grocer is but a stepping stone. Who knows but you may soon chum with dukes? If any man living ought to be cautious about his marriage, it's you. The artist examined his friend with a puzzled smile. I should like to know, Warburton, how much of this is satire and how much serious advice. Perhaps it's all satire and rather savage? No, I am speaking quite frankly. But, look here, there's the awkward fact that I really have gone rather far with the crosses. Will made a movement of all but angry impatience. Do you mean, he asked quickly, that she has committed herself in any way? No, that she certainly hasn't, was Frank's deliberate reply, in a voice as honest as the smile which accompanied it. My advice, then, is break decently off, and either do what I suggested, or go and amuse yourself with millionaire Sir Luke, and extend your opportunities. Franks mused. You are serious about Rosamond? He asked, after a glance at Warburton's set face. Think it over, Will replied in a rather hard voice. I saw the thing like that. Of course, it's no business of mine. I don't know why I interfere. Every man should settle these matters in his own way. But it was a thought I had, and I've told it you. There's no harm done. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Will Warburton by George Gissing. Chapter 33. When Warburton reached his lodging the next evening, he found a letter on his table. Again the fine feminine hand. It was the second time that Rosamond had written to him. A vague annoyance mingled with his curiosity as he tore the envelope. She began by telling him of a drawing she had made in Camberwell Grove. Not bad, it seemed to her, but she wished for his opinion. Then, in a new paragraph, I have seen Norbert again. I call him Norbert because I always think of him by that name, and there is an affectation in writing Mr. Franks. I felt that when we talked of him, and I really don't know why I didn't simply call him Norbert then. I shall do so in future. You, I am sure, have little respect for silly social conventions, and you will understand me. Yes, I have seen him again, and I feel obliged to tell you about it. It was really very amusing. You know, of course, that all embarrassment was over between us. At Ashted we met like the best of friends. So, when Norbert wrote that he wanted to see me, I thought nothing could be more natural and felt quite glad. But, as soon as we met, I saw something strange in him. Something seemed to have happened. And, how shall I tell you? It's only a guess of mine. Things didn't come to foolish extremities. But I really believe that the poor fellow has somehow persuaded himself that it is his duty to— No, I can't go on, but I'm sure you will understand. I was never so amused at anything. Why do I write this to you? I hardly know. But I have just a suspicion that the story may not come to you quite as a surprise. If Norbert thought he had asserted duty, strange idea, perhaps friends of his might see things in the same way. Even the most sensible people are influenced by curious ideas on one subject. I need not say that, as soon as the suspicion dawned upon me, I did my best to let him understand how far astray he was going. I think he understood. I feel sure he did. At all events, he got into natural talk again and parted in a thoroughly reasonable way. I beg that you won't reply to this letter. I shall work on and hope to be able to see you again before long. Warburton threw the sheet of paper onto the table, as if dismissing it from his thoughts. He began to walk about the room. Then he stood motionless for 10 minutes. What's the matter with me? This was the current of his musing. I used to think myself a fellow of some energy, but the truth is, I know my mind about nothing, and I am at the mercy of everyone who chooses to push me this way or that. He took up the letter again and was about to reread it, but suddenly altered his mind and thrust the folded paper into his pocket. 8 days went by. Will had a visit from Sherwood, who brought news that the whisky distiller had seemed a little better, but could not possibly live more than a week or two. As regards the vegetarian colony, all went well. Practical men were at work on the details of the scheme. Sherwood toiled for 10 hours a day at secretarial correspondence. Next day there came a postcard from Rosamond. Work ready to show you. Could you come and have a cup of tea tomorrow afternoon? At the conventional hour, Will went to Oakley Crescent. Not, however, as he had expected, to find Miss Elvan alone. With her sat Mrs. Pomfret, in London for the afternoon. The simple and kindly lady talked as usual, but Will, nervously observant, felt sure that she was not quite at her ease. On the other hand, nothing could have been more naturally graceful than Rosamond's demeanour, whether pouring out tea, or exhibiting her watercolours, or leading the talk to subjects of common interest. She was charming in her own way, a way which borrowed nothing from the everyday graces of the drawing-room. Her voice, always subdued, had a range of melodious expression which caressed the ear, no matter how trifling the words she uttered, and at moments its slightly tremulous murmur on rich notes suggested depths of sentiment lying beneath this familiar calm. To her aunt she spoke with a touch of playful affection. When her eyes turned to Warburton, their look almost suggested the frankness of simple friendship, and her tone was that of the largest confidence. Never had Will felt himself so lulled to oblivion of things external. He forgot the progress of time, and only when Mrs. Pomfret spoke of the train she had to catch, made an effort to break the lazy spell and take his leave. On the morrow, and on the day after that, he shirked business during the afternoon, excusing himself with the plea the heat of the shop was insufferable. He knew that neglect of work was growing upon him, and again he observed that Alchin seemed rather pleased than vexed by these needless absences. The third day saw him behind the counter until 5 o'clock, when he was summoned as usual to the back parlour to tea. Laying before him a plate of watercress and slices of brown bread and butter, Mrs. Alchin, a discreetly conversational young woman, remarked on the continued beauty of the weather, and added a hope that Mr. Jollyman would not feel obliged to remain in the shop this evening. No, it's your husband's turn, Will replied good-naturedly. He wants a holiday more than I do. Alchin want a holiday, sir?" exclaimed the woman. "Why, he never knows what to do with himself when he's away from business. He enjoys business, does Alchin. Don't you think of him, sir. I never knew a man so altered since he's been kept to regular work all the year round. I used to dread the Sundays, and still more the bank holidays when we were here first. You never knew who he'd get quarrelling with as soon as he'd nothing to do. But now, sir, why, I don't believe you'll find a less quarrelsome man anywhere. And he was saying for a joke only yesterday that he didn't think he could knock down even a coster, he's so lost the habit." Will yielded and stole away into the mellowing sunshine. He walked westward till he found himself on the embankment by Albert Bridge. Here, after hesitating a while, he took the turn into Oakley Street. He had no thought of calling to see Miss Elvin. Upon that he could not venture. But he thought it barely possible that he might meet with her in this neighbourhood, and such a meeting would have been pleasant. Disappointed, he crossed the river, lingered a little in Battersea Park, came back again over the bridge, and, with a sudden leap of the heart, which all but made his whole body spring forward, saw a slim figure in grey moving by the parapet in front of Cheyne Walk. They shook hands without speaking, very much as though they had met by appointment. "Oh, these sunsets," were Rosamond's first words when they had moved a few steps together. "They used to be my delight when I lived there," Will replied, pointing eastward. "Show me just where it was, will you?" They turned and went as far as Chelsea Bridge, where Warburton pointed out the windows of his old flat. "You were very happy there?" said Rosamond. "Happy? Not unhappy at all events. Yes, in a way I enjoyed my life, chiefly because I didn't think much about it. Look at the sky now." The sun had gone down in the duskily golden haze that hung above the river's vague horizon. Above, on the violet sky, stood range over range of pleated clouds, their hue the deepest rose, shading to purple in the folds. "In other countries," continued the soft, murmuring voice, "I have never seen a sky like that. I love this London." "As I used to," said Warburton, "and shall again." They loitered back past Chelsea Hospital, exchanging brief, insignificant sentences. Then for many minutes neither spoke, and in this silence they came to the foot of Oakley Street, where again they stood gazing at the sky. Scarcely changed in form, the western clouds had shed their splendour, and were now so coldly pale that one would have imagined them stricken with moonlight. But no moon had risen. Only in a clear space of yet blue sky glistened the evening star. "I must go in," said Rosamond abruptly, as though starting from a dream. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Will Warburton by George Gissing. Chapter 34. She was gone, and Warburton stood biting his lips. Had he shaken hands with her? Had he said good night? He could not be sure. Nothing was present to him but a sense of gawkish confusion, following on a wild impulse which both ashamed and alarmed him. He stood in a bumpkin attitude, biting his lips. A hansom came crawling by, and the driver called his attention. "Keb, sir?" At once he stepped forward, sprang onto the footboard, and stood there looking foolish. "Where to, sir?" "That's just what I can't tell you," he answered with a laugh. "I want to go to somebody's house, but don't know the address." "Could you find it in the directory, sir? They've got one at the corner." "Good idea." The cab keeping alongside with him, he walked to the public house, and there, midway in whisky and soda, looked up in the great red volume the name of Strangwin. There it was, a house in Kensington Gore. He jumped into the hansom, and, as he was driven down Park Lane, he felt that he had enjoyed nothing so much for a long time. It was the child's delight in having a ride. The air blew deliciously on his cheeks, and the trotting clap of the horses' hoofs, the jingle of the bells, aided his exhilaration. And when the driver pulled up, it was with an extraordinary gaiety that Will paid him and shouted good night. he approached the door of Mr. Strangwin's dwelling. Someone was at that moment turning away from it, and, as they glanced at each other, a cry of recognition broke from both. "Going to make inquiry?" asked Sherwood. "I've just been doing the same thing." "Well?" "No better, no worse. But that means, of course, nearer the end." "Queer we should meet," said Warburton. "This is the first time I've been here." "I can quite understand your impatience. It seems an extraordinary case. The poor old man, by every rule, ought to have died weeks ago. Which way are you walking?" Will answered that he did not care, that he would accompany Sherwood. "Let us walk as far as Hyde Park Corner, then," said Godfrey. "Delighted to have a talk with you." He slipped a friendly hand under his companion's arm. "Why don't you come, Will, and make friends with Milligan? He's a splendid fellow. You couldn't help taking to him. We are getting on gloriously with our work. For the first time in my life, I feel as if I had something to do that's really worth doing. I tell you, this scheme of ours has inconceivable importance. It may have results such as one dare not talk about." "But how long will it be before you really make a start?" asked Warburton, with more interest than he had yet shown in this matter. "I can't quite say. The details are of course full of difficulty. The thing wouldn't be worth much if they were not. One of Milligan's best points is that he's a thoroughly practical man. It's no commercial enterprise we're about, but, if it's to succeed, it must be started on sound principles. I'd give anything if I could persuade you to join us, old fellow. You and your mother and sister, you're just the kind of people we want. Think what a grand thing it will be to give a new start to civilization. Doesn't it touch you?" Warburton was mute, and, taking this for a sign of the impressionable moment, Sherwood talked on ardently, lyrically, until Hyde Park Corner was reached. "Think it over, Will. We shall have you yet. I know we shall. Come and see Milligan." They parted with a warm hand-grip, and Warburton turned toward Fulham Road. When Warburton entered the shop the next morning, Allchin was on the lookout for him. "I want to speak to you, sir," he said, "about this golden syrup we've had from Rowbottom's." Will listened, or seemed to listen, smiling at vacancy. To whatever Allchin proposed, he gave his assent, and in the afternoon, without daring to say a word, he stole into freedom. He was once more within sight of Albert Bridge. He walked or prowled for half an hour close about Oakley Crescent, then over the bridge and into the park. Back again, and more prowling. At last, weary and worn, to the counter and apron and Allchin's talk about golden syrup. The next day, just before sunset, he sauntered on the embankment. He lifted up his eyes, and there, walking towards him, came the slim figure in grey. "Not like the other evening," said Rosamond, before he could speak, her eyes turning to the dull, featureless west. He held her hand until she gently drew it away, and then was frightened to find that he had held it so long. From head to foot he quivered, deliciously, painfully. His tongue suffered a semi-paralysis, so that, trying to talk, he babbled. Something about the sweetness of the air, a scent from the gardens across the river. "I've had a letter from Bertha Cross," said his companion as she walked slowly on. "She comes home to-morrow." "Bertha Cross? Ah, yes, your friend." The name sounded to Warburton as if from a remote past. He repeated it several times to himself. They stood with face turned toward the lurid south. The air was very still. From away down the river sounded the bells of Lambeth Church, their volleying clang softened by distance to a monotonous refrain, drearily at one with the sadness of the falling night. Warburton heard them, yet heard them not. All external sounds blended with that within him, which was the furious beating of his heart. He moved a hand as if to touch Rosamond's, but let it fall as she spoke. "I'm afraid I must go. It's really raining." Neither had an umbrella. Big drops were beginning to splash on the pavement. Warburton felt one upon his nose. "To-morrow," he uttered thickly, his tongue hot and dry, his lips quivering. "Yes, if it's fine," replied Rosamond. "Early in the afternoon?" "I can't. I must go and see Bertha." They were walking at a quick step and already getting wet. "At this hour, then?" panted Will. "Yes." Lambeth bells were lost amid a hollow boom of distant thunder. "I must run," cried Rosamond. "Good-bye." He followed, keeping her in sight until she entered the house. Then he turned and walked like a madman through the hissing rain, walked he knew not whither, his being a mere erratic chaos, a symbol of nature's prime impulse whirling amid London's multitudes. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Will Warburton by George Gissing. Chapter 35. Tired and sullen after the journey home from the seaside, Mrs. Cross kept her room. In the little bay-windowed parlour, Bertha Cross and Rosamond Elvan sat talking confidentially. "Now, do confess," urged she of the liquid eyes and sentimental accent. "This is a little plot of yours, all in kindness, of course. You thought it best. You somehow brought him to it?" Half laughing, Bertha shook her head. "I haven't seen him for quite a long time. And do you really think this kind of plotting is in my way? It would as soon have occurred to me to try and persuade Mr. Franks to join the fire brigade." "Bertha, you don't mean anything by that? You don't think I am a danger to him?" No. To tell you the truth, I have tried to think just as little about it as possible, one way or the other. Third persons never do any good in such cases, and more often than not get into horrid scrapes. "Fortunately," said Rosamond, after musing a moment with her chin on her hand, "I'm sure he isn't serious. It's his good nature, his sense of honour. I think all the better of him for it. When he understands that I'm in earnest, we shall just be friends again, real friends." "Then you are in earnest?" asked Bertha, her eyelids winking mirthfully. Rosamond's reply was a very grave nod, after which she gazed a while at vacancy. "But," resumed Bertha, after reading her friend's face, "you have not succeeded in making him understand yet?" "Perhaps not quite. Yesterday morning I had a letter from him, asking me to meet him in Kensington Gardens. I went, and we had a long talk. Then, in the evening, by chance, I saw Mr. Warburton." "Has that anything to do with the matter?" "Oh, no," replied Miss Elvan hastily. "I mention it because, as I told you once before, Mr. Warburton always likes to talk of Norbert." "I see. And you talked of him?" "We only saw each other for a few minutes. The thunderstorm came on. Bertha, I never knew anyone so mysterious as Mr. Warburton. Isn't it extraordinary that Norbert, his intimate friend, doesn't know what he does? I can't help thinking he must write. One can't associate him with anything common, mean." "Perhaps his glory will burst upon us one of these days," said Bertha. "It really wouldn't surprise me. He has a remarkable face, the kind of face that suggests depth and force. I'm sure he is very proud. He could bear any extreme of poverty rather than condescend to ignoble ways of earning money." "Is the poor man very threadbare?" asked Bertha. "Has his coat that greenish colour which comes with old age in cheap material?" "You incorrigible! As far as I have noticed, he is quite properly dressed." Oh, protested Bertha in a shocked tone. "Properly dressed? What a blow to my romantic imagination! I thought at least his coat cuffs would be worn out. And his boots? Oh, surely he is down at heel. Do say that he's down at heel, Rosamond." "What a happy girl you are, Bertha," said the other, after a laugh. "I sometimes think I would give anything to be like you." "Ah, but you don't know. You can't see into the gloomy depths, hidden from every eye but my own. For instance, while here we sit, talking as if I hadn't a care in the world, I am all the time thinking that I must go to Mr. Jollyman's, The grocer's, that is, as we haven't a lump of sugar in the house." "Then let me walk with you," said Rosamond. "I oughtn't to have come worrying you today, before you had time to settle down. Just let me walk with you to the grocer's, and then I'll leave you in peace." They presently went forth and walked for some distance westward along Fulham Road. "Here's Mr. Jollyman's," said Bertha. "Will you wait for me, or come in?" Rosamond followed her friend into the shop. Absorbed in thought, she scarcely raised her eyes until a voice from behind the counter replied to Bertha's "Good morning." Then, suddenly looking up, she saw that which held her motionless. For a moment she gazed like a startled deer. The next her eyes fell, her face turned away. She fled out into the street, and there Bertha found her, a few yards from the shop. "Why did you run away?" Rosamond had a dazed look. "Who was that behind the counter?" she asked under her breath. "Mr. Jollyman. Why?" The other walked on. Bertha kept at her side. "What's the matter?" "Bertha, Mr. Jollyman is Mr. Warburton." "Nonsense!" "But he is. Here's the explanation. Here's the mystery. A grocer in an apron." Bertha was standing still. She too looked astonished, perplexed. "Isn't it a case of extraordinary likeness?" she asked, with a grave smile. "Oh dear, no. I met his eye. He showed that he knew me, and then his voice. A grocer in an apron?" "This is very shocking," said Bertha, with a recovery of her natural humour. "Let us walk. Let us shake off the nightmare." The word applied very well to Rosamond's condition. Her fixed eyes were like those of a somnambulist. "But Bertha," she suddenly exclaimed, in a voice of almost petulant protest, "he knew you all the time. Oh, but perhaps he did not know your name." "Indeed he did. He's constantly sending things to the house." "How extraordinary! Did you ever hear such an astonishing thing in your life?" "You said more than once," remarked Bertha, "that Mr. Warburton was a man of mystery." "Oh, but how could I have imagined? Grocer!" "In an apron," added the other, with awed voice. "But Bertha, does Norbert know? He declared that he had never found out what Mr. Warburton did. Was that true or not?" "Ah, that's the question. If poor Mr. Franks has had this secret upon his soul, I can hardly believe it, and yet they are such intimate friends." "He must have known," declared Rosamond. Thereupon she became mute, and only a syllable of dismay escaped her now and then during the rest of the walk to the Crosses' house. Her companion, too, was absorbed in thought. At the door, Rosamond offered her hand. No, she would not come in. She had work which must positively be finished this afternoon whilst daylight lasted. Out of the by-street, Rosamond turned into Fulham Road, and there found a cab to convey her home. On entering the house, she gave instructions that she was at home to nobody this afternoon. Then she sat down at the table, as though to work on a drawing, but at the end of an hour her brush had not yet been dipped in colour. She rose, stood in the attitude of one who knows not what to do, and at length moved to the window. Instantly she drew back. On the opposite side of the little square stood a man, looking toward her house, and that man was Warburton. From safe retirement she watched him. He walked this way, he walked that. Again he stood still, his eyes upon the house. Would he cross over? Would he venture to knock at the door? No, he withdrew. He disappeared. Presently it was the hour of dusk. Every few minutes Rosamond reconnoitred at the window, and at length, just perceptible to her straining eyes, there again stood Warburton. He came forward. Standing with hand pressed against her side, she waited in nervous anguish for a knock at the front door, but it did not sound. She stood motionless for a long, long time, then drew a deep, deep breath and trembled as she let herself sink into a chair. Earlier than usual, she went up to her bedroom. In a corner of the room stood her trunk. This she opened, and from the chest of drawers she took forth articles of apparel, which she began to pack as though for a journey. When the trunk was half full, she ceased in weariness, rested for a little, and then went to bed. And in the darkness there came a sound of subdued sobbing. It lasted for some minutes, ceased, for some minutes was again audible. Then silence fell upon the chamber. Lying awake between 7 and 8 next morning, Rosamond heard the postman's knock. At once she sprang out of bed, slipped on her dressing gown, and rang the bell. 2 letters were brought up to her. She received them with tremulous hand. Both were addressed in writing, unmistakably masculine. The one was thick, the other was thin, and this she opened first. Dear Miss Elvan, it was Warburton who wrote, I hoped to see you this evening as we had appointed. Indeed, I must see you, for, as you may imagine, I have much to say. May I come to your house? In any case, let me know place and hour, and let it be as soon as possible. Reply at once, I entreat you. Ever sincerely yours. She laid it aside and broke the other envelope. Dear, dearest Rosamond, thus began Norbert Franks. Our talk this morning has left me in a state of mind which threatens frenzy. You know I haven't too much patience. It is out of the question for me to wait a week for your answer, though I promised. I can't wait even a couple of days. I must see you again tomorrow. Must. Come to the same place, there's a good, dear, sweet, beautiful girl. If you don't, I shall be in Oakley Crescent, breaking doors open, behaving insanely. Come early. And so on, over 2 sheets of the very best notepaper, with Norbert's respectable address handsomely stamped in red at the top. The other missive was on paper less fashionable, with the address, sadly plebeian, in mere handwriting. Having read to the end, Rosamond finished her dressing and went down to the sitting-room. Breakfast was ready, but, before giving her attention to it, she penned a note. It was to Warburton. Briefly, she informed him that she had decided to join her sister in the south of France, and that she was starting on the journey this morning. Her address, she added, would be care of Mrs. Alfred Coppinger, Saint-Jean-de-Luz, Basses-Pyrénées. And therewith she remained Mr. Warburton's sincerely. Please let this be posted at once, said Rosamond, when the landlady came to clear away. And posted it was. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 36. His hands upon the counter, Warburton stared at the door by which first Rosamond, then Bertha Cross, had disappeared. His nerves were a-tremble, his eyes were hot. Of a sudden he felt himself shaken with irresistible mirth. From the diaphragm it mounted to his throat, and only by a great effort did he save himself from exploding in laughter. The orgasm possessed him for several minutes. It was followed by a sense of light-heartedness, which set him walking about, rubbing his hands together and humming tunes. At last the burden had fallen from him. The foolish secret was blown abroad. Once more he could look the world in the face, bidding it to think of him what it would. They were talking now, the 2 girls, discussing their strange discovery. When he saw Rosamond this evening, of course he would see her, as she had promised. Her surprise would already have lost its poignancy. He had but to tell the story of his disaster, of his struggles, and then to announce the coming moment of rescue. No chance could have been happier than this, which betrayed him to these 2 at the same time. For Bertha Cross's good sense would be the best possible corrective of any shock her more sensitive companion might have received. Bertha Cross's good sense. That was how he thought of her, without touch of emotion, whilst on Rosamond his imagination dwelt with exultant fervour. He saw himself as he would appear in her eyes when she knew all, noble, heroic. What he had done was a fine thing, beyond the reach of ordinary self-regarding mortals, and who more capable than Rosamond of appreciating such courage? After all, fate was kind. In the byways of London it had wrought for him a structure of romance, and amid mean pursuits it exalted him to an ideal of love. And as thus he dreamt, and smiled, and gloried, very much like an aproned Malvolio, the hours went quickly by. He found himself near Albert Bridge, pacing this way and that, expecting at every moment the appearance of the slim figure clad in grey. The sun set. The blind of Rosamond's sitting-room showed that there was lamplight within, and at 10 o'clock Warburton still hung about the square, hoping, against his reason, that she might come forth. He went home and wrote to her. In a score of ways he explained to himself her holding aloof. It was vexation at his not having confided in her. It was a desire to reflect before seeing him again. It was, and so on, all through the night, which brought him never a wink of sleep. Next morning he did not go to the shop. It would have been impossible to stand at the counter for 10 minutes. He sent a note to Alchin, saying that he was detained by private affairs, then set off for a day-long walk in the country to kill time until the coming of Rosamond's reply. On his return in the afternoon he found it awaiting him. An hour later he was in Oakley Crescent. He stood looking at the house for a moment, then approached and knocked at the door. He asked if Miss Elvan was at home. "She's gone away," was the reply of the landlady, who spoke distantly, her face a respectable blank. "Left for good?" "Yes, sir," answered the woman, her eyes falling. "You don't know where she has gone to?" "It's somewhere abroad, sir, in France, I think. She has a sister there." This was at 5 o'clock or so. Of what happened during the next 4 hours, Will had never a very distinct recollection. Beyond doubt he called at the shop and spoke with Alchin. Beyond doubt also he went to his lodgings and packed a travelling bag. Which of his movements were performed in cabs, which on foot, he could scarce have decided had he reflected on the matter during the night that followed. That night was passed in the train, on a steamboat, then again on the railway, and before sunrise he was in Paris. At the railway refreshment room he had breakfast, eating with some appetite. Then he drove to the terminus of another line. The streets of Paris, dim vistas under a rosy dawn, had no reality for his eyes. The figures flitting here and there, the voices speaking a foreign tongue, made part of phantasm in which he himself moved no less fantastically. He was in Paris, yet how could that be? He would wake up and find himself at his lodgings, and get up to go to business in Fulham Road, but the dream bore him on. Now he had taken another ticket. His bag was being registered for Saint-Jean-de-Luz. A long journey lay before him. He yawned violently, half remembering that he had passed 2 nights without sleep. Then he found himself seated in a corner of the railway carriage, an unknown landscape slipping away before his eyes. Now, for the first time, did he seem to be really aware of what he was doing. Rosamond had taken flight to the Pyrenees, and he was in hot pursuit. He grew exhilarated in the thought of his virile energy. If the glimpse of him aproned and behind a counter had been too great a shock for Rosamond's romantic nature, this vigorous action would more than redeem his manhood in her sight. "Yes, I am a grocer. I have lived for a couple of years by selling tea and sugar, not to speak of treacle. But none the less, I am the man you drew on to love you. Grocer though I be, I come to claim you." Thus would he speak, and how could the reply be doubtful? In such a situation, all depends on the man's strength and passionate resolve. Rosamond should be his. He swore it in his heart. She should take him as he was, grocer's shop and all. Not until her troth was pledged would he make known to her the prospect of better things. The emotions of the primitive lover had told upon him. She thought to escape him by flight across Europe. But what if the flight were meant as a test of his worthiness? He seized upon the idea and rejoiced in it. Rosamond might well have conceived this method of justifying both him and herself. If he loves me as I would be loved, let him dare to follow. Tomorrow morning he would stand before her, grocerdom 1,000 miles away. They would walk together as when they were among the Alps. Why, even then, had his heart prompted, had honour permitted, he could have won her. He believed now, what at the time he had refused to admit, that Frank's moment of jealous anger was not without its justification. Again they would meet among the mountains, and the shop in Fulham Road would be seen as at the wrong end of a telescope, its due proportions. They would return together to England and at once be married. As for the grocery business, reason lost itself amid ardours of the natural man. He paid little heed to the country through which he was passing. He flung himself onto the dark platform and tottered drunkenly in search of the exit. Billet? Why, yes, he had a billet somewhere. Hotel? Yes, the hotel, no matter which. It took some minutes before his brain could grasp the idea that his luggage check was wanted. He had forgotten that he had any luggage at all. Ultimately, he was thrust into some sort of vehicle, which set him down at the hotel door. Food? Good heavens, no, but something to drink and a bed to tumble into. Quick! He stood in a bedroom, holding in his hand a glass of he knew not what beverage. Before him was a waiter to whom, very much to his own surprise, he discoursed fluently in French, or something meant for that tongue. That it was more than 60 hours since he had slept, that he had started from London at a moment's notice, that the Channel had been very rough for the time of the year, that he had never been in this part of France before, and hoped to see a good deal of the Pyrenees, perhaps to have a run into Spain. That first of all he wanted to find the abode of an English lady named Mrs. Cop. He couldn't think of the name, but he had written it down in his pocket-book. The door closed, the waiter was gone, but Warburton still talked French. Oui, on est très fatigué, horriblement fatigué. 3 nuits sans sommeil. 3 nuits, 3... His clothes fell in a heap on the floor. His body fell in another direction. He was dead asleep. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Will Warburton by George GISSING. Chapter 37. Amid struggle and gloom, the scene changed. He was in Kew Gardens, rushing hither and thither, in search of someone. The sun still beat upon him, and he streamed at every pore. Not only did he seek in vain, but he could not remember who it was that he sought. This way and that, along the broad and narrow walks, he hurried in torment, until of a sudden, at a great distance, he descried a figure seated on a bench. He bounded forward. In a moment he would see the face and would know. When he awoke, a sense of strangeness hung about him, and as he sat up in bed he remembered. This was the hotel at Saint-Jean-de-Luz. What could be the time? He had no matches at hand, and did not know where the bell was. Looking around, he perceived at length a thread of light, of daylight undoubtedly, which must come from the window. He got out of bed, cautiously crossed the floor, found the window, and the means of opening it, then unlatched the shutters which had kept the room in darkness. At once a flood of sunshine poured in. Looking forth, he saw a quiet little street of houses and gardens, and beyond, some miles away, a mountain peak rising against the cloudless blue. His watch had run down. He rang the bell, and learned that the hour was nearly 11. "I have slept well," he said in his Anglo-French. "I am hungry. Bring me hot water. And find out, if you can, where lives Mrs. Coppinger. I couldn't remember the name last night. Mrs. Coppinger." In half an hour he was downstairs. The English lady for whom he inquired lived, they told him, outside Saint-Jean-de-Luz, but not much more than a mile away. Good. He would go there after lunch. And until that meal was ready, he strolled out to have a look at the sea. 5 minutes' walk brought him onto the shore of a rounded bay, sheltered by breakwaters against Atlantic storms. Above a sandy beach lay the little town, with grassy slopes falling softly to the tide on either hand. At noon he ate and drank heroically, then, having had his way pointed out to him, set forth on the quest. He passed through the length of the town, crossed the little river Nivelle, where he paused for a moment on the bridge to gaze at the panorama of mountains, all but to the summit clad in soft verdure, and presently turned into an inland road which led him between pastures and fields of maize, gently upwards. On a height before him stood a house, which he believed to be that he sought. He had written down its unrememberable Basque name, and inquiry of a peasant assured him that he was not mistaken. Having his goal in view, he stood to reflect. Could he march up to the front door and ask boldly for Miss Elvin? But, the doubt suddenly struck him, what if Rosamond were not living here? At Mrs. Coppinger's, her sister was governess. She had bidden him address letters there, but that might merely be for convenience. Perhaps she was not Mrs. Coppinger's guest at all, but had an abode somewhere in the town. In that case he must see her sister, who perhaps, nay, all but certainly, had never heard his name. He walked on. The road became a hollow lane, with fern and heather and gorse intermingled below the thickets on the bank. Another 5 minutes would bring him to the top of the hill, to the avenue of trees by which the house was approached. And the nearer he came, the more awkward seemed his enterprise. It might have been better to write a note to Rosamond, announcing his arrival and asking for an interview. On the other hand, that was a timid proceeding. Boldly to present himself before her would be much more effective. If he could only be sure of seeing her, and seeing her alone. For a couple of hours did he loiter irresolutely, ever hoping that chance might help him. Perhaps, as the afternoon grew cooler, people might come forth from the house. His patience at length worn out, he again entered the avenue, half resolved to go up to the door. All at once he heard voices, the voices of children, and toward him came 2 little girls, followed by a young lady. They drew near. Standing his ground, with muscles tense, Warburton glanced at the young lady's face, and could not doubt that this was Rosamond's sister. The features were much less notable than Rosamond's, but their gentle prettiness made claim of kindred with her. Forthwith he doffed his hat and advanced respectfully. "I think I am speaking to Miss Elvin?" A nervous smile, a timidly surprised affirmative, put him a little more at his ease. "My name is Warburton," he pursued, with a half-humorous air of one who takes a liberty which he feels sure will be pardoned. "I have the pleasure of knowing your relatives, the Pomfrets, and—" "Oh, yes, my sister has often spoken of you," said Winifred quickly. Then, as if afraid that she had committed an indiscretion, she cast down her eyes and looked embarrassed. "Your sister is here, I think," fell from Warburton, as he threw a glance at the 2 little girls who had drawn apart. "Here? Oh, no. Not long ago she thought of coming, but—" Will stood confounded. All manner of conjectures flashed through his mind. Rosamond must have broken her journey somewhere. That she had not left England at all seemed impossible. "I was mistaken," he forced himself to remark carelessly. Then, with a friendly smile, "Forgive me for intruding myself. I came up here for the view." "Yes, isn't it beautiful?" exclaimed Winifred, evidently glad of this diversion from personal topics. And they talked of the landscape until Warburton felt that he must take his leave. He mentioned where he was staying, said that he hoped to spend a week or so at Saint-Jean-de-Luz, and so got away, with an uneasy feeling that his behaviour had not exactly been such as to recommend him to the timid young lady. Rosamond had broken her journey somewhere, that was evident, perhaps in Paris, where he knew she had friends. If she did not arrive this evening or tomorrow, her sister would at all events hear that she was coming. But how was he to be informed of her arrival? How could he keep an espial on the house? His situation was wretchedly unlike that he had pictured to himself. Instead of the romantic lover, carrying all before him by the energy of passion, he had to play a plotting, almost sneaking part, in constant fear of being taken for a presumptuous interloper. Lucky that Rosamond had spoken of him to her sister. Well, he must wait, though waiting was the worst torture for a man in his mood. He idled through the day on the seashore. Next day he bathed and had a long walk, coming back by way of the Coppingers' house, but passing quickly and seeing no one. When he returned to the hotel, he was told that a gentleman had called to see him and had left his card. Mr. Alfred Coppinger. Ho, ho! Winifred Elvan had mentioned their meeting, and the people wished to be friendly. Excellent! This afternoon he would present himself. Splendid! All his difficulties were at an end. He saw himself once more in a gallant attitude. The weather was very hot, unusually hot, said people at the hotel. As he climbed the hill between 3 and 4 o'clock, the sun's ardour reminded him of old times in the tropics. He passed along the shady avenue, and the house door was opened to him by a Basque maidservant, who led him to the drawing-room. Here, in a dim light which filtered through the interstices of shutters, sat the lady of the house, alone. "Is it Mr. Warburton?" she asked, rising feebly, and speaking in a thin, fatigued, but kindly voice. "So kind of you to come. My husband will be delighted to see you. How did you get up here on such a day? Oh, the terrible heat!" In a minute or two, the door opened to admit Mr. Coppinger, and the visitor, his eyes now accustomed to the gloom, saw a ruddy, vigorous, middle-aged man, dressed in flannels, and wearing the white shoes called espadrilles. "Hoped you would come," he cried, shaking hands cordially. "Why didn't you look in yesterday? Miss Elvan ought to have told you that it does me good to see an Englishman. Here for a holiday? Blazing hot, but it won't last long. South wind. My wife can't stand it. She's here because of the doctors, but it's all humbug. There's lots of places in England would suit her just as well, and perhaps better. Let's have some tea. Alice, there's a good girl. Mr. Warburton looks thirsty, and I could manage a dozen cups or so. Where's Winifred? Let her bring in the kids. They're getting shy. It'll do them good to see a stranger." Will stayed for a couple of hours, amused with Mr. Coppinger's talk and pleased with the gentle society of the ladies. The invitation to breakfast being seriously repeated, he rejoiced to accept it. See how Providence favours the daring. When Rosamond arrived, she would find him established as a friend of the Coppingers. He went his way exultingly, but neither on the morrow nor the day after did Winifred receive any news from her sister. Will, of course, kept to himself the events of his last 2 days in London. He did not venture to hint at any knowledge of Rosamond's movements. A suspicion was growing in his mind that she might not have left England, in which case, was ever man's plight more ridiculous than his? It would mean that Rosamond had deliberately misled him. But could he think her capable of that? If it were so, and if her feelings toward him had undergone so abruptly violent a change simply because of the discovery she had made, why, then Rosamond was not Rosamond at all, and he might write himself down a most egregious ass. Had not an inkling of some such thing whispered softly to him before now? Had there not been moments, during the last fortnight, when he stood, as it were, face to face with himself, and felt oddly abashed by a look in his own eyes? Before leaving his lodgings, he had written on a piece of paper, Poste Restante, Saint-Jean-de-Luz, France, and had given it to Mrs. Wick, with the charge to forward immediately any letter or telegram that might arrive for him. But his inquiries at the post office were in vain. To be sure, weeks had often gone by without bringing him a letter. There was nothing strange in this silence, yet it vexed and disquieted him. On the 4th day of his waiting, the weather suddenly broke. Rain fell in torrents and continued for 48 hours. Had not the Coppingers' house been open to him, he must have spent a wretched time. Returning to the hotel on the second evening of deluge, he looked in at the post office, and this time a letter was put into his hand. He opened and read it at once. "Dear old boy, why the deuce have you gone away to the end of the earth without letting me know? I called at your place this evening, and was amazed at the sight of the address which your evil-eyed woman showed me, looking as if she feared I should steal it. I wanted particularly to see you. How long are you going to stay down yonder?" "Rosamond and I start for our honeymoon on Thursday next, and we shall probably be away for a couple of months, in Tyrol. Does this astonish you? It oughtn't to, seeing that you've done your best to bring it about. Yes, Rosamond and I are going to be married with the least possible delay. I'll tell you all the details some day, though there's very little to tell that you don't know. Congratulate me on having come to my senses. How precious near I was to making a tremendous fool of myself. It is you I have to thank, old man. Of course, as you saw, I should never have cared for anyone but Rosamond, and it's pretty sure that she would never have been happy with anyone but me. I wanted you to be a witness at our wedding, and now you've bolted, confound you. Write to my London address, and it will be forwarded." Will thrust the letter into his pocket, went out into the street, and walked to the hotel through heavy rain, without thinking to open his umbrella. Next morning the sky was clear again, the sunny air fresh as that of spring. Will rose earlier than usual and set out on an excursion. He took train to Hendaye, the little frontier town at the mouth of the Bidassoa, crossed the river in a boat, stepped onto Spanish soil, and climbed the hill on which stands Fuenterrabia. Later he passed again to the French shore and lunched at the hotel. Then he took a carriage and drove up the gorge of Bidassoa, enjoying the wild mountain scenery as much as he had enjoyed anything in his life. The road bridged the river. It brought him into Spain once more, and on as far as to the Spanish village of Vera, where he lingered in the mellowing afternoon. All round him were green slopes of the Pyrenees, green with pasture and with turf, with bracken, with woods of oak. There came by a yoke of white oxen, their heads covered with the wonted sheepskin, and on their foreheads the fringe of red wool tassels. He touched a warm flank with his palm, and looked into the mild, lustrous eyes of the beast that passed near him. Vera, Vera, he repeated to himself, with pleasure in the name. He should remember Vera when he was back again behind the counter in Fulham Road. He had never thought to see the Pyrenees, never dreamt of looking at Spain. It was a good holiday. Vera, Vera, he again murmured. How came the place to be so called? The word seemed to mean true. He mused upon it. He dined at the village inn, then drove at dusk back to Hendaye, down the great gorge, crags and precipices, wooded ravines and barren heights glooming magnificently under a sky warm with afterglow. Beside him the torrent leapt and roared and foamed into whiteness, and from Hendaye the train brought him back to Saint-Jean-de-Luz. Before going to bed he penned a note to Mr. Coppinger, saying that he was unexpectedly obliged to leave for England at an early hour next day, and regretted that he could not come to say good-bye. He added a postscript. Miss Elvan will, of course, know of her sister's marriage to Norbert Franks. I hear it takes place tomorrow. Very good news. This written, he smoked a meditative pipe and went upstairs humming a tune. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Will Warburton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Will Warburton by George Gissing. Chapter 38. Touching the shore of England, Will stamped like a man who returns from exile. It was a blustering afternoon, more like November than August. Livid clouds pelted him with rain, and the wind chilled his face, but this suited very well with the mood which possessed him. He had been away on a holiday, a more expensive holiday than he ought to have allowed himself, and was back full of vigour. Instead of making him qualmish, the green roarers of the Channel had braced his nerves and put him in good heart. The boat could not roll and pitch half enough for his spirits. A holiday, a run to the Pyrenees and back. Who durst say that it had been anything else? The only person who could see the matter in another light was little likely to disclose her thoughts. At Dover he telegraphed to Godfrey Sherwood, "Come and see me tonight." True, he had been absent only a week, but the time seemed to him so long that he felt it must have teemed with events. In the railway carriage he glowed with good fellowship towards the other passengers. The rain-beaten hoplands rejoiced his eyes, and the first houses of London were so many friendly faces greeting his return. From the station he drove to his shop. Alchin, engaged in serving a lady, forgot himself at the sight of Mr. Jollyman and gave a shout of welcome. All was right, nothing troublesome had happened, trade better than usual at this time of year. "He'll have to put up the shutters," said Alchin confidentially, with a nod in the direction of the rival grocer. "His wife's been making a row in the shop again. Disgraceful scene. Talk of the whole neighbourhood. She began throwing things at customers, and somebody as was badly hit on the jaw with a tin of sardines complained to the police. We shall be rid of him very soon, you'll see, sir." This gave Warburton small satisfaction, but he kept his human thoughts to himself, and presently went home. Here his landlady met him with the announcement that only a few hours ago she had forwarded a letter delivered by the post this morning. This was vexatious. Several days must elapse before he could have the letter back again from Saint-Jean-de-Luz. Sure that Mrs. Wick must have closely scrutinised the envelope, he questioned her as to handwriting and postmark, but the woman declared that she had given not a glance to these things, which were not her business. Couldn't she even remember whether the writing looked masculine or feminine? No, she had not the slightest idea. It was not her business to pry, and Mrs. Wick closed her bloodless lips with virtuous severity. He had tea and walked back again to the shop, where, as he girt himself with his apron, he chuckled contentedly. "Has Mrs. Cross looked in?" he inquired. "Yes, sir," answered his henchman. "She was here day before yesterday and asked where you was. I said you was travelling for your health in foreign parts." "And what did she say to that?" "She said, 'Oh, that's all, sir.' It was a very small order she gave. I can't make out how she manages to use so little sugar in her house. It's certain the servant doesn't have her tea so sweet. What do you think, sir?" Warburton spoke of something else. At 9 o'clock he sat at home awaiting his visitor. The expected knock soon sounded, and Sherwood was shown into the room. Will grasped his hand, calling out, "What news?" "News?" echoed Godfrey, in a voice of no good omen. "Haven't you heard?" "Heard what?" "But your telegram. Wasn't that what it meant?" "What do you mean?" cried Will. "Speak, man. I've been abroad for a week. I know nothing. I telegraphed because I wanted to see you, that was all." "Confound it! I hoped you knew the worst. Strangwin is dead." "He's dead? Well, isn't that what we've been waiting for?" "Not the old man," groaned Sherwood. "Not the old man. It's Ted Strangwin that's dead. Never was such an extraordinary case of bad luck. And his death, the most astounding you ever heard of. He was down in Yorkshire for the grouse. The dog-cart came round in the morning, and as he stood beside it, stowing away a gun or something, the horse made a movement forward, and the wheel went over his toe. He thought nothing of it. The next day he was ill. It turned to tetanus, and in a few hours he died. Did you ever in your life hear anything like that?" Warburton had listened gravely. Towards the end, his features began to twitch, and, a moment after Godfrey had ceased, a spasm of laughter overcame him. "I can't help it, Sherwood," he gasped. "It's brutal, I know, but I can't help it." "My dear boy," exclaimed the other, with a countenance of relief, "I'm delighted you can laugh. Talk about the irony of fate, eh? I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw the paragraph in the paper yesterday. But you know," he added earnestly, "I don't absolutely give up hope. According to the latest news, it almost looks as if old Strangwin might recover, and, if he does, I shall certainly try to get this money out of him. If he has any sense of honour—" Will again laughed, but not so spontaneously. "My boy," he said, "it's all up, and you know it. You'll never see a penny of your £10,000. "Oh, but I can't help hoping." "Hope as much as you like. How goes the other affair?" "Why, there too, odd things have been happening. Milligan has just got engaged, and to tell you the truth, to a girl I shouldn't have thought he'd ever have looked twice at. It's a Miss Parker, the daughter of a city man. Pretty enough, if you like, but as far as I can see, no more brains than a teapot. And I can't for the life of me understand how a man like Milligan— But of course, it makes no difference. Our work goes on. We have an enormous correspondence. Does Miss Parker interest herself in it?" asked Will. "Oh, yes, in a way, you know, as far as she can. She has turned vegetarian, of course. To tell you the truth, Warburton, it vexes me a good deal. I didn't think Milligan could do such a silly thing. I hope he'll get married quickly. Just at present, the fact is, he isn't quite himself." Again Warburton was subdued by laughter. "Well, I thought things might have been happening whilst I was away," he said, "and I wasn't mistaken. Luckily, I have come back with a renewed gusto for the shop. By the by, I'm going to keep that secret no longer. I'm a grocer, and probably shall be a grocer all my life, and the sooner people know it, the better. I'm sick of hiding away. Tell Milligan the story. It will amuse Miss Parker. And talking of Miss Parker, do you know that Norbert Franks is married? His old love, Miss Elvin. Of course, it was the sensible thing to do. They're off to Tyrol. As soon as I have their address, I shall write and tell him all about Jollymans." "Oh, of course, if you really feel you must," said Godfrey with reluctance. "But remember that I still hope to recover the money. Old Strangwin has the reputation of being an honourable man." "Like Brutus," broke in Warburton cheerfully. "Let us hope. Of course we will hope. Hope springs eternal." Days went by, and at length the desired letter came back from Saint-Jean-de-Luz. Seeing at a glance that it was from his sister, Will reproached himself for having let more than a month elapse without writing to St. Neots. Of his recent holiday he had no intention of saying a word. Jane wrote a longer letter than usual, and its tenor was disquieting. Their mother had not been at all well lately. Jane noticed that she was becoming very weak. "You know how she dreads to give trouble and cannot bear to have any one worry about her. She has seen Dr. Edge twice in the last few days, but not in my presence, and I feel sure that she has forbidden him to tell me the truth about her. I dare not let her guess how anxious I am, and have to go on in my usual way, just doing what I can for her comfort. If you would come over for a day, I should feel very glad. Not having seen mother for some time, you would be better able than I to judge how she looks." After reading this, Will's self-reproaches were doubled. At once he set off for St. Neots. On arriving at the Hawes, he found Jane gardening, and spoke with her before he went in to see his mother. He had been away from home, he said, and her letters had strayed in pursuit of him. "I wondered," said Jane, her honest eyes searching his countenance. "And it's so long since you sent a word. I should have written again this afternoon." "I've been abominably neglectful," he replied, "and time goes so quickly." "There's something strange in your look," said the girl. "What is it, I wonder? You've altered in some way, I don't know how." "Think so? But never mind me. Tell me about mother." They stood among the garden scents, amid the flowers, which told of parting summer, and conversed with voices softened by tender solicitude. Jane was above all anxious that her brother's visit should seem spontaneous, and Will promised not to hint at the news she had sent him. They entered the house together. Mrs. Warburton, after her usual morning occupations, had lain down on the couch in the parlour and fallen asleep. As soon as he beheld her face, Will understood his sister's fears. White, motionless, Beautiful in its absolute calm, the visage might have been that of the dead. After gazing for a moment, both, on the same impulse, put forth a hand to touch the unconscious form. The eyelids rose, a look of confused trouble darkened the features, then the lips relaxed in a happy smile. "Will, and you find me asleep? I appeal to Jane. She will tell you it's only an accident. Did you ever before see me asleep like this, Jane?" At once she rose and moved about and strove to be herself. But the effort it cost her was too obvious. Presently she had to sit down with tremulous limbs, and Will noticed that her forehead was moist. Not till evening did he find it possible to lead the conversation to the subject of her health. Jane had purposely left them alone. Her son having said that he feared she was not so well as usual, Mrs. Warburton quietly admitted that she had recently consulted her doctor. "I am not young, Will, you know. 65 next birthday." "But you don't call that old?" exclaimed her son. "Yes, it's old for one of my family, dear. None of us, that I know of, lived to be much more than 60, and most died long before. Don't let us wear melancholy faces," she added, with that winning smile which had ever been the blessing of all about her. "You and I, dear, are too sensible, I hope, to complain, or to be frightened because life must have an end. When my time comes, I trust to my children not to make me unhappy by forgetting what I have always tried to teach them. I should like to think, and I know, that you would be sorry to lose me, but to see you miserable on my account, or to think you miserable after I have gone, I couldn't bear that." Will was silent, deeply impressed by the calm voice, the noble thought. He had always felt no less respect than love for his mother, especially during the latter years, when experience of life better enabled him to understand her rare qualities. But a deeper reverence took possession of him whilst she was speaking. Her words not only extended his knowledge of her character, they helped him to an understanding of himself, to a clearer view of life and its possibilities. "I want to speak to you of Jane," continued Mrs. Warburton, with a look of pleasant reflection. "You know she went to see her friend Miss Winter a few weeks ago. Has she told you anything about it?" "Nothing at all." "Well, do you know that Miss Winter has taken up flower growing as a business, and it looks as if she would be very successful. She is renting more land to make gardens of, and has 2 girls with her as apprentices. I think that's what Jane will turn to some day. Of course she won't be really obliged to work for her living, but when she is alone, I am certain she won't be content to live just as she does now. She is far too active. But for me, I dare say she would go and join Miss Winter at once. I don't much care for that idea of girls going out to work when they could live quietly at home," said Will. "I used to have the same feeling," answered his mother, "but Jane and I have often talked about it, and I see that there is something to be said for the other view. At all events, I wanted to prevent you from wondering what was to become of her when she was alone. To be sure," she added, with a bright smile, "Jane may marry. I hope she will. But I know she won't easily be persuaded to give up her independence. Jane is a very independent little person." "If she has that in mind," said Will, "why shouldn't you both go and live over there in Suffolk? You could find a house, no doubt." Mrs. Warburton gently shook her head. "I don't think I could leave the Hawes, and, for the short time—" "Short time? But you are not seriously ill, mother." "If I get stronger," said Mrs. Warburton, without raising her eyes, "we must manage to send Jane into Suffolk. I could get along very well alone. But there, we have talked enough for this evening. Will, can you stay over tomorrow? Do, if you could manage it. I am glad to have you near me." When they parted for the night, Will asked his sister to meet him in the garden before breakfast, and Jane nodded assent. End of chapter 38.